Clearly, you only gave the other party a bag of chips worth 3 yuan. Yet, the other party gave you a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, simply because you unexpectedly became the blue star agent of the spacetime exchange. Later on, you even used just a piece of chocolate to exchange for a spaceship, even just using a penicillin, exchanged for a set of immortal cultivation techniques. At this moment, Suyu has also arrived at the trading space. In the center of the space, there is a long table. He is sitting at one end of the table, and at the other end, there is a woman in silver-white armor. The woman glanced at the hesitant Suyu, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You are a newcomer to trading for the first time." Her voice was as clear and pleasant as the sound of a flowing spring. However, Suyu couldn't understand a word she said. Fortunately, it seems that the trading platform has an automatic translation function. Suyu calmly nodded and said, "Yes, I apologize for my ignorance. I am the representative of the Falling Sunset District of the Spacetime Trading Platform." The woman opposite Suyu stood up, placed her right hand on her chest, and solemnly introduced herself. Seeing this, Suyu also raised his hand and said, as the representative of the Blue Star of the Spacetime Trading Platform, "Suyu, your etiquette is quite interesting." The woman looked at Suyu's folded hands. "I think so too." Suyu smiled and then said, "Let's talk about business. I need natural foods rich in starch and plant fiber, uncontaminated soil and water, and so on." Everything on the list. A light screen appeared in front of the woman, and she gestured on it. Suddenly, a light screen appeared in front of Suyu, filled with various items. People here demand pollution-free and radiation-free products. The other party seems to come from a world with food scarcity, and judging by the armor she's wearing, the technological level of her world may be high. Could it be a world similar to a wasteland, with advanced technology but contaminated environment, leading to food scarcity? Suyu was moved, but his expression remained unchanged. He then calmly said, "I can provide all these items. So, what do you plan to trade from your side? What do you need?" asked Xuanxing, furrowing her brows. Lu Yu was not surprised by his answer. His gaze shifted to the futuristic silver-white armor he was wearing. "You want powered armor?" Xuanxing raised an eyebrow. "We can discuss it. If you can provide 10,000 tons of radiation-free and pollution-free food, I can arrange it for you right away." The white-haired girl, originally in powered armor, immediately piqued Suyu's interest. However, he then shook his head. 10,000 tons of food, I can't afford that with my current financial resources. Suyu pondered for a moment and said, "I need gold." Gold is indeed a hard currency. Many junior agents accept gold transactions. Xuanxing nodded. Exchanging gold for food is possible. You need to show me the data on the common food in your world so I can estimate the price. After all, the prices of all food cannot be the same. You should know that. Suyu understood his meaning, but for a moment didn't know how to organize it. Subconsciously, the name of potato came to mind. Fortunately, right after that, he saw the data of the potato appearing on the screen in front of him, including fiber content, starch content, trace element content, and so on. So this is also possible. Suyu suddenly understood. In his mind, there were successive flashes of rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and other main grains. After roughly sorting out the main grains of launching, he followed the example of Xuanxing, swiped his hand, and the data appeared on the screen in front of Xuanxing. After watching for a while, Xuanxing gave their price, 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice. Rice was the main exchange food, and if you don't have enough rice, you need to use other grains for trading. We need to renegotiate if your side doesn't have enough rice. There's enough rice, but I think we need to discuss this price properly. Suyu hesitated, and Shanyin proposed a price, 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton, and the deal was made. Xuanxing immediately clapped their hands and agreed without hesitation. It seems hasty. He underestimated the value of food in the world of Xuanxing and overestimated the value of gold to them. However, this kind of dilemma only appeared for a moment and was then cast aside by him. Rather than being greedy, it's better to make a good connection with them. After all, Suyu still wanted to buy the original power armor for his father. Since the unit price is settled, how much rice can you provide now on your side? Suyu from Xuanxing Island came to his senses, calculated his current savings, 10 tons for the first cooperation, offering 10 tons to you. If it goes well, we can continue trading. 10 tons of rice, that's 500 kilograms of gold. Xuanxing has no objections. He then got up and said, "Please wait a moment." As he spoke, he slowly disappeared from the original place. When he reappeared, he already had a silver metal box in his hand. Xuanxing placed it on the negotiation table, pushed it towards Suyu, and the box slid along the table, stopping right in front of Suyu. Suyu pushed the box, but it didn't budge. He immediately guessed what was inside. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly opened the box. Under the bright light in the meeting room, a gleam of gold reflected from the box, almost blinding Suyu. 10 pieces of gold bricks from the future, each weighing 50 kilograms, a total of 500 kilograms of gold. The gold is yours. When can you deliver? Xuanqing raised his fair chin. How about 7 days? Within 7 days, I will deliver 10 tons of rice to you. If you need anything else, you can make a list for me. We can roughly estimate the price now. If we reach an agreement, if you can take me, I'll bring it to you next time during the transaction. Suyu uploaded some items on Lanyu that can be purchased in large quantities, and shared the data with Xuanqing. They discussed the prices of different items for almost half a day, and finally came to a preliminary consensus. No matter how much Suyu can collect, Xuanqing needs to pay gold according to the current agreed price for the required supplies. If there's not enough gold, other things can be used to settle the account, such as some local specialties from Xuanqing's hometown, like mechanical exoskeletons, magnetic railguns, genetic serums. Apart from these finished products, Xuanqing can also introduce a lot of technology, and each of them is more valuable than the 500 kilograms of gold in Suyu's hands. Back in his own exclusive space as a junior agent, Suyu looked at the box in front of him, feeling inexplicably excited. Calculating at the current market price, 500 kilograms of gold are worth nearly 2 billion. Even if he finds some shady channels to sell it, he might get more than 1 billion. However, after the excitement, he began to consider some practical issues. Platform, how am I going to bring out or bring in the items needed for trading? Even if it's just 10 tons of food, if the platform doesn't have some black technology, he'll have to take the 500 kilograms of gold out piece by piece. As he slowly listened to his question, the answer slowly appeared on the white wall in front of him. A junior agent can use 10 units of storage space, and each storage space can store a maximum of 1,000 cubic meters and 1,000 tons of similar items. Just silently recite personal panel in your mind. Seeing and hearing this, Suyu quickly tried it out, and then a light blue translucent panel appeared in front of him. It had many functions, and the storage space was in the lower right corner, where there were exactly 10 empty slots, similar to an inventory. The transportation problem could be solved, and Suyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He instinctively reached out and touched the gold. The 10 large gold ingots in the box disappeared immediately, and there was an additional honest gold mark in his personal panel's inventory. Take me back. Suyu stood up and stretched lazily. The next second, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the silvery space disappeared, replaced by the familiar taxi. Suyu quickly changed his appearance and, after confirming that he was still there, took out a piece of gold. Feeling the real weight of 50 kilograms of gold in his hand, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that this is not a dream. Glancing at the time, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It wasn't too late, so he could still get some things done. Suyu thought for a moment, then took the gold ingot in his hand and walked to the kitchen. The volume of this gold ingot was probably about the size of a small brick. If he dared to take this thing to exchange for money, he might scare someone half to death. Fortunately, gold is relatively soft, and it can be cut with a knife. Suyu spent a good half day and finally divided the large ingot weighing 50 kilograms into a dozen unevenly sized gold bars, which he stored in the storage space. He used his phone to search for nearby gold shops, then chose one that was neither too close nor too far from his location, a relatively inconspicuous gold shop, and prepared to try his luck by selling a piece of gold here first. When he was almost ready, he walked out of the house carrying the trash. Compared to usual, there was no apparent difference, but as soon as he stepped out the door, a sudden phone call came in. Looking at the note from the former team leader, Suyu hesitated for a moment but eventually answered the call. If someone had told him a few hours ago that he would be laid off by the company, he would have had no resentment at all. But now, he could only say thank you to the company for laying him off, otherwise he wouldn't have become a representative in the trading platform in the Blue Star District. Xiaosu, have you found a new job? As soon as the call connected, the greasy voice of the former team leader sounded in his ear. Suyu had a very bad impression of this greasy boss, and a little impatiently said, I'm about to leave. If you have something to say, just say it. As he spoke, he didn't forget to press the elevator button. Before the elevator arrived, if this guy couldn't make any sense, then there was no point in continuing the conversation. The former team leader seemed not to care about his impolite tone, and smiled and said, Isn't it because I'm worried that you don't have a job? I was thinking of using my connections to find you a job. It's also an overseas trade, similar to what you used to do. You can start working as soon as you arrive, and I have specifically arranged for your treatment. It's definitely not bad, so why not go? Suyu refused without even thinking about it. The former team leader on the other end of the phone seemed surprised that Suyu refused without even thinking. After a moment of daze, he said in a deep voice, Xiao Su, you really need to think it over. The economy isn't good right now, and this kind of job is not easy to find, especially one that matches your expertise. Seeing that he was about to ramble on, Suyu immediately interrupted, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Wait, your salary hasn't been paid yet, the former team leader hurriedly said. Ding! As the elevator arrived, Suyu's last bit of patience was finally worn out. I've already recorded our conversation. When the salary is paid in a few days, if I find it's short by $1, we'll meet in court. Also, do you really think that just because you're a lousy team leader, you can track me and act like a big shot? You're showing off but making a fool of yourself. You call yourself a team leader, but you're nothing. Hanging up the phone, Suyu let out a sigh. He had long wanted to curse this bully who was afraid of tough resistance. As the elevator door opened, Suyu, who had just finished cursing, saw a delicate-looking girl in a JK uniform inside, looking at him with surprise. Her eyes seemed to be saying, wow, this person has really poor manners. However, Suyu didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled at the girl, casually closed the elevator door, and felt cheerful. He couldn't be bothered with how passers-by saw him. Right now, he only wanted to get out quickly and turn those gold nuggets in his inventory into cash. Wanfu Gold is one of the largest gold shops in the Magic City, located in a bustling pedestrian street. Standing outside the gold shop, Suyu patted the large gold nugget that he had taken out of his inventory and put in his pocket. After sighing, he walked in. Hello, sir. Would you like to see the video? Upon entering, a receptionist politely greeted Suyu. I saw online that your store buys gold. Coincidentally, I have some gold to sell, Suyu said frankly. The receptionist was taken aback and quickly reached out, saying, please come this way, sir. Suyu followed and quickly arrived at a corner of the gold shop, where there was a workbench with many tools. Inside the workbench, a young man was sitting there bored, playing with his phone. Master Son, the customer wants to sell gold. Could you please take a look? The receptionist respectfully greeted the young man, then said to Suyu, this is Master Son from our store. As the store manager, he's in charge of gold recycling. After saying this, he gave Suyu a professional smile and then left. Where's the gold? Master Son casually grabbed a magnifying glass from the side and reached out to Suyu. Hearing this, Suyu directly took out the gold nugget from his pocket. Looking at the palm-sized, large gold ingot, Master Son, who had no expression on his face, suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Although he was used to seeing gold in his line of work, he was still somewhat amazed by such a large gold ingot at first sight. Of course, you can't just paint it with gold and expect to come here to cheat for money. As the saying goes, he placed the gold ingot on the nearby scale, and the electronic gold scale immediately displayed the precise weight, 1,622.578 grams. This is indeed a piece of gold. Looking at the pockmarks on the gold, Master Son chuckled. Aren't you afraid that some might get knocked off when it's being hammered, the edges and corners? It's passed down from generations, there's nothing I can do about it. Suyu shrugged. Master Son chuckled and shook his head upon hearing this. Although he didn't believe it, he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he took the magnifying glass and meticulously observed the gold ingot. After a while, he sighed and said, pure gold. After saying this, he glanced at Suyu with some amateurishness. This level of purity in gold can only be refined with modern technology. If Suyu claims it's passed down from generations, it's obviously nonsense. Suyu didn't feel embarrassed about the pure gold and pretended not to hear, saying, just give me an estimate. The current price of gold is around 400, and our buying price here is 398 per gram for the past 2 days. But since yours is pure gold, we can offer a higher price. How about 403 per gram? Suyu nodded, and didn't haggle over the price with him. So the total price for this gold bar is approximately 653,898. I'll round it down to 654,000 for you. He pulled out a contract from the cabinet below, made some notes and sketches, and then handed it to Suyu. Take a look at the contract. If there are no issues, signing it will make it effective. This kind of sales contract is quite simple. Suyu glanced through it roughly and confirmed that there were no loopholes, then signed it immediately. Pleasure doing business with you. I'll have the finance department transfer the amount to your account within an hour. Mr. Sun called over a waiter, had them take the contract, then took off his gloves and shook hands with Suyu. Without waiting for Suyu to respond, he leaned in mysteriously and whispered, let's exchange WeChat. If you have more gold to sell, you can come to me. Whether you want to use official or private accounts, I can handle it and ensure safety. Oh? How do you differentiate between public and private accounts? Suyu calmly asked. Sun Master didn't hide anything and replied frankly, for public accounts, you would take a trip to the mine, pay the necessary taxes, and then the gold that comes out of the mine would have a legitimate source. This is the safest option, but the maximum price I can offer is 300. As for private accounts, there are more options. You can try selling overseas or trading on the black market, but there are certain risks involved. So, the maximum price I can offer for private accounts is 330. In essence, whether it's a public or private account, it's all about whitewashing and giving it a legitimate origin. Suyu withdrew his hand and smiled, but earlier, you bought that piece from me at market price. Why didn't you need to whitewash it? Sun Master shook his head and said, that was just a small amount. Dealing with a little over a kilogram doesn't require such trouble. We can simply have the goldsmith at the shop turn it into jewelry. But if it's a larger amount, the jewelry shop might be able to handle it, but no one would dare to. Gold is considered a strategic resource with many uses, so it's heavily regulated. Selling a large amount of gold with an unclear origin would leave significant loopholes in the records and could easily be discovered. Suyu shrugged, spreading his hands. Sun Master winked and said, brother, that piece of gold you took from the large ingot, even though you smashed it afterwards, unless you melt it down and recast it, it won't fool us in this business. Do you understand metal fatigue? That he hadn't had dinner yet. He immediately found a restaurant and had a dinner that cost an average of 3,000 yuan per person, which he could usually only see wealthy food bloggers eat online. As for the taste, it's too cliché to mention it, they focus on the atmosphere, cough cough. After finishing the meal, Suyu scanned a shared bicycle and leisurely rode it home. It was only about 10 kilometers away from where he lived, and it was just right to digest the food after dinner. By the way, he also thought about how to prepare 10 tons of grain for Froststar in the next 2 days. Of course, if it was just this transaction, it wouldn't be difficult to prepare 10 tons of rice. If he was willing to run, he could buy enough packaged rice by going to several supermarkets. But this time it was 10 tons, it wouldn't be so easy to gather. What about next time? If he wanted to obtain some cutting-edge black technology from Froststar, it obviously couldn't be solved with just a few tons of grain. Grain, vegetables, fruits, and even purified water were the supplies Froststar needed. They were also things that could be seen everywhere in Suyu's life. However, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and it was difficult for him to make such large-scale transactions in his personal capacity. It seems that I need to put the matter of the food processing factory on the agenda. I will search online tomorrow to see what procedures are required to open a food processing factory, and it would be best to consult a lawyer. Suyu rode his bike leisurely on the bicycle lane while thinking about these things in his mind. But at this moment, a shared bicycle of the same model suddenly appeared on the sidewalk next to him. A car suddenly appeared in front of him, startling Suyu. He quickly reached out and pressed the brakes. Although the distance was very close, fortunately, he was riding slowly and managed to stop at the last moment. However, bang! Oh! The sound of the bicycle falling to the ground accompanied a girl's exclamation. Suyu put his foot on the ground and looked at the girl who fell to the ground, his mouth twitching. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to scam him? He didn't even hit her. He casually leaned the bicycle against a nearby tree and frowned as he approached the girl, ready to ask her how she was doing. But before he could say anything, he paused when he saw the girl's appearance. If he didn't remember incorrectly, this girl seemed to be the one he saw in the elevator in the afternoon. She had a beautiful and delicate appearance, with a slender figure. Under the JK uniform's pleated skirt and knee-high socks, she had a pair of long and straight legs. If it was on a scale of 10 points, according to Suyu's aesthetic preferences, she would at least get a 9. She was the type that you could remember for several days with just one glance. Although Suyu was thinking about gold in his mind in the elevator at that time and didn't pay much attention to her, the impression left by a quick glance was still fresh in his memory. Speaking of which, this girl seemed to live upstairs from him, she was his neighbor. Suyu was stunned, looking at the girl on the ground, awkwardly and politely said, "What a coincidence." Ouch. Li Yuanqi stumbled and climbed up from the ground, sitting on the curb, holding her knee and whimpering. She glared at Suyu angrily, as if she wanted to say something. But thinking about how she had recklessly ridden out on her bike just now, and Suyu didn't actually hit her, but she herself fell in a panic. She felt a bit speechless and guilty. And when she remembered Suyu cursing at someone outside the elevator in the afternoon, she felt a bit scared. After humming for a while, she could only sadly hold her leg and feel sorry for herself. Suyu shook his head, casually picked up the bike from the ground, and picked up her bag, handing it to her. Thank you. Lee Yuanqi took the bag and whispered, I'm sorry, I think I scared you just now. It's okay, as long as it's not a scam. Suyu waved his hand indifferently, then walked towards his own bike, saying, be careful when riding, if everything's fine, I'll go first. Lee Yuanqi saw that he was about to leave and subconsciously looked around. It was almost 10 o'clock at night, and there were fewer people on this road, which made her feel a bit anxious. After hesitating for a while, she pouted and said, can you do me a favor? It's just that I might have sprained my foot and can't exert much force, so, I want to take a taxi back. Can you wait with me for a moment? I remember you live in the same building as me, so it's convenient for us to go back together, and I'll pay for the fare. Suyu heard her hesitant and submissive words, and looked around at the surroundings, suddenly realizing something. He couldn't help but smile and said, all right, let's consider it as improving my life by benefiting from your luck. Anyway, his plan to trade supplies wouldn't start until tomorrow, and he had nothing else to do, so it didn't matter if he went back early or late. He immediately scanned the QR code to return the bike, and helped the limping Lee Yuanqi to sit on the side of the road and wait for a taxi. After sitting down with a limp, Lee Yuanqi finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you, my name is Lee Yuanqi. Suyu. Suyu replied, then picked up his phone and started searching for the procedures and requirements for starting a food processing factory. It wasn't that he was a straight man, but he could tell that Lee Yuanqi seemed to be a shy and introverted girl. Approaching her rashly would only make her at a loss. Besides being disliked, it wouldn't serve any purpose. Moreover, although she was indeed very beautiful, Suyu had seen enough women and wasn't the type to go up and chat just because someone was pretty. As expected, Lee Yuanqi didn't find his behavior of playing with his phone in front of her impolite. Instead, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and started playing with her own phone. The two of them didn't speak on the way back home. Suyu was a good person and helped Lee Yuanqi, who was limping, all the way to her doorstep. And then, there was no one then. The two of them didn't even exchange contact information, just like passing strangers. After all, it was late at night, and if Lee Yuanqi dared to invite a man she had only met twice to her home for tea, Suyu wouldn't dare to go either. Getting sick or something was secondary, but if he woke up one day and his waist was gone, that would be too much. The next morning, Suyu arrived at a logistics distribution center on the outskirts of the city. The plan to start a food processing factory was actually difficult and troublesome to implement. So Suyu planned to take it slowly and, in the short term, trade with Froststar through small-scale purchases. In that case, a warehouse was naturally essential. Although he had an inventory where he could store things, the way it made things disappear out of thin air was a bit shocking, and he was afraid that someone would accidentally see it when he was collecting things. So it is necessary to rent a warehouse specifically for transit. The rental business of warehouses in these large-scale logistics distribution centers is already well established, and the process is not much more complicated than renting a house for ordinary people. Suyu spent only a morning and signed a lease contract for an 800 square meter warehouse, at a rate of 1.8 yuan per square meter per day. He signed a 3-month contract at once, costing nearly 130,000 yuan. It really made him feel the pain. But the good news is that the warehouse he rented is not far away, and there happens to be a well-known domestic grain and oil brands warehouse nearby. After finding the person in charge of the warehouse, Suyu easily bought 10 tons of rice, as well as tens of tons of soybeans, corn, potatoes, and other staple foods. He also bought a lot of seasonings, cooking oil, and some convenient instant foods like self-heating rice. He purchased nearly 30 tons of supplies at once, costing him nearly 200,000 yuan. However, he managed to gather enough supplies for Froststar's entrusted purchase this time, and even bought many things that were not on the list but he thought Froststar might need. Suyu bought these things under the guise of hotel procurement. Anyway, there weren't many items, and they wouldn't ask too many questions. The money and goods were settled on the spot, and the warehouse even arranged a forklift to deliver the goods neatly into the warehouse. After checking the inside of the warehouse and confirming that there were no surveillance cameras, Suyu closed the gate. With a light touch on these supplies, he stored everything in his inventory. Then he opened his personal panel and clicked to enter the Interdimensional trading platform. After sending a trade request to Frost Star, it took only about 10 minutes for Frost Star to accept the invitation. The two appeared again in the room where they had previously discussed business. Across the familiar wooden table, Frost Star's appearance was no different from yesterday. The silver power armor, coupled with the white hair, was dazzling. "Are the goods ready so quickly?" As soon as she entered, Frost Star exclaimed with surprise and eagerness. The original stocking time was 7 days, and she didn't expect Suyu to be ready in less than a day. "This amount of goods is not much." Suyu nodded and casually sent the 10 tons of rice, for which he had already paid, directly to Frost Star's inventory through the trading platform. Then he sent the list of his other items to her and let her choose for herself. Seeing the sudden appearance of 10 tons of food in her inventory, Frost Star was overjoyed. This was not her first time trading on the interdimensional platform, but she didn't know if it was bad luck or some other reason. The several trading partners she matched with were all from feudal agricultural societies, and they couldn't understand the high-tech equipment she could provide, considering it worthless. Although gold was very attractive to them, they would spend it as soon as they got it. 2 of them disappeared without a trace after taking her gold. After inquiring with the trading platform, she found out that these 2 were actually killed the day after they took the gold. The other people, although still alive, kept delaying the delivery for various reasons, such as transportation difficulties or the fear of selling the gold for cash at the moment. But overall, it was because the productivity of their own world was insufficient. The reason why she dared to give so much gold to Suyu at once yesterday was because she could tell from the clothes Suyu was wearing and the watch on his wrist. Suyu's world could not possibly be a low-productivity agricultural society, but a world that she considered to be in the near-modern era. At least it had completed industrialization. The productivity was far lower than the prosperous era of her world, but providing some food should not be a problem. However, Suyu managed to gather all this food in less than a day, far exceeding Frost Star's expectations. Either he is a powerful figure who controls certain resources in his world, or the productivity in his world is highly developed, not much different from the prosperous era. Frost Star thought to herself, and her evaluation of this trading partner rose to a new level, becoming more cautious. Calming her mind, Frost Star briefly looked at the other items provided by Suyu, then decisively said, "I can accept all of these things. As for the price, what are your plans? If you still want to settle with gold, I can currently provide about 1 ton. To gather more, I will need some time. Within 3 days, I can collect at least 10 tons of gold." Gold is not valuable in her world. Before the wasteland era, there was the prosperous era, which was the greatest era in the world of Fallen Sunset, with human footprints spread across the vast universe. Small asteroids made of gold collected from the cosmos weighed billions or even trillions of tons. In their world, it was just an ordinary industrial material. If she really wanted it, she could easily gather a large amount from any pre-war ruins. "I don't need gold for now," Suyu shook his head. If you have knowledge of economics, you should know that an economic system built on gold is a general equivalent. If a large amount of gold flows in at once, it will have a severe impact on the economy, with adverse effects. So, the regulation of gold is quite strict on our side. Even the 500 kilograms of gold you gave me, I still have to find a way to sell it through special channels. Having more won't be of any use. The current gold reserves in the Blue Star countries are less than 60,000 tons. If he really agreed to trade with Frost Star using gold and sent out 10 or 8 tons of gold, no matter what channel he used, he would probably be visited by relevant departments the next day. Then what do you want? Frost Star couldn't help but frown. Without gold, the only things she could offer were some technological products or skills. Weapons, Suyu said without hesitation. Weapons or protective gear that can at least allow me to defend myself against several enemies armed with individual weapons. This was the item he had thought about before the trade. However, he didn't want weapons for any illegal activities, it was mainly for self-defense. With a certain level of self-defense, he would dare to find Master Sun, whom he had met in the jewelry store last night, and sell the 500 kilograms of gold through his channels. He couldn't rely on the people involved in this kind of business to have contractual integrity and keep their promises. To prevent being deceived, he wouldn't consider selling a large amount of gold all at once until he had the ability to protect himself. Wait a moment. Froststar pondered for a moment and then disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she had 2 silver-white suitcases in her hands. Placing the suitcases on the table and opening them, Froststar proudly pointed to one of the suitcases and said, K-10 battlesuit, made of nano-aggregate materials. It can withstand at least 100 consecutive shots from firearms with a caliber of 12.7 mm at close range, excluding large-caliber electromagnetic weapons. It has a built-in temperature maintenance system, ensuring that you are unaffected in extreme conditions ranging from -50 degrees to +70 degrees Celsius. It is also waterproof, fireproof, and gasproof. In addition, it also comes with a nitrogen shield module that can only be used 3 times, automatically triggered by AI. It can withstand the shockwaves and fragments from a 5 kg TNT explosion at close range. Furthermore, it has considerable stealth capabilities. This is a technological relic from the prosperous era before the war in our world. Currently, we are unable to produce it ourselves, and it is absolutely top-notch in terms of security. Speaking, she gently pushed the suitcase and pushed it in front of Suyu. Put it on, even if you run a lap on the battlefield with bullets flying, it will protect you. How about exchanging your remaining 20 tons of supplies for this? Looking at the black, unknown material made, ordinary-looking clothes in front of him, and hearing her introduction, Suyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva and reached out to touch it, looking somewhat uncertain. So thin? Are you sure you're not fooling me? This thing is not much thicker than his t-shirt, it's just a tight-fitting style. Even if the toughness is really as powerful as she said, bullets won't penetrate. But with such close-fitting clothing, even large-caliber bullets don't need to penetrate. He's afraid his internal organs would be shattered. With platform regulation, it's impossible to sell you fake goods. Froststar glanced at him, but after thinking about it, she stood up again. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. With a mechanical click, she finally took off the heavy power armor. And inside, she was wearing the same tight-fitting suit as the one in front of Suyu. The black tight-fitting suit wrapped around her curvaceous figure, making Suyu's blood boil, almost unable to control himself. Froststar seemed to notice, glanced at Suyu, but didn't care. Instead, she calmly pulled out a beautiful silver pistol from the holster on the side of the power armor and fired at the nearby wall. Bang! A loud roar sounded, and a big hole was blasted in the wall by this palm-sized pistol, causing Suyu's eyelids to twitch. Electromagnetic pistol, loaded with tungsten core steel needles. Well, its power is probably stronger than a 20mm caliber cannon in a gunpowder weapon, Froststar explained casually, then without hesitation, she aimed the gun at her own head. Another roar sounded, and Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath. But immediately, the imagined scene of a headshot did not appear. The unprotected head was completely unharmed under this shot. Froststar shrugged. See, this thing has protective capabilities when worn, and it can even protect uncovered areas. This is the black technology of our pre-war world. Don't ask about the principle. The prosperous era is more than 100 years away from the time I'm in, and many technologies have become obsolete. I don't even know the principle of this thing. Are you reassured now? She said, sitting down without wearing the power armor, just wearing the tight-fitting suit. Hiss, she could even sit on the table. Suyu swallowed his saliva and casually pressed the gun. I'm reassured. There's no problem exchanging those supplies for this protective suit. Saying that, he put the protective suit away and traded the remaining 20 tons of supplies to Froststar. Very well, now we can talk about it. Froststar smiled and pushed another open box. Inside was something simple, just a pistol. It looked slightly larger than the one Froststar had used before. S-79, a police electromagnetic pistol, with a built-in metal hydrogen battery, enough power for 1,000 shots. The magazine can hold 50 specially designed armor-piercing bullets, which are actually just needles. There's no technical content. You can find a craftsman to make it based on its appearance, using tungsten or steel. Even if the bullet material is poor, it only affects the range, not the accuracy and power. As for power, it's a bit bigger than my gun, equivalent to a hand cannon. It can penetrate a 100mm thick steel plate head-on within 100 meters. After saying that, she pushed the box containing the gun in front of Suyu. Suyu looked at this toy-like thing and didn't question it this time. Mainly because there are restrictions on the trading platform, there are no counterfeit goods here. He simply closed the box and nodded, saying, "I'll take this thing, what do you want?" Upon hearing Suyu's words, Frost Star didn't hesitate and said, "This gun, in exchange for 10 tons of fresh fruits, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of meat. In terms of specific types, it's probably these." As she spoke, she tapped on the light screen in front of her and transmitted it to Suyu. Suyu took a glance and saw that the fruits she chose were mostly common ones like bananas, apples, and pears, and the vegetables were also common and relatively cheap. However, when it came to the meat, it was not cheap. She chose beef. If you were to buy beef at the market now, it would probably cost more than 40 yuan per pound, and a kilogram would cost around 80 to 90 yuan. Let's conservatively estimate it at 81 yuan per kilogram, so 10 tons would be exactly 800,000 yuan. Adding the vegetables and fruits, this order would probably cost less than 1 million yuan. However, after pondering for a moment, Suyu still nodded. If he could successfully sell the remaining 490 kilograms of gold in his hands, he would earn at least over 100 million yuan. This 1.1 million yuan was not much in comparison. If everything goes smoothly, I can deliver the goods within 7 days. If not, I'll give it to you within a month at the latest. Suyu estimated and gave her a conservative time frame, to which Frost Star readily agreed. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Name, Suyu. Identity, Blue Star District Agent of the Interdimensional Trading Platform. Level, Junior Agent, 1/10, Trading Points, 50, Available Matching Times, 0, Remaining Refresh Time, 149H, returning to his private space once again, Suyu looked at his personal panel. With the completion of the first transaction, his level progress finally increased by 1. With 9 more transactions like this, he would be able to upgrade to an intermediate agent and unlock more privileges. Similarly, with the completion of the first transaction, he also obtained 50 trading points. He opened the trading mall and found that there didn't seem to be many places where he could spend 50 trading points. The prices of many things in this interdimensional trading platform's mall were strange. For example, a large mushroom with a mass equivalent to 1 million tons only cost 50 trading points. But a basic gene potion required 200 trading points. Suyu searched through it but couldn't find anything he could afford and was suitable for his current use, so he had to give up and save these trading points. After all, he couldn't really exchange them for a large mushroom, right? He just wanted to get rich, not become a terrorist. What use would this thing have? So, in this regard, a gene potion that could make him immune to all diseases and surpass human physical limits was indeed more valuable. Without considering the trading points issue any further, Suyu closed his personal panel and instead opened the box containing the K-10 combat suit. He put it on in his exclusive space. It fit snugly but didn't feel tight. On the contrary, it was very comfortable. Suyu stretched his muscles and quickly adapted to this feeling. Then he put his original clothes on top of the combat suit to cover it. The parts that the clothes couldn't cover actually automatically changed color to match his skin after he put on the clothes, making it almost invisible that he was wearing a protective suit. This must be specially designed for agents, it's amazing. Suyu took out a lighter from his pocket and burned his palm for a while. The lighter was almost burnt out, but he didn't feel any heat on his hand. He then picked up the S-79 electromagnetic pistol, weighed it in his hand, and put it in the inconspicuous gun pouch on the waist of the combat suit. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice that he had something bulging around his waist. This kind of black technology is really amazing. If I can get the technology. Suyu only said half of his words, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Because now he really has a chance to get this black technology. Without saying much, just the metal hydrogen battery in this gun, a small piece can allow such a powerful electromagnetic weapon to fire 1,000 shots. The prospects are unimaginable. If it can be replicated, it will be a trillion-level market. All companies in the world that need battery storage will line up to seek his authorization, and just the patent fees alone can make him earn a fortune. Don't aim too high, take it step by step. It's not the time to fully embrace black technology yet. Taking a breath, Suyu returned to the warehouse on Blue Star. Not finding any abnormalities around, he closed the warehouse door and left. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but it wasn't considered late. After thinking for a moment, he took a taxi to a street nearby with many 4S stores. He needed to gather various supplies next, as he couldn't always rely on finding people with these goods near the warehouse. So it would be better to get himself a car first. On the way, he also visited several large-scale jewelry stores and sold a few gold bars. He sold a little over 8 kilograms and received more than 3.5 million. Adding the previous remaining 1,200,000, he now had over 5,700,000 in his account. But this was already the limit. If he wanted to sell gold through legitimate channels in regular jewelry stores, he couldn't do it in the Magic City. He would have to go to the surrounding areas or even farther cities to ensure safety. Of course, for now, his money was enough, and he wasn't in a hurry. In the outskirts of the Magic City, on a road with relatively few people, there were various brands of 4S stores. Suyu stood at the intersection, feeling a bit indecisive. His goal for earning money before was to buy a house in the Magic City. As for a car, in the congested Magic City, it was not as convenient as public transportation for office workers. So he rarely considered this aspect. Although the company provided cars for salespeople, he had been driving for several years. But the company's car was still the company's, he was only responsible for driving it, whether it was good or not, he had no choice, so he didn't care about these things. Data parameters, materials, workmanship, fuel economy, and the like, he didn't really understand. Let's just take a look for now. Shaking his head, Suyu walked straight to the nearest Benz 4S store. Today was a workday, and there weren't many people in the store at this time. As soon as Suyu entered, a saleswoman in a skirt and black stockings, with a sweet appearance, ran over to greet him. "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" "No, just looking around." Suyu shook his head. The professional smile on the saleswoman's face remained unchanged, and she said, "Then sir, do you have a preferred car model? Our store is the largest Benz 4S store in the Magic City, and we have all the models available for sale. You can take a look at the cars and even test drive them." As they walked and talked, they arrived in front of a white sedan, and the female saleswoman pointed to this car and said, "This is the latest model of the Benz C-Class, and it is also one of our main models. The price is not high." The saleswoman went on and on about the car, but Suyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A bare car for over 300,000 is still considered not high-priced? But for him now, this price is indeed not very high. However, it's too small. Suyu shook his head. This car is enough for personal use, but besides personal use, he definitely needs the car for other purposes. The system's inventory is limited, and he can't just put everything into the system. Maybe I'll have to bring some Golden or Blue Star local specialties that I bought. Anyway, it's better to get a bigger car. Too small? The salesperson was taken aback, but immediately showed a warm smile again. "If you want a spacious car, I personally recommend an SUV. Sir, you can come with me to take a look." Suyu didn't have any objections and followed her to the other side of the exhibition booth. However, after walking a few steps, a surprised voice came from the side. "Suyu? What are you doing here?" Suyu paused, turned his head, and when he saw the person speaking, his originally calm expression suddenly showed a hint of disgust. Zhao Xinhuan. She was his first girlfriend in college and also his first love. Of course, it's not appropriate to say that, or to put it another way. Was she the first goddess he worshipped when he was infatuated? Passed and warmly greeted him. Suyu frowned. Before he could speak, the female salesperson who brought him in on the side felt a bit awkward and said, "Sir, do you know our salesperson at the store?" In a 4S dealership like this, if a customer doesn't have an appointment, it's usually whoever gets to them first. But if the customer doesn't have an appointment but knows someone in the store, then the enthusiastic sales pitch earlier was obviously a waste of time. Salesperson? Suyu glanced at Zhao Xinhuan, who was walking quickly towards them, shook his head, and said, I didn't know she was a salesperson at your store, otherwise I wouldn't have come in. Oh, I see. The female salesperson's eyes lit up immediately and she quickly said, Sir, please rest assured that your relationship with the salesperson does not affect your purchase of a car in our store. A car is a car, and a person is a person. There is no conflict. So, should we continue to look at the cars? Are you really here to look at cars? Zhao Xinhuan had already walked up to the two of them and smiled at the female salesperson named Xiaoyu, saying, Xiaoyu, this is my friend. I'll take care of him. Thank you for your help earlier. Xiaoyu, the female salesperson, didn't leave but glanced at Suyu without saying anything. In their line of work, the ability to judge people is important. Experienced salespeople can tell who has the ability to buy a car and who is just here to look. And the man in front of them entered the store calmly and spoke with poise. Although his attire didn't scream wealth, he didn't seem like someone who was simply here to look and admire luxury cars. Combined with what he said earlier, Xiaoyu didn't want to give up on this high-quality customer. It didn't matter if she offended her colleagues. After all, in their line of work, colleagues were always in competition with each other. As long as they didn't break the rules, it didn't matter if they offended each other. Friend? Are we close? Suyu sneered and then said to Xiaoyu, let's go, lead the way. This way, sir. Xiaoyu immediately smiled and said, I. Zhao Xinhuan watched the two of them walk away and felt embarrassed for a moment, her face turning red and then white. Although she knew that the incident from years ago had long passed, Suyu must have already moved on. But she was just idle and saw Suyu, an acquaintance, so she approached him. If Suyu was really here to buy a car, it would be the best scenario, indicating that Suyu had a considerable fortune again. She could also take the opportunity to see if she could rekindle their past relationship and reel in a big fish. At the very least, they had some connection, and she could earn some achievements. After all, things were different now compared to before. Even if Suyu knew that she had played him back then, so what? At that time, she still had some boundaries when fishing for a big catch, limited to letting them touch her hand or something. But now, she didn't care about those things anymore. Sometimes, in order to achieve sales targets, sleeping with important clients was just a common occurrence. They say men have a first love complex, so she, Zhao Xinhuan, would lower her dignity and pursue Suyu. Was she afraid she couldn't succeed? If Suyu was simply here to broaden his horizons, it didn't matter either. She had been working in this store for a while and had met countless wealthy people. She frequented high-end places and her perspective was no longer the same as when she was in school. It was a good opportunity to show off to this big fish she had once caught, treating it as a pastime. But she never expected that Suyu wouldn't even bother to say a word to her. This was difficult for the self-proclaimed high and mighty Zhao Xinhuan to accept. Her mind was filled with various thoughts. She even wondered if someone had told Suyu about her working here, and he had come specifically to humiliate her. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Xinhuan gritted her teeth and said, I want to see if you can really afford it or if you're just pretending. With that, she took a step to chase after them. But before she could take a few steps, her phone in her pocket rang. She picked up the phone and her expression immediately changed. She quickly answered, Mr. Wang, do you have time to come and see the car today? Now. I'm already in the store. Are you almost here? Okay, I'll go to the entrance to pick you up. In just a few words, Zhao Xinhuan, who had a gloomy face earlier, was now delighted. She glanced in the direction Suyu and Xiaoyu had gone, couldn't help but snort, and walked towards the entrance, saying, a poor loser, I can easily find a customer who is 100 times richer than you. You're just pretending. And this little you, haha, really thought he had met a big spender? I'll show you what a real big spender is later. In this line of work, you can't be afraid to take risks and still expect to make money? On the other side, the two people who were looking at cars naturally had no idea that Zhao Xinhuan had so many scenes. They looked at several models of Benz SUVs in a row, but Suyu was not very satisfied. Just when Xiaoyu thought he might have made a mistake this time, he suddenly heard Suyu say, "Do you have the G-Wagon in your store?" Although he didn't know much about cars, he knew about the G-Wagon. Its rugged appearance was more to his liking than these city SUVs, and its off-road performance was also good. If he needed to collect supplies in remote areas in the future, it would be convenient to drive there directly. Considering the balance in his account, he thought it would be better to get a G-Wagon. G-Wagon? Xiaoyu immediately said, "There is one on the second-floor display, I can take you to see it. Also, a few days ago, we just received 2 new G63 cars in our store. If you want, we have them in stock. And recently, because of the store's promotion, there is no need to increase the price." Suyu didn't say much, just nodded in response. After they finished looking at the display cars, they went to the second-floor lounge area. Suyu then asked, "If I want to pick up the car today, is it still possible?" Pick up the car today? Xiaoyu was taken aback and subconsciously looked at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, so he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Sir, the vehicle registration office will close in less than an hour. It's definitely not possible to pick up the car today." "What about paying in full?" Suyu asked. Buying a car with a loan requires going through many procedures, and it's normal for it to take 10 days or half a month to pick up the car. He planned to drive the car away now, so he naturally didn't have the idea of getting a loan. In theory, paying in full is possible, but you have to sign the contract and make the payment immediately, and then we will arrange for someone to go to the vehicle registration office to handle the procedures for you. Xiaoyu said helplessly, "But this car costs over 2 million yuan without any additional fees, and with taxes and insurance, it will probably cost over 2,500,000 yuan in total. This is not a small amount of money, so you still need some time to consider, right? It's already this late, if we delay for another half an hour, it's probably too late. Then let's make the payment now, no need to consider anymore. Go get the contract," Suyu said calmly. Sir, are you really decided to buy it?" Xiaoyu was stunned when he heard Suyu's words, looking a bit confused. "Do you think I have nothing better to do than to entertain you? Hurry up, don't waste time." Suyu's expression remained unchanged. "Then please wait." Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly went to the back office area to get the contract. Although car salespeople prefer customers to get loans rather than paying in full, they couldn't resist the bad economic situation in recent years. It's already good enough if they can sell the cars, let alone whether it's a loan or full payment. Not to mention customers like Suyu, who are willing to swipe their cards without hesitation for over 2 million yuan. If they provide good service, the benefits they can bring go beyond just selling cars and earning commissions. As soon as Xiaoyu left, Zhao Xinhuan brought a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head to the second-floor lounge area. They were talking and laughing, behaving intimately. Anyone with keen eyes could tell that their relationship was not ordinary. Suyu glanced at them briefly but didn't pay much attention. Instead, he picked up his phone and absent-mindedly watched videos. However, when Zhao Xinhuan saw that he was also here, her eyes lit up. After arranging the middle-aged man, she walked over with a strange tone. "Why are you sitting here alone? Where is Xiaoyu? Our store has a rule that we must treat customers well, whether they are here to buy a car or not. She is being rude. I will complain about her later." Suyu responded with a raised eyebrow. The familiar taste of tea is just like it was back then. It's just that he was young and didn't understand these things at all. How did I fall for someone like her back then? Suyu shook his head, puzzled by his past behavior and feeling physically uncomfortable. It feels like flipping through the old posts from the non-mainstream era 10 years ago on Penguin Space, and now even a glance at them is embarrassing. Shaking his head, he picked up the water and took a sip before calmly saying, "She went to get the contract." "She took the contract? Are you really here to buy a car?" Zhao Xinhuan was taken aback, looking surprised. But then she realized that it was inappropriate for someone in her sales position to say such things and quickly changed her words. "No, what I mean is, you've already made up your mind so quickly? So, which car caught your eye?" However, Suyu had lost interest in her and continued to stare at the video of a beautiful woman dancing on his phone as if he hadn't heard her. Zhao Xinhuan was annoyed by his indifferent attitude. But considering her current sales position, she couldn't cause a scene in the store, so she could only force a smile and leave after a couple of awkward laughs, going to help Mr. Wang, who was waiting for her to discuss something. In their line of work, the customer is God. Especially in a 4S store where luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions are sold, the sales staff are expected to have high standards. Even if they encounter unreasonable customers, they can only appease them until they swipe their card and sign the contract to buy the car. If they can't stand it, they can request someone else to deal with the customer. If they dare to speak ill of the customer, they should be prepared to leave. Of course, this only applies before the card is swiped. After the card is swiped, it's a different story. So even though Suyu had annoyed Zhao Xinhuan, she couldn't do anything about it in the store. Suyu didn't pay much attention to this small incident. Before long, Xiaoyu returned with a stack of contracts. Suyu quickly glanced at them and, after confirming that there were no issues, signed his name. Then came the card swipe, followed by the process of getting the temporary license plate. Finally, everything was settled just before the vehicle administration office closed for the day. In the delivery area of the 4S store, accompanied by the store manager and others, they had a simple car delivery ceremony. After that, Xiaoyu handed the car keys to Suyu with both hands and said, "Mr. Su, it's yours now." Suyu nodded and looked at this car worth over 2 million. He seemed a bit dazed. Yesterday, he was worried about finding a job, and today he was the proud owner of $1 million luxury car. Even as someone who experienced it firsthand, he felt like this day had been like a lifetime. It was as if he had been reborn. Indeed, working hard doesn't lead to success. Cheating is much more enjoyable. Suyu let out a sigh of relief, took the car keys, and was about to leave. But at that moment, when everyone else had left, Xiaoyu whispered, "Mr. Su, do you have time this weekend?" "Weekend?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, smiling ambiguously. "I do have time." "Why, are you inviting me to dinner?" To be honest, this female salesperson is quite attractive, at least better looking than Zhao Xinhuan, who relies on her defense. She's probably a solid 90. Although he didn't consider sleeping with a salesperson when buying the car, if she's offering herself willingly, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Not proactive, not refusing. That's his current standard of behavior. Of course, if it were in the past, he would add one more rule: not taking responsibility. Being a complete scumbag. But now that he has this opportunity, there's no need to be so scummy. It's okay to take some responsibility as appropriate. You've given me such a big order, it's only right for me to treat you to a meal. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "By the way, my name is Yu Xiaoqian. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiaoqian. You can contact me through WeChat if there are any issues with the car in the future." "Okay, you choose the place for the weekend," Suyu nodded and didn't say much. He got into the car and drove away. Yu Xiaoqian watched the black G car leave, her eyes filled with excitement, and she couldn't help but clench her fist. "Oh, Xiaoyu, did you make a deal?" At this moment, Wang Zong with a bald head happened to pass by with Zhao Xinhuan, who had just finished inspecting the car. He couldn't help but sarcastically say when he saw the excited Yu Xiaoqian. When they were in the store, Suyu was the customer, the god. She wouldn't dare to do anything. But there weren't so many concerns between colleagues, and their relationship with Yu Xiaoqian wasn't that good anyway. Although Yu Xiaoqian was more beautiful than her, she didn't lack principles like her. So her performance has always been inferior to hers. Even if there were conflicts between them, the store manager would probably support her, Zhao Xinhuan. "Oh, it's a deal." The customer has already driven away. Yu Xiaoqian glanced at Zhao Xinhuan with a strange expression. Although she didn't ask what the situation was between Suyu and Zhao Xinhuan, she could probably guess a little. It was nothing more than Suyu probably didn't have that much money before. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Zhao Xinhuan, could this woman without any bottom line let a wealthy person who could buy a G car in full payment without even blinking an eye slip away? So fast? Zhao Xinhuan's expression froze. As an industry insider, she naturally couldn't be unaware that someone could take the car and leave so quickly, which meant they paid in full. Thinking of this, she hurriedly asked, which model did he buy? C-Class? Or A-Class? If it was just an entry-level model like this, although it would cost 200 to 300,000, she could still accept it. C-Class? A-Class? Yu Xiaoyu flipped through her phone album, opened a picture, and showed it to Zhao Xinhuan. It's a G car. 258,000 yuan, paid in full, from entering the store to leaving with the car, it only took an hour. Zhao Jia, your friend is really rich. She said playfully, blinked her eyes, and walked slowly into the store with her high heels, humming a song along the way. Obviously, she was in a very good mood. Zhao Xinhuan, on the other hand, was petrified on the spot. The image of the car and the youthful Suyu beside it kept replaying in her mind. On the road, Suyu, who was driving, didn't go home immediately. Instead, after having a simple dinner somewhere, he drove to the outskirts of the city and finally stopped outside an abandoned industrial park. The reason he was in such a hurry to pick up the car today was not only because he was really rich now. There was another reason, which was that he had contacted Master Sun he met at the gold shop that day on the way to buy the car. They had agreed to try to trade 100 kilograms of gold with each other tomorrow night. The agreed location was in this suburb. Whether it was to guard against each other or because this place was remote and convenient for transportation, having a means of transportation was necessary. And the main reason he came here now was to scout the area in advance. He parked the car by the side of the road near an inconspicuous grove, touched the S-79 electromagnetic pistol he got from Froststar at his waist, and glanced at the K-10 combat suit he was wearing. He suddenly felt a sense of security. He walked towards the industrial park in the dark. This industrial park was probably a product of the last century. It was closed down more than 10 years ago due to excessive pollution. Inside, there were overgrown weeds and dilapidated factories. In the darkness, it gave people a creepy feeling, making Suyu feel like he was playing Resident Evil. He was afraid that a zombie would jump out from some corner and take a bite out of him. But fortunately, reality is not a game, and zombies are naturally impossible to exist. After walking around the industrial park with trepidation, he roughly figured out the terrain and layout of the factory here. At the same time, he also confirmed that this is not some gang stronghold from a gangster movie. There is not even a ghost inside. The overgrown weeds in the factory area only remind Suyu that there might occasionally be people coming here, probably nearby villagers or something. After confirming that it would be difficult to set up any traps or ambushes here, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, it seems that the location chosen by Master Sun should not have any tricks. But this is actually a good place. Suyu stood on a high point in the industrial park, overlooking the terrain, unable to help but sigh. On one side, it is backed by mountains, and on the other side, it is by the sea. On the mountain side, there is only one cement road that can enter, enough for normal household cars and buses to come and go. On the seaside, there is a dock, not large, but it should be enough for loading and unloading cargo of 1,000-ton class freighters. In the past, the goods in the industrial park should have been transported by water, greatly saving transportation costs. The cement road on the other side of the mountain should be for employees to enter and exit. Starting from here, driving to the Magic City, it would probably take just over half an hour to enter the city. In the past, when transportation was not so developed, the fact that the park's goods could be transported by water nearby was a unique advantage of this industrial park. However, for now, it is somewhat redundant. After all, transportation is now developed, and the cost of transporting goods to domestic destinations by land is not high. For goods destined for foreign countries, they can be directly shipped in containers from several major ports in the Magic City, which is even more efficient. In addition, this place is remote. Although it is considered suburban, it takes only half an hour to commute by car. But there is no public transportation nearby. You can't expect every employee to have a car, right? So, apart from pollution, this is probably the biggest reason why no one wants to take over after this place was closed. The advantages of the past have become shortcomings now. Times have changed. Suyu shook his head and prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. What if he took over this place? Once this thought appeared, an uncontrollable madness began to grow. He couldn't rely on selling gold to make a living forever. Obtaining technology from Frost Star and then replicating these cutting-edge technologies in Blue Star is the real way to make a fortune. And to replicate these technologies, he needs employees, a company, and factories. Let's not talk about employees for now. Just talking about the location of the company and the factory, this place is undoubtedly very suitable. It is backed by mountains on one side and faces the sea on the other. There must be at least tens of thousands of acres of usable land in the middle. What's more important is that this place is sufficiently concealed. According to the division of land, this industrial park belongs to a nearby small seaside village, and the actual location of the village is 3 or 4 kilometers away from the sea, so under normal circumstances, villagers rarely come here. Choosing to tinker with those black technologies here, at least there is no need to worry about too many people or leaking information. Besides the sea, there is only one road that can enter from the mountains. There is no need to worry about being infiltrated by people with ulterior motives. Coupled with convenient water transportation, although it cannot be used for import and export, there is no problem using it to purchase large quantities of food. When the company and factories are completed, he can directly purchase a large amount of food under the pretext of research. As for how to explain the whereabouts of the food after it is delivered, there are many ways to do it. In short, this abandoned industrial park, which is no different from accumulation for other companies and manufacturers, is undoubtedly a treasure in Suyu's eyes. If the transaction goes smoothly tomorrow, I can try to acquire this piece of land. Suyu already had a rough plan in mind. After taking a stroll around the industrial park, he left in his car. However, during that time, he did test-fire the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. Although this thing had strong power, it was actually not as quiet as a regular handgun, and it was not afraid of being heard in such a remote corner. It was truly a piece of advanced technology from the world where Frost Star is located. This electromagnetic pistol was even more impressive than he had imagined. It had an effective range of 1,800 meters, and within 1,000 meters, there was no need to consider factors such as wind direction or bullet drop. It could hit wherever he aimed. The bullet muzzle velocity even reached a terrifying 6 times the speed of sound. With such data, even those high-precision sniper rifles nowadays would be outperformed. In addition, the small thing even had an auxiliary aiming module. Suyu, who had never touched a gun before, could hit 100 shots within 200 to 300 meters. He had no worries about his marksmanship failing at critical moments. The next day, at noon, Suyu was awakened by the sound of the phone. He had returned home after 3 in the morning yesterday, so he slept until noon. The sudden phone call was just a reminder for Suyu that the 10 tons of fruits and vegetables he ordered directly from the source through the internet had been transported by cold chain and were about to arrive in the city. They would probably be delivered to his designated warehouse in the afternoon, so he was reminded to go and receive them in time. Although fruits and vegetables were more expensive than grains, they were not as sensitive as grains, which involved ensuring people's livelihoods. He didn't need to be cautious when purchasing them. If he bought a large amount of grain at once, people would suspect why he was hoarding so much grain. After all, the price of grain in the country was relatively stable, and there was no profit in hoarding so much for no reason. But if he bought a large amount of fruits and vegetables at once, even if the relevant departments noticed, they probably wouldn't think too much about it. Because if there was a channel to sell fruits and vegetables, it could indeed be profitable, and there were many people in this business. If you have a motive to do something, others won't suspect anything. It's when you do something that doesn't show any motive that people will start to suspect what you're up to. So, fruits and vegetables, even 10 tons, 100 tons, or 1,000 tons, were not a problem. If necessary, he could even directly buy a few fruit orchards or vegetable gardens from the source. As for the 10 tons of beef, Suyu also found a source. Instead of going to a slaughterhouse for freshly slaughtered meat, he contacted a frozen warehouse in the city and purchased 10 tons. The goods were temporarily stored there, and when needed, he could simply rent a refrigerated truck to transport them. Don't ask why he didn't buy freshly slaughtered meat and bought frozen instead. The answer is that it's cheaper. After lying in bed for a while, Suyu saw that it was already past noon, so he reluctantly got up from bed after a simple wash. He went downstairs and found a restaurant to have a meal. This was the busiest time for the restaurant, and Suyu looked around but couldn't find an available table. Just as he was about to go to another restaurant, he suddenly noticed a vacant table in the corner, but it was already taken by someone else. And that person happened to be Lee Yueshi, who had crossed paths with him a few days ago. Suyu immediately turned his head and sat down across from her, smiling at Lee Yueshi, who was looking at him in surprise. What a coincidence! It's not really a coincidence. I used to see you here on weekends too. Lee Yueshi listened attentively and answered seriously. Suyu, on the other hand, was not too surprised by Lee Yueshi's response. The food at this restaurant nearby suited his taste, and he had frequented it before. What surprised him was that he hadn't noticed Lee Yueshi, this little beauty, but she had noticed him instead. Are you studying nearby? Suyu glanced at Lee Yueshi. This young girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, but after interacting with her, he estimated that she was in her early 20s, just looking younger. Yes, I'm a third-year student this year, Lee Yueshi obediently replied. Compared to her stuttering and introverted behavior when they first met, she was now able to have a conversation with Suyu. However, her serious demeanor indicated that she was still nervous and not accustomed to talking to strangers. Was there a reason why you were riding your bike so far alone that night? To avoid making the atmosphere too awkward, Suyu changed the topic casually. I was working part-time at a pet shop over there, Lee Yueshi answered, and after a moment of thought, she asked Suyu, what about you? Do you work nearby? Me? I'm unemployed, Suyu shrugged and smiled. Lee Yueshi was taken aback, then lowered her head and muttered somewhat dissatisfied, you're lying. Suyu smiled without explaining and took out his phone to scan the QR code on the table and ordered a few dishes. We've met so many times, it can be considered fate. Let me treat you to a meal. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Treat me to a meal? Lee Yueshi looked at him in surprise, then became cautious and asked, why? If I want to treat you, then let me. Why would I need a reason for a meal? Suyu shrugged. Cute and obedient little girls should always receive more kindness. Besides, the cost of this small restaurant wasn't high, and ordering a few more dishes wouldn't cost much. It was just a casual gesture. Consider it a reward for saving me a seat. I didn't save you a seat, I wanted to eat by myself. Lee Yueshi's head was spinning like a whirligig. The result is the same. Under Suyu's sweet words, Lee Yueshi was persuaded and accepted his invitation. Soon, several delicious dishes were served. Suyu asked absent-mindedly while eating, by the way, what are you studying now? Law. Lee Yueshi took a small bite of food and answered after swallowing. Law? Suyu's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, do you know about commercial law? I have a basic understanding, I remember most of the regulations. Lee Yueshi glanced at Suyu. Do you have a question? Smart. Suyu praised and then asked about the problem that had been bothering him these days. It was about how to register a company, how to register a factory, and so on. There were many legal regulations, and different companies or factories required different procedures and documents. If Suyu tried to figure it out himself without consulting a professional, he wouldn't know how long it would take. He had actually planned to find a law firm to ask for help. But since he had encountered a law student, he didn't have to go far. As it turned out, Lee Yueshi's modest claim of having a basic understanding was true. She was able to recite various legal provisions and precautions effortlessly, leaving Suyu, an outsider, confused. Lee Yueshi seemed to realize that what she was saying was too complicated and that Suyu probably couldn't understand. So she changed the topic and said, I know a professor who runs a law firm. They mainly handle commercial disputes and business matters. They should be more professional than me. If you are interested in registering a company or a factory, I can help you inquire about the approximate cost entrusted to them. When talking about her area of expertise, the originally introverted and silent little girl seemed to open up. Entrusting it to a professional law firm is indeed feasible. Suyu nodded in agreement. I do have such intentions, but let's talk about it later. It's not something that can be done overnight. Li Yuanqi also nodded in agreement without asking further. The meal was quickly finished, and Suyu got up to pay. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Li Yuanqi, he found that someone had taken his seat while he was paying, and was currently talking to Li Yuanqi. Li Yuanqi had a stern face and didn't look at the man speaking. I've said a few words to you, and you're not happy. You even ran away from home? Hide? Where can you hide? Can you escape? All you do is read those useless books every day. What's the point? You're studying law, do you want to be a lawyer? Hurry up and pack your things and get out of here. Suyu approached and heard the impolite words coming from the blonde non-mainstream man's mouth. It sounded like Li Yuanqi's family? He immediately stopped in his tracks. Although this guy's tone of speech seemed like he deserved a beating, it was still someone else's family matter, and he couldn't interfere too much. It was just a pity that the girl seemed nice, but her family didn't seem harmonious. What? Not talking? Are you mute? You money waster, what's the use of reading so many books? How much money have you wasted every year? The blonde guy didn't care that many people around had already been attracted by the commotion and pointed at Li Yuanqi's nose, saying unpleasant things. Originally, Suyu was planning to mind his own business and leave. After all, no one had laid a hand on anyone, at most it was just a family dispute. If he were to intervene, it wouldn't even count as being a good Samaritan, at most it would end up in a fight. But now, actually, upon careful consideration, he didn't seem to be as afraid of trouble as before. One reason was that he wasn't short of money and had plenty of time to spare. Another reason was that he was wearing a combat suit, so if there was a fight, he would be the one fighting others. It was impossible for him to lose. He wasn't afraid of encountering any crazy people who were hot-blooded and would come at him with a knife. Who are you? The blonde guy turned his head and sized up Suyu, impatiently asking. It doesn't matter who I am, this is my seat, move. Suyu's expression was calm, showing no signs of backing down. Seeing the tension between the two, it seemed like they were about to start fighting. The restaurant owner, who had disappeared for some reason, timely appeared, gentle. Onlookers, bursts of mocking laughter erupted, clearly mocking Huang Mao for bullying a young girl because he was afraid of confrontation. Huang Mao's face turned red and then pale, but he could only grit his teeth and pick up his phone to quickly catch up with them. He took a few pictures of them, then sent them to a WeChat account named Old Man, along with a voice message. Dad, I can't handle this troublemaker anymore. You deal with it yourself. Everyone knows she's been seeing other men. His appearance was just like an elementary school student who had been wronged and went home to complain. After sending the message, he still couldn't let go of his anger and muttered to himself as he walked, that guy actually dared to. When Huang Mao was halfway through his sentence, he reached the entrance and happened to see Suyu leading Li Yuanqi into a black SUV outside. He stood there in disbelief, his face showing an expression of astonishment. It wasn't until he heard the notification sound of his WeChat message that he snapped back to reality and quickly clicked on the voice message. Seeing other men? This troublemaker. I told her not to study and get married, but she didn't listen. She secretly went to the big city to study, and now she's secretly seeing other men? What's the situation with that guy? Tell him to get lost, or I'll go break his legs. That guy. Huang Mao looked at the slowly departing SUV in the parking lot, quickly took a few more pictures with his phone, and sent them over with excitement. Dad, this guy is rich. He's driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Got millions. This loss is a big deal on the list. Thank you, I caused you trouble. In the car, Li Yuanqi muttered with her head down. It's just a small favor, no trouble at all. Suyu shook his head and asked curiously, is that person really your brother? Well, sort of. Li Yuanqi fell silent for a while and briefly explained her family situation to Suyu. Basically, her father passed away early, and her mother remarried, with the stepfather being the guy with the yellow hair from earlier. When her mother was still alive, although she didn't have a good life at home, at least the guy with the yellow hair and his father didn't dare to bully her. But unfortunately, in her senior year of high school, her mother also passed away due to an accident. Since then, Lee Yueshi has been treated like a guest in her own home. Despite achieving excellent results in the college entrance examination, the guy with the yellow hair and her stepfather refused to support her education and even said they wanted to find a wealthy man for her to marry. After all, with Lee Yueshi's appearance, in the current society, they were afraid they wouldn't receive a large dowry if she didn't marry a wealthy man. However, Lee Yueshi didn't resign herself to fate. She took the money her mother secretly left for her and went to the big city. She worked and studied at the same time. It has been almost 3 years now. But she didn't know how the guy with the yellow hair found her again. After listening, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Misfortune always befalls the unfortunate. It's a bit tragic. He didn't continue on this topic and instead asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." Although Lee Yueshi seemed quite strong, it was better not to mention such sensitive topics. Lee Yueshi looked up at him for a while, then took a deep breath and said, "Then please take me to school, I have classes in the afternoon." Suyu nodded and focused on driving. After a while, they arrived at the Magic City University where Lee Yueshi studied. "Leave me your contact information. If that guy comes looking for you again, send me a message." Suyu took out his phone and opened the QR code. Lee Yueshi, who was about to leave, fell silent for a moment, then took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and added Suyu's WeChat. Just as Suyu thought she was about to leave, he didn't expect Lee Yueshi to suddenly look at him and say, "Are you trying to keep me?" "Suyu." "Well, you have to admit, it's true." To be honest, he wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. Previously, he didn't even have Lee Yueshi's contact information, at most they were just acquaintances, not even close friends. According to his personality, if it were a less attractive girl than Lee Yueshi, he would probably choose to mind his own business and not get involved with that guy with the yellow hair, avoiding unnecessary trouble. In the end, it was because Lee Yueshi was beautiful. He was attracted to her. Of course, Suyu didn't have the intention of expecting anything in return for helping her with such a small favor. If it worked out, great, if not, then so be it. That was his purpose in doing these things. Whether it's keeping or not, if it really happened, he wouldn't let Lee Yueshi work and study at the same time, living a difficult life. If you had to say, it could be considered keeping? Ahem. Suyu coughed lightly and asked in surprise, "Why would you say that? Aren't you rich? People all fond of keeping female college students?" Lee Yueshi glanced at the steering wheel. Although she didn't know much about cars, she recognized the Mercedes logo. Judging from the comfort and interior quality of the car, it was definitely not cheap. "Well, not all rich people are like that, and I'm not even considered a rich person." Suyu whispered, trying to defend himself, then waved his hand and said, "All right, let's go to school. We'll talk about the future later." Anyway, he's not in a hurry at the moment. His first goal now is to make money and develop black technology using the time-space trading platform. Picking up girls is just something he does on the side. Lee Yueshi glanced at him and then got off the car. Without denying it, that must be what he meant, right? Lee Yueshi watched as the big G slowly drove away, her eyes filled with complexity. It wasn't until Suyu's car slowly merged into the traffic and disappeared from sight that she turned and walked into the campus. Let's first ask Professor Zhang about starting a company for him. No matter what their intentions were, she had genuinely helped her. Helping Suyu complete the tasks she had entrusted her with could be considered a small repayment. But that was all. If Huang Mao continued to cause trouble for her in the future and she didn't want to be dragged back to her hometown, she would probably have to ask Suyu for help. She owed too many favors, and besides herself, she didn't have much else to offer in return. Although Suyu said they would talk about future matters later, Lee Yueshi felt that the next time Huang Mao came looking for her, it would be the time for her to make a choice. Would Huang Mao let her go? Obviously not. She knew very well what kind of people the father and son were. They were only thinking about finding someone for her to marry and earning a hefty dowry. Although she studied law, precisely because she understood the law, she knew that it was difficult for the law to intervene in family disputes like this. After all, her household registration was still linked to theirs, and before her mother passed away, her stepfather did contribute some money for her education and living expenses. Legally speaking, she had an obligation to support her stepfather. The father and son really wanted her to marry a wealthy man and earn a dowry, and they didn't even need to use force. As long as they caused trouble for her at school or work, they could disrupt her life and make her submit. As long as they didn't harm anyone, the police couldn't do much to them, at most a few days of detention. She had seen countless similar cases, and besides Suyu's slightly intimidating approach, she couldn't think of a better way to handle it. And among the people she knew, Suyu was the only one capable and willing to do so. As for Suyu's impure motives, she could understand that as well. After all, why would someone help her without any ulterior motives? Sigh. She let out a sigh. The already introverted girl became even more withdrawn. On the other side, Suyu slowly drove out of the city. After more than half an hour, he arrived at a warehouse in the suburbs. After waiting for a while, the ordered vegetables and fruits, 10 tons each, were delivered to the warehouse. Along with them came 10 tons of beef. After confirming the weight, he transferred the final payment and had the goods stored in the warehouse. When everything was arranged and he was the only one left in the warehouse, it was already a little past 4 in the afternoon. The agreed time to trade the gold with Sun Shifu was 9 o'clock tonight, so he still had some time. Suyu simply stored the items in his inventory and then disappeared into the trading platform. Compared to the previous 2 times, Suyu was much calmer when entering this place for the 3rd time. He sent a message to Frost Star and received a reply of "wait a moment." After that, he entered the familiar conference room from his private space. He waited for over half an hour, and just as he was about to send another message out of impatience, Frost Star finally arrived. It was clear that she had been busy earlier. When she entered the conference room, she didn't even take off her powered armor helmet, and there were even bloodstains on her silver-white armor. From 10 meters away, Suyu could even smell the scent of blood on her. "Sorry, I had something urgent to deal with, that's why I'm late." Once seated, Frost Star casually tapped her helmet. The cool-looking helmet retracted into the power armor with a mechanical sound, revealing her head full of white hair. "Did you just finish a battle?" Suyu glanced at the bloodstains on her body. "Yeah, just wiped out a group of mutant beasts that were lurking in a pre-war shelter," Frost Star said excitedly. "Ah, it's been a while since I had such a satisfying fight. You don't know, those terrifying fear lizards, they're 3 to 4 meters tall even when crawling on the ground. They're one of the most terrifying mutated creatures in the wasteland. Ordinary tanks can't do anything to them. I just chopped off its head with one move." "Impressive." Suyu's eyes twitched, finding it difficult to imagine such a scene. He secretly thought that the wasteland world was indeed dangerous, to think that there were monsters like that. But thinking about it, he asked, "By the way, what is your identity over there? This power armor is extraordinary, right?" "Me?" Frost Star said proudly, "I'm the commander of the 7th Corps of Future City, a 1-star Major General. You can also call me General Frost. As for this power armor, it is a product of the prosperous era before the war. Our future city has the most advanced technology in the entire wasteland and can also produce power armor. However, the power armor we produce is far inferior to those produced before the war. In terms of overall combat power, the power armor produced by Future City is roughly equivalent to a 6th-generation tank, while mine, if we don't consider ammunition consumption, can probably take on 100 of them. To put it more simply, when I wear it, I can tear open a 1-meter-thick nuclear shelter door with my bare hands." "Suyu. This is a bit too much. Iron Man isn't that awesome, right? And it sounds like the power armor that Frost Star despised from Future City, which can be mass-produced, is also very powerful. It's equivalent to a 6th-generation tank in terms of combat power. You should know that the most advanced tank on Blue Star is only the 4th generation. It's not known when tanks will develop to the 6th generation. If I get a batch of these things, wouldn't I immediately become the king of land warfare?" Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked Frost Star if it was possible for her to get him a batch. However, Frost Star helplessly spread her hands and said, "Give up." Although future city can produce them, due to a lack of industrial categories, some key components still have to be obtained from the wasteland through recycling. So every set of power armor has a serial number. It's impossible to get them in batches. Even if I only get 1 or 2 sets, I still have to figure out a way. The company that produces power armor has a bad relationship with my family. My family. Suyu glanced at Froststar without changing his expression. No wonder she became a general at such a young age. She probably comes from some big family. But seeing the power armor on her, Suyu couldn't help but wonder, wait a minute, if it's so difficult to obtain, why did you say before that you would sell me this set of power armor for 10,000 tons of food? Don't you want it anymore? It's different, Froststar shook her head. The company that produces power armor has a bad relationship with my family, but these pre-war power armors have nothing to do with them either. My family took over a strategic reserve warehouse from the prosperous era a long time ago. There are still hundreds of sets of this kind of power armor inside. I'll give you 1 set and then go get another one. Suyu. Okay, it's too troublesome to communicate with a rich person. He then opened his personal panel and completed the prepared transaction with Froststar. This is the payment for that gun, money and goods settled. Froststar looked at the extra 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and beef on the panel, her eyes brightened, revealing a greedy expression. But then, as if remembering something, she quickly said, "Oh, by the way, when I was cleaning the shelter earlier, I found something interesting inside. You'll definitely be interested." With that, she tapped on her personal panel. A black cube, about 4 or 5 meters high and 10 meters long, suddenly appeared in the conference room, like a wall. Froststar stood up and patted the thing, smiling at Suyu. "Have you heard of a black box?" Suyu shook his head. "You know about 3D printers, right?" Seeing him nod, Froststar continued, "This thing is similar to a 3D printer in terms of its basic function, but it's much more powerful. It was specifically produced by the top researchers of the Prosperity era, who anticipated the post-war wasteland era, to help humanity rebuild the world. Each black box can only produce one type of product. For example, the one in front of you produces heavy exoskeletons. The operation is simple. You just dump all the materials you need into the input port. If the recipe calls for carbon, you throw in charcoal. If it requires iron, you throw in iron ingots or iron ore. Basically, you just throw in the materials and wait for the finished product to come out on the other end. It's idiot-proof, even a gorilla can use it and say it's good. It operates at full capacity and can produce about 500 sets of heavy exoskeletons in a day. When soldiers wear these exoskeletons, they can move at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a load of 1 ton. Powered armor is too expensive and not everyone can afford it. Even during the Prosperity era before the war, the basic soldiers in the military usually wore these exoskeletons for combat. Isn't that amazing? Suyu looked at the thing, his eyes shining. Damn, if he bought this, he could become an arms dealer right where he stood. No need to worry about making money anymore. Blue Star also had exoskeletons, but they were just better than nothing. Compared to these heavy exoskeletons, they were far inferior. However, even in his excitement, he hadn't completely lost his rationality. Instead, he asked, according to the law of conservation of mass, this thing must consume a lot of energy, right? What powers it? It has a small 4th-generation nuclear fusion reactor built inside. The helium-3 stored in the reactor is enough to power it at full capacity for 5 years. By my calculations, it can produce nearly 1 million sets of heavy exoskeletons. Froststar shrugged. After all, this thing was specifically designed for the wasteland world, with the aim of allowing people to produce things using only the most basic raw materials. Most of the concerns you have are already within the scope of its designer's considerations. If we have to talk about a problem, it would probably be that after 5 years, if you can't get high-purity helium-3, the reactor will probably shut down and become unusable. Suyu nodded and pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "So, are you planning to sell it to me?" "Of course, why else would I tell you all this?" Froststar looked at him strangely. "Since you said heavy exoskeletons were the main force of your pre-war military, I assume you're also lacking them, right? Suyu asked curiously. Of course we are, but does that conflict with whether I sell it or not? Frost Star sneered. Future City has regulations that require all spoils obtained during the process of cleaning shelters to be turned in. I happened to find this thing and stored it in my platform's inventory. No one else knows about it. If I take it back and use it myself, it will be confiscated if someone finds out. And I won't gain anything from it. So why not just sell it to you? Besides, I have powered armor and don't need this thing. Suyu. Well, that reason makes sense. Compared to turning it into Future City and not gaining anything, it's indeed better to sell it to Frost Star. So, what price are you thinking of selling it for? 100 tons of fruits, vegetables, and beef, and 500 tons of grain. Frost Star shrugged and stated their conditions. Is that all? Suyu was taken aback. Not expensive, but cheap. Too cheap. You should know that yesterday, that little pistol was worth 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and beef. Even a fool knows that this black box is worth much more than that broken pistol. Is this the result? He wondered if Frost Star had some problem with their head. But then he thought, isn't it good that they are selling it cheap? He immediately shut his mouth and agreed to the deal. After both parties agreed and signed the contract, so you could take the goods and pay the full amount within the agreed time. Looking at the treasure in front of him, Suyu felt like he was dreaming. What a profit! However, while Suyu was immersed in the joy of making a profit, Frost Star, who had just finished signing the contract on the other side, also showed a relieved smile and said happily, "Let's be happy for a while, now we can talk about another collaboration." Another collaboration? Suyu was surprised. What else do you have? Of course I do. Frost Star suddenly produced a palm-sized black rectangular object and casually threw it on the table in front of Suyu. Metal hydrogen battery, the power module for mechanical exoskeletons. With this battery, a heavy exoskeleton can run continuously for 3,000 kilometers under full load, carrying a ton of weight. The energy contained in this battery is approximately 900 times that of the same volume of gasoline. Suyu was stunned for a while after hearing this, then stiffly turned his head to look at the huge black box beside him. So, this thing only produces exoskeletons and not batteries? Without a doubt, the energy consumption of this thing was astronomical. In reality, although there were also significant material and design problems in creating such exoskeletons, they could be overcome with time and effort. The biggest problem was energy. It was extremely difficult to find an energy source that could drive such a big baby for a long time. Blue Star's lithium-ion batteries had an energy density only a fraction of gasoline's, and even carrying a 10-liter battery on one's back wouldn't be enough for this heavy exoskeleton to last a few rounds. Moreover, if this thing were to be used on the battlefield and someone shot the battery, with the instability of lithium batteries, it would probably explode. As for using gasoline, that was even more ridiculous. Why carry a large fuel tank into battle when you could just drive a vehicle? This black box only produces exoskeletons, but there is also a black box next to it that specifically produces batteries. Unfortunately, that one is broken. Frost Star spread their hands and said cunningly, but even if it wasn't broken, I wouldn't sell it to you. My family is the largest battery supplier in Future City, and that thing is very useful to me. If you want batteries, you can directly buy them from me. Price? Suyu sat back in his seat expressionlessly. Damn, this woman really isn't a good person. He had underestimated her ability to do business. Now it seemed that she was too talented to be just a corps commander. Previously, food was a necessity for her, and the things she could offer, except for the first time with the gold, the second time with the combat suit and gun, were actually the best for Suyu, and he didn't really care if he didn't have them. As a result, Suyu was always in a strong position when bargaining. She had no room for negotiation. But Frost Star, without knowing what Suyu's real needs were, simply created a need for him. It was like selling the technology to build an airplane to Suyu at a low price, but not selling him the technology to refine aviation fuel. You can build an airplane, but without fuel, it can't fly. In the future, if Suyu wants batteries for the exoskeletons he builds, he will have to buy them from her. In this way, Suyu has control over the grain needed by Frost Star, while Frost Star has control over the batteries needed by Suyu. Both sides have something that constrains each other, so no one can raise prices. 1 ton of rice, 3 fully charged batteries. Frost Star deliberated for a moment and then quoted a number. After the overly cautious experience of the first gold quote, when Suyu heard the price she quoted, without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and said, 1 ton of rice for 200 batteries, and they must be fully charged. Deal. Frost Star happily signed the contract in front of her. Suyu. 1 ton of cheap rice is only 2 or 3,000, and if exchanged for 200 metal hydrogen batteries, on average, each battery would only be about 10 yuan. Compared to the terrifying energy density of metal hydrogen batteries, the profit here is unimaginable. After all, if you can get a large number of batteries, it's not just for exoskeletons, there are too many places they can be used, like those thriving new energy vehicle companies. The current new energy vehicles have hundreds of kilograms of solar panels, but their range is only a few hundred kilometers? Come, let me change your battery, a few kilograms in weight, and after the change, the range will directly soar to 10,000 kilometers. 31,000 for a battery, do you want to buy it? This is almost a question that doesn't even need to be asked. Those vehicle companies would trample over each other to get their hands on them. However, looking at Frost Star's triumphant appearance, Suyu's heart felt uneasy. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The main component of metal hydrogen batteries is hydrogen, which is the most abundant thing no matter which planet you're on, and as long as the technology is in place, it's worthless. The future city, which inherited some of the pre-war technology, certainly doesn't lack the relevant technology. And on Blue Star, where electricity is not cheap, it is quite expensive to fully charge such a large capacity battery. But in the wasteland world, there is a small fusion reactor in any random black box, and electricity is probably the cheapest thing there. Just like the last gold transaction. Clearly, they had already made a lot of money, but seeing her so pleased with herself, Suyu couldn't help but feel that something was off, as if he had lost out big time. But what's said is said, there is naturally no room for regret. He immediately signed the contract as well. The contract stipulated that for the next 5 years, they would trade food for batteries once a week, and the amount of the trade would depend on the situation. As for 5 years later, they could renew the contract if there was a need. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief as he left the trading platform. The fruits, vegetables, and beef in his inventory were gone, but he now had a black box and 2,000 metal hydrogen batteries. If the things he traded with Frost Star before could make him earn some money and provide some self-defense, then this black box and metal hydrogen batteries were truly futuristic technologies that could change the world. A heavy exoskeleton capable of carrying 1 ton and sprinting at a speed of 100 km per hour would undoubtedly rewrite the war mode of Blue Star. Even the crown of the king of tank warfare would be challenged. And the metal hydrogen batteries with an energy density 900 times that of gasoline would trigger an unprecedented energy revolution. The entire energy industry of Blue Star would be shaken. Seeing that there was still time, Suyu didn't rush to go to the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs, but instead took a stroll around this logistics center. He spent a lot of money to purchase some rare metals and steel in a warehouse of a metal smelting company. These things could also be considered strategic resources, and it's not easy to buy them in large quantities, but it's not difficult to get a small amount as long as he was willing to spend money. In less than an hour, he had collected all the materials needed to build 3 heavy exoskeletons. Take the black box out and place it in the warehouse. After pressing the power button, the originally square black box instantly deformed in place, transforming into a small black house with an area of about 100 square meters. Fortunately, the warehouse was large enough to accommodate the small house. Suyu threw all the prepared materials into the input port and silently waited at the output port. After about 3 minutes, a heavy mechanical exoskeleton was sent out from the output port. It was truly foolproof to operate. To be honest, as long as a chimpanzee was taught to recognize the materials, even it could operate this thing. Suyu reached out and touched the armor of the heavy exoskeleton, and could even feel the residual heat on it. This exoskeleton was equipped with high-power motors in all its joints, and its main structure consisted of several titanium alloy frames. If you didn't look at the external armor, it was actually not much different from those crude exoskeletons on Blue Star. But with that layer of heavy alloy armor, it was pure black technology. The armor was probably only about 1 or 2 centimeters thick, with no other special features, just hard. According to Frost Star, this thing could withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun, and even an anti-material sniper rifle couldn't penetrate it. Wearing it was safer than hiding in an armored vehicle. As for what material the armor was made of, Suyu didn't know. Not to mention him, even all the material scientists on Blue Star probably wouldn't understand it. In short, it was awesome. Besides its amazing protective ability, the heavy exoskeleton itself didn't carry any weapons, but its compatibility and modification space were extremely strong. There were many places where weapons could be mounted, so why not attach a heavy machine gun to it? The current 4th generation tank cost millions, and even a regular armored vehicle cost several million. He could sell this thing for 500,000 each, which wasn't excessive, right? As for the cost, the materials he just bought cost less than 20,000 yuan, enough to make 3 sets. Calculating it, the cost of one set was only 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. And that was because of the special material traded privately, with a large premium. If he could purchase in bulk, he could compress the cost of one exoskeleton to less than 3,000 yuan. Costing 3,000 and selling for 500,000. Wasn't that a crazy profit? Suyu suppressed his excitement and awkwardly tried on the exoskeleton. This thing was even easier to use than he had imagined. In just a few minutes, he could walk briskly in the warehouse while wearing the exoskeleton. That 50 kilograms of gold ingots that he had to exert a lot of effort to lift before, now, with the assistance of the exoskeleton, felt as light as a feather in his hand. Even an ordinary person could become a superhero just by putting on this thing. It truly lived up to the pre-war black technology of Frost Star's world. Taking off the exoskeleton, Suyu looked at the time. It was already a little past 8 in the evening, less than an hour away from the agreed trading time. Immediately, he retrieved the black box and the 3 exoskeletons he had made from the item bar of the trading platform. Then he closed the warehouse door and drove to his destination. The warehouse was only about 20 kilometers away from the abandoned industrial park by the seaside, a journey of less than half an hour by car. Suyu quickly approached the place. However, this time he didn't drive the car directly in, but found a hidden grove in a mountain hollow and parked the car there, covering it with branches. One must always be cautious. There was only one road into the park, and if he drove in, he would definitely be discovered in advance. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to sneak in secretly. Of course, if something unexpected happened, he wasn't afraid at all. With the absolute defense of the K-10 combat suit and the powerful S-79 electromagnetic pistol, he was well prepared. He was almost invincible. Even if the opponent was really powerful, he couldn't beat him. Wouldn't he still have an exoskeleton? He could take it out directly from his inventory and put it on, even in a gun-restricted country. Even in the presence of Yen Zhang, who had gunfights every day, his equipment was invincible as long as he didn't confront the military head-on. Under the cover of darkness, Suyu quickly and silently entered the abandoned industrial park. After searching around, he found 4 or 5 speedboats on the dock in the industrial park. Obviously, he was not the only one who came from Master Sun's side. Suyu, who was already cautious, became even more vigilant. However, he did not retreat, and quickly found the agreed-upon factory based on the route he had noted during his reconnaissance last night. Suyu looked around, made sure there was no one, and then took out a suitcase from his inventory that was filled with 100 kilograms of gold. It was not easy to pick up this thing without wearing an exoskeleton. Suyu exerted all his strength and barely managed to move it for more than 10 meters, walking into the factory. It turned out that it was nonsense to say that one couldn't carry hundreds of kilograms of cement but could easily carry 200 kilograms of gold. Panting heavily, he looked at the dark factory and put the box on the ground, preparing to take out his phone to make a call. A hard object suddenly pressed against the back of his head. "Don't move!" A hoarse voice came from behind. Suyu squinted his eyes and said lightly, is this a case of thieves falling out? No, it's just necessary security measures, the hoarse voice said. Then Suyu felt someone searching him. Fortunately, his gun was in his inventory, and he didn't have any weapons on him. After searching for a while, the person only took away his phone. After the transaction is completed, your phone will be returned to you. This is for safety and confidentiality. I hope you understand. Necessary taxes, and turning it into gold extracted from the mine. It could be said to be extremely safe, but the price was lower at 300 yuan per gram. The price for a private account was higher at 330 yuan per gram, but it involved more risk in smuggling. If anything went wrong, there would be no return on investment. Suyu had already made up his mind and didn't need to consider it now. Let's use a public account. For 100 kilograms of gold, using a public account will be 30 million yuan. It will be directly transferred to your previous account before 10 o'clock. There are no issues with this money, you can spend it as you please. Shiyu seemed to have guessed his choice and spoke with an unruffled tone. Suyu nodded and glanced at the time. It was a little past 9:30. He didn't get up, but just sat there. Suyu also didn't get up. After all, the money hadn't arrived yet, so she couldn't leave now. The small room was quiet for a while, except for the occasional sound of Master Sun inspecting the gold. There was only the sound of breathing. Suyu didn't like this atmosphere very much and casually found a topic. This place is surrounded by mountains and water, it's quite nice. How did you find it? Shiyu glanced at him and said casually, because this is my family's place. If you like it, I can sell it to you. Oh? Suyu's eyes lit up. Acquiring this industrial park was already part of his plan. Now he didn't need to ask someone to find it, he unexpectedly met the owner himself. It was a pleasant surprise, so he quickly asked, how can I buy it? Suyu, who had always had a calm expression, finally showed a hint of surprise. After looking at Suyu for a while, she said, are you serious? Can I deceive you? Name your price. Suyu said decisively. This place has almost no value now, what would you do with it if you bought it? Shuyu's face finally showed some caution, and her eyes carried a hint of scrutiny. Who knows, maybe I think the scenery is nice and want to build a seaside house. Suyu shrugged. Hearing his obviously nonsensical reason, Suyu tapped her slender fingers on the table and remained silent for a while before saying, this is an industrial land. If you want to build a house, I'm afraid it won't be possible. In the normal industrial land in the city, it's usually 700,000 yuan per mu. Even if the price here is lower, it won't be lower than 200,000 yuan. However, the normal industrial land ownership is 50 years, and the ownership of this land in my hands is only 10 years left. The price can be reduced a bit. 51,000 yuan per mu, what do you think? With 51,000 yuan per mu, so you can only buy 6 to 700 mu with the over 30 million yuan in his hands. And it can only be used for 10 years. It's expensive. Suyu decisively shakes his head, this abandoned industrial park is basically unusable. It will take at least 2 years to renovate after I acquire it. Originally, there were only 10 years of ownership left, and the actual usable time may only be 7 to 8 years. Moreover, the transportation of goods in and out of here mainly relies on shipping, which is much more troublesome than other industrial areas outside. The normal price cannot be lower than 200,000 yuan. I don't think so. Then just say it, how much can you offer? Suyu straightforwardly asks. 11,000 yuan per mu, that's the highest price I can give. Suyu decisively cuts it by 80%. In fact, besides the reasons mentioned above, the reason why he dares to offer such a low price is that this piece of land is just sitting here. Almost no one else will come to buy it. Instead of letting it rot in his hands, selling it to him can still make some profit. The atmosphere fell silent once again. After a while, Shiyu finally said, okay. In the late night, the abandoned industrial park became unusually lively. Shiyu is obviously a decisive woman. After reaching a preliminary agreement, she didn't care that it was already late at night and made a phone call directly. She asked someone to bring the contract and real estate certificate overnight. As a result, Suyu immediately spent another 15 million yuan from his pocket. And this piece of industrial land, with an area of over 1,500 mu and only 10 years of usage period left, became his asset. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 3 in the morning. Suyu and her group left here on a speedboat, while Suyu left alone by car. The transaction was completed. No shady dealings. They even made an additional deal, acquiring this piece of land he had set his eyes on at an extremely low price. It can be considered a win-win result. With this experience, Suyu's remaining over 300 kilograms of gold can also be cashed out through the same method. No need to go through the trouble of only being able to sell a little bit each time. The next 2 days were uneventful. Suyu's daily routine was home warehouse industrial park. During this period, he also made another deal with Frost Star to make up for the previously owed supplies. Li Yuanxi also sent him a message, roughly saying that she had consulted the professor. If Suyu wants to open a battery factory according to his idea and have their law firm represent him, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to complete the process. And during the process, Suyu would need to provide some materials, various proofs, and a pile of documents. In short, it would be very troublesome. After all, the mainstream batteries now are lithium batteries, and this is not something to be taken lightly. If something goes wrong, it could cause a large-scale pollution. The approval process would definitely be much stricter. If it were before, Suyu wouldn't have any way to deal with this situation. He might even have to give up on this idea because he didn't have the qualifications to open a battery factory. As for his metal hydrogen battery, let alone a research paper, he himself didn't know the principle behind its high energy density. Where could he provide the information? However, now, after a few days of spare production, he already has a batch of 200 sets of heavy exoskeletons in his hands. And after another transaction with Frost Star, he now has 6,000 metal hydrogen batteries. Since the normal process won't work, he must consider taking an abnormal route. For example, with the help of the exoskeleton at hand, he obtained sponsorship from the military. With the various parameters of this heavy exoskeleton, as long as he showed it to the military, Suyu knew without thinking that they would definitely agree to help. The problem now is how to make this thing appear in the military's line of sight. It's definitely not possible to just barge into the military base wearing it. Although bullets can't kill him, they have heavy weapons. If they fired a tank shell at him, the exoskeleton wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for calling directly? They would probably think he's crazy, right? Difficult. Suyu lay in bed, rubbing his temples with a headache, and then he didn't continue to think about it. Today is Saturday, and tomorrow is the weekend. By next Monday, his chance to match with a trading partner will refresh. Instead of considering these things, it's better to think about whether the new trading partner will be as suitable as Frost Star, and whether the world they are in can complement the blue star where he is. Just then, his phone vibrated twice, reminding him that he had received a message. Yu Xiaoyu, Mr. Su, do you have time tomorrow night? I booked a restaurant on the Bund. Yu Xiaoyu. Suyu pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering. This seems to be the salesperson he met when buying a car, and she looks pretty good. They did agree to have dinner together on the weekend. Hiss, it's delivered to the door, it wouldn't make sense not to go. Suyu immediately became spirited, picked up his phone, and replied that he had time. Yu Xiaoyu on the other side also replied to the message instantly. The two quickly agreed to meet at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It's better to enjoy life in a timely manner. Putting down his phone, Suyu fell asleep. What to do when encountering a problem? Just go with the flow. After all, he doesn't lack money now. If the problem can't be solved temporarily, then it can be dealt with later. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyu arrived at the designated place on the Bund in Shanghai on time in his luxury car. The other party had already been waiting there. Today, Yu Xiaoyu was wearing a khaki-colored windbreaker with a white turtleneck sweater underneath. She had a simple scarf around her neck, her long wavy hair was loose, and she wore stockings with short boots. Compared to the professional and charming dress she wore at the car dealership a few days ago, she looked less serious and more youthful and lively. Suyu didn't have high expectations for Yu Xiaoyu inviting him to dinner. After all, she was just a salesperson at a car dealership, and her salary was not that high. However, Suyu didn't expect that Yu Xiaoyu had actually spared no expense and invited him to a restaurant where the average cost per person was over 1,000. Is the commission from that car enough to cover this meal? After finishing the meal, Suyu looked at the bill of over 4,000 and was somewhat surprised. It's enough. Just from that car alone, I can earn a commission of over 10,000. Yu Xiaoyu didn't hide it and said frankly. Your commission is quite high. Suyu nodded. Mr. Su is joking. Actually, customers who can afford million-dollar luxury cars are usually handled by experienced salespeople. It's rare for us small salespeople to encounter them. Yu Xiaoyu continued, so I have to thank you for this. It's still early now, how about watching a movie? Sure. Suyu naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, he didn't come just for the meal. The two of them then went to a movie theater. When they came out, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. However, compared to when they entered, Yu Xiaoyu's face was slightly flushed when they came out, her big eyes were watery, and her gaze was seductive. It's unknown what they did inside. But they both tacitly didn't mention going back, and after leaving the movie theater, they seamlessly walked into a 5-star hotel together. A night of revelry. The next day at noon, Suyu, who had been working all night, woke up from bed. He looked at the time and realized it was already past 12 noon. He was surprised to find himself waking up at an unknown time, with Yu Xiaoyu lying beside him playing with her phone. Today is Monday, don't you have to go to work? He asked. No. Yu Xiaoyu turned around, hugged Suyu's waist lazily, and said, there's a defense exhibition at the Benz Exhibition Center in Modu in 2 days. Headquarters has sent a group of people from several 4S stores in Modu to help out at the exhibition center. I happen to be on the list, so I don't have to go to work at the store these days. Defense exhibition? Suyu was taken aback, then his eyes suddenly lit up. What defense exhibition? Modu also has a defense exhibition? Suyu quickly asked. Yu Xiaoyu didn't expect him to be interested in this, but she still explained, in addition to well-known defense exhibitions like the Pearl River Aviation Expo, there are many other similar exhibitions in China. Some are organized by local authorities, and some are simply organized by companies. They are not large in scale and not very well known. This time, the exhibition in Modu is called the Kyushu Defense Technology Expo. It is said to be organized by the military, but there are not many military equipment exhibited inside. Most of them are small things produced by private enterprises, such as drones. It is said that the military always sends someone to attend, and if they find something useful, they will also make purchases. However, the products produced by private enterprises vary in quality, so this defense exhibition is not well known. I don't think many people know about it if it's mentioned. She blinked and said, do you want to go and take a look? What if I want to participate? Can I still get a booth now? Suyu directly stated his purpose. Yesterday, he was still wondering how to get the heavy exoskeleton into the military site. Unexpectedly, he found a way out after a battle. Participate? Yu Xiaoyu looked at him in astonishment, then thought for a moment and said, I heard that if you want to participate, you have to submit the parameters of the exhibits in advance. It's probably too late if you go through the normal channels now. But if you really want to participate, you can contact the person in charge of Benz in Modu. The venue for this exhibition is provided by our Benz group. If you can convince him, you might be able to squeeze in? Her tone was uncertain, obviously not very familiar with this. So you didn't ask further, after all, she was just a salesperson, how could she know about these things? She probably didn't have a detailed understanding herself, so it would be pointless to ask. He just asked her to leave the contact information of the person in charge of the Benz Modu district. Later, Suyu could make a phone call himself. It shouldn't be difficult to get a booth for this relatively unknown defense exhibition. As for now. Yu Xiaoyu suddenly hummed lazily, and a mist gradually appeared in her big eyes. After doing morning exercises twice, the two finally got up. After freshening up, they had lunch together, and then Suyu drove Xiaoyu back home. Originally, since she didn't have to go to work these 2 days, they should continue to spend time together. But Suyu couldn't resist the fact that he had something to do now. Today is Monday, and the matching opportunities on the trading platform have refreshed. He wanted to take the time to quickly match new clients. And the defense exhibition is starting in 2 days, so it would be best for him to finalize things today. He made a phone call to the person in charge of the Benz Group in Moda to inquire about the defense exhibition. It turned out to be just as he guessed. This kind of defense exhibition doesn't have many requirements for exhibitors. Not to mention products from private enterprises, even small things made by individuals in the private sector can participate for free if they pass the evaluation. After all, this exhibition is aimed at the military, and the military is the most practical. Whether the exhibition is exciting or not is not within their consideration. They only care about whether the exhibits are useful. This can also be considered as an opportunity for the military to communicate with some civilian technology enthusiasts and companies, although most of the time it has little effect. Although Suyu missed the opportunity and couldn't go through the normal process, there are always some abnormal processes. The defense exhibition is held at the Benz Exhibition Center under the name of Benz. If they need it, it's no problem to go to 2 booths. After a friendly exchange, Suyu went to Benz's headquarters in the Magic City. After spending some money, he finally settled the matter. According to the other party, he just needs to send the exhibits over the day after tomorrow morning, and there will be staff to take him to his booth. And because he spent money, the location of that booth won't be too bad. With the matter settled, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he has produced a lot of exoskeletons with the help of the black box. If he can't sell them, it would be too frustrating. And now, although he only got 1 exhibition quota, he is confident that as long as this set of exoskeletons enters the military's sight, it will definitely be noticed. If it's not noticed, then he will have to doubt the competence of the military exhibition personnel. When he finished dealing with these matters and returned home, it was already evening. Suyu closed the door and entered the hyperspace trading platform. Name, Suyu. Identity, agent of the hyperspace trading platform, Blue Star District. Level, junior agent, 3/10, trading points, 200, available matching times, 1. Suyu has already traded with Frost Star 4 times, earning 50 trading points each time, and now he has a total of 200 trading points. This is not a problem. However, on the progress bar of the junior agent's upgrade, it shows 3 out of 10, which is somewhat intriguing. Suyu speculates that if he trades with the same trading partner, the upgrade progress can only increase 3 times at most. If he guessed correctly, in order to upgrade to an intermediate agent, he would need to match with at least 4 trading magical. Although according to the theory of parallel time and space, this possibility exists. But when it actually happens, it's still a bit hard to accept. After being stunned for a while, he sighed, this is truly unbelievable. Among the 3,000 great worlds, there are always some commonalities that connect them, so there's no need to be surprised, Ing Zhang said calmly after taking a sip of tea. Do you know what I'm surprised about? Suyu asked in astonishment. Naturally, I know. Before you, I have already matched with 2 people from different worlds. After hearing my name, they all said that there is also a me in the history of their world, Ing Zhang explained briefly, then shook his head with some regret, saying, but they were unable to answer my question, so they couldn't complete the transaction, which is a pity. Are you planning to use a question as the item needed for the first transaction? Suyu asked in surprise. Indeed. Ing Zhang nodded, my question is there any way to prevent the downfall of the second emperor of Qin? You don't have to give a perfect solution, just provide a method that I find useful, and the transaction will be completed. And the reward I can give you is a copy of the Tai Chi refining technique practiced by a Qi refiner. Considering that you are immortal, practicing this technique can prolong your life. It should be enough as a reward. The Tai Chi refining technique? Suyu's mouth twitched, thinking about the result of Qin Shi Huang's pursuit of immortality in history, and he wanted to make a sarcastic comment. But before the words could come out, he himself was stunned. Because he found that the trading platform actually approved this transaction. The trading platform would never sell counterfeit goods. In other words, is this thing real? Damn. That's right, in his world, Qin Shi Huang pursued immortality and ended up lonely. But it might not be the case in other worlds. It's possible that in the world this person is from, there are actually qi refiners who can cultivate immortality. No, he must get his hands on this thing and study it thoroughly. If it really works, its value would be no less than the black box he got from Frost Star. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, I wonder how the Emperor Qin learned that the second Emperor of Qin would perish? It's a bit difficult to address this question when facing an emperor. Call him Ing Zhang. For ancient people, using his full name is no different from cursing someone. Call him Your Majesty, but he's not a Qin dynasty subject, so what's the point? Besides, in business, there should be a sense of equality. If you position yourself too low, it's not good for business. After thinking about it, it's more appropriate to call him Qin Huang. Naturally, it's what the first trading partner said, and the second trading partner from another world said the same thing. The way they perished is the same, so it's probably correct. Ing Zhang didn't pay much attention to the title and casually answered Su Yu's question. Su Yu nodded and asked again, when you asked them this question, how did they respond? Ing Zhang pondered for a moment and replied, the first trading partner claimed to be from 700 years after the fall of Qin, in a chaotic era. He didn't study historical records in detail and only knew that Qin perished under the hands of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, but he didn't know the details. So naturally, he couldn't give an answer. The second trading partner came from over 2,000 years after the fall of Qin. He called himself the Eternal Emperor and claimed to admire me the most. When he saw me, he even performed the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Ing Zhang shook his head and seemed somewhat puzzled, then continued, but when I asked him why Qin fell during the second emperor's reign, he couldn't provide a clear answer. He only said that Qin fell because of Zhao Gao and Li Si's abuse of power, and that if we killed Zhao Gao, Li Si, Qin Shang, and Wu Guang who rebelled, Qin could become an eternal empire. But Rome wasn't built in a day. How could the downfall of a great nation be solved by killing a few people? I think this person is ignorant and impulsive, so I didn't trade with him. After listening, Su Yu had a general understanding. One came from the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties period, knowing about Qin Shi Huang but only aware of the second emperor's reign. The other should be from a parallel world in the 21st century, a die-hard fan of Ing Zhang who only knew that he was amazing but had no understanding of the specifics of the Qin dynasty. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yu replied, there are many reasons for the fall of Qin during the second emperor's reign. I'm not an expert in history, so I can't explain it completely. Based on my personal opinion, there are 3 main points. Upon hearing this, Ing Zhang sat up straight and said seriously, please enlighten me. It's not really enlightening, I'm just repeating what others have said. Su Yu shook his head and continued, firstly, Qin fell because of legalism. The agricultural and military system proposed by Shang Yang was effective before unifying the whole country. But after unification, it became poison. Without the benefits of external expansion, the strict punishments of the Qin legal system remained. Harsh punishments are necessary, but ruling a country cannot rely solely on them. Secondly, Qin fell because of excessive haste. Although the 6 states were unified, the people of the 6 states were completely different from the Qin people in terms of culture, customs, language, and writing. It was a good start to have the same standards for chariots and books, although the people might not adapt to it in the short term. But over time, they would naturally accept it. However, the problem was that new and innovative systems were introduced before the people had fully adapted. This only backfired. Thirdly, Qin fell because of a lack of successors. Lack of successors doesn't just refer to the lack of an heir to the throne, but also to the fact that from the emperor to the officials, they all benefited from the agricultural and military system. They were unwilling to make changes, so the downfall was inevitable. Fusu, who wanted to make changes, couldn't ascend to the throne. It seemed like it was because of Hu Hai, Li Si, and Zhao Gao's false imperial edicts, but it was actually the inevitable choice of the Qin aristocracy. If he didn't commit suicide, he couldn't become the Qin emperor. The one who destroyed the 6 states was the 6 states themselves, not Qin. Those who belonged to Qin were Qin, not the whole world. If each of the 6 states loved their own people, they would be able to resist Qin. If Qin also loved the people of the 6 states, then for 3 generations, they could become eternal rulers. Who would be able to annihilate them? Speaking of which, Suyu also quoted the ending of the poem Ode to the Grand Palace. Although slightly biased, even saying that this can make one rule for eternity is exaggerated, but overall the intended meaning is not wrong. Whether it is Qin or the 6 states, they perished from within, not from external forces. After listening, Ying Zhang remained silent for a long time before bowing and saying, "Thank you for your guidance." In fact, when he first encountered a trading partner and heard the other party mention the downfall of the second emperor of Qin, he had already been pondering why Qin would fall. Although he couldn't view the reasons for Qin's downfall from the perspective of future generations like Su Yu, he had some speculations. Now, after hearing Su Yu's words, he could almost determine the cause of Qin's illness. He thought for a moment and clicked a few times on his personal panel. Soon after, Su Yu received a cultivation technique called Tai Chi cultivation scripture. It consisted of over 100 bamboo scrolls. The system also indicated that the transaction was completed. Su Yu looked at Ying Zhang with some surprise, and Ying Zhang calmly said, "Although I have not yet learned how to avoid the downfall of the second emperor, you have already pointed out the cause of Qin's downfall. Knowing the illness, naturally one can think of ways to deal with it. This transaction can be considered accomplished. And besides this, I have one question: how can Qin eradicate these problems? The bargaining chip for this transaction is a longevity pill. With this pill, anyone can extend their lifespan by 20 years. As Ying Zhang spoke, a delicate wooden box appeared in his hand. When the box was opened, one could see a golden pill emitting a faint glow inside. A refreshing fragrance suddenly filled the pavilion, and Su Yu took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. The exhaustion from working all night yesterday vanished in an instant, even more energized than waking up naturally from a good sleep. Su Yu's mind was greatly shaken as he glanced at his personal panel. Seeing that the system had recognized the transaction and confirmed that the pill was not counterfeit, his heart burned with excitement. Longevity. This is what so many people pursue. A longevity pill that can extend life by 20 years, if it were put up for auction on Blue Star, it would probably fetch a sky-high price of billions. After all, for those truly wealthy individuals, earning more than a mere billion in 20 years is nothing. Of course, even if he obtained this thing, Su Yu couldn't just sell it. He let out a sigh and forced himself to calm down. Then he said to Ying Zhang, "Does the Emperor of Qin know which dynasty unified China after the fall of Qin?" According to the previous trader, it was the Han dynasty established by Emperor Liu Bang. Ying Zhang was not entirely sure and asked in return, "I wonder how long the Han dynasty lasted?" The Qin dynasty lasted for 14 years. After the fall of Qin, the Chu-Han contention and the conquest of the feudal lords continued. For 4 years. Su Yu was quite familiar with this period of history and recited, after 4 years, Emperor Liu Bang of the Han dynasty united the feudal lords and established the Han dynasty on the ruins of Qin. The Han dynasty was divided into the former Han and the later Han. The former Han lasted for 210 years, and the later Han lasted for 195 years. The two Han dynasties shared a total of 405 years. After the fall of the later Han, Liu Bei established the kingdom of Shuhan, which lasted for 43 years. After the fall of Shuhan, whenever there was chaos, there were separatist regimes with the name Han. Of course, these regimes were no different from Shuhan, they could only control a region and could not become a great power. Although the Liu family's Han dynasty perished, the people on that land, after the Han dynasty, identified themselves as Han people and have continued to thrive there for over 2,000 years, generation after generation. At this point, Su Yu smiled ambiguously at Ying Zhang and said, "I wonder, in the eyes of the Emperor of Qin, is the Han dynasty's reign 400 years, 2,000 years, or will it never end?" Ying Zhang was stunned for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, "So, Mr. Su means that all the problems that the current Great Qin is facing have already been solved by the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang?" He found it hard to accept. After all, he had spent half a month contemplating how to deal with the situation, knowing that the Great Qin would perish under his rule, but he couldn't figure out what to do or even identify the exact problems. Yet Liu Bang, who took over the Great Qin after his death, was able to solve them? Could such a monster really exist in this world? It wasn't just him who solved the problems, Suyu shook his head. Specifically, it was Emperor Gaozu, Emperor Wen, Emperor Jing, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, 4 wise emperors, along with numerous talented individuals under their command. It took nearly 100 years to completely solve those problems and merge the territories unified by force into a unified Han Empire in terms of spirit, culture, and comprehensive system. This problem is complex and cannot be explained in a few words. The only thing I can provide you with is the historical records of the Han Dynasty from our world. You can refer to them as a lesson from history. In that case, thank you. This deal is feasible. Ying Zhang bowed respectfully. The situation in Great Qin was different from that of the Han Dynasty, but also similar. He knew that following the path of the Han Dynasty would not work for him, but the successful experiences of the Han Dynasty would undoubtedly provide him with great inspiration. Suyu looked at the additional acceptance golden pill in his inventory and breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Within 3 days, I will organize all the historical records of the Han Dynasty that I can find and give them to you." "That's great." Ying Zhang nodded. The transaction was concluded, and both parties were satisfied. Suyu obtained a cultivation technique called Tai Chi cultivation scripture, the effects of which were still unknown, by simply talking. He also spent a few $100s to buy several sets of hardcover books such as Hanshu and Shurji, which earned him another longevity golden pill. It was indeed a profitable deal. Ying Zhang, on the other hand, obtained a solution to his current problem through a popular cultivation technique and a longevity golden pill that he usually ate like candy, but had no effect on him anymore. It was also a profitable deal. This wave, everyone profited. There was no other way in the face of such a huge information gap. A win-win situation was that simple. Back on Blue Star, Suyu looked at the small wooden box containing the golden pill in his hand. He opened it and took a sniff, instantly feeling refreshed and energized. He even had the urge to swallow the golden pill in one gulp. However, he just thought about it and didn't actually do it. After all, he was still young and not in a hurry to increase his lifespan by 20 years. It was best to keep it on hand just in case. The next day, Suyu slept until noon as usual. In the afternoon, he followed his usual routine of going home, going to the warehouse, and then going to the industrial park. He stocked up on supplies at the warehouse and spent 2 hours in the industrial park making over 40 sets of heavy exoskeletons. In the evening, he made plans to have dinner and spend the night with Yu Xiaoyu, with whom he had a pleasant time before. It was a simple and ordinary day. The next morning, Suyu woke up unusually early because he had to attend the defense exhibition. After doing morning exercises with Yu Xiaoyu, the two of them quickly tidied up and headed straight to the Magic Capital Exhibition Center. Yu Xiaoyu, as a person called in to help, could enter through the main entrance. Suyu, on the other hand, as a representative of the exhibition, needed to bring the exhibition items in from the backstage. After parting ways at the entrance, Suyu waved his hand, and a brand new set of heavy exoskeleton appeared on the back seat of the large G. He pulled it into the back door of the exhibition hall. After showing the entry permit he obtained from the person in charge of the Magic Capital Exhibition Center, Suyu quickly had the nearly 300-kilogram exoskeleton brought into the exhibition hall with the help of several staff members and a forklift. At this moment, there are not many people in the exhibition hall as it is still in the setup stage. People will start coming in gradually only when the exhibition starts at 10 o'clock. Of course, this defense exhibition is mainly targeted towards the military, and there is hardly any news visible to the public. So, there probably won't be many spectators buying tickets to enter. Even when the exhibition starts, Suyu estimates that there won't be many people here. After neatly placing the set of heavy exoskeletons on the relatively decent booth, he found a massage chair next to the booth. He lay back and played with his phone. Time always flies when playing with a phone, and Suyu only felt like a short while had passed. But in reality, it had already been over an hour. After a few unknown bald leaders spoke some meaningless words, the exhibition hall, which was originally empty, finally became a bit lively, but only slightly. Suyu secretly observed and estimated that there were probably not more than 200 people entering the exhibition center. At least half of them were military personnel in uniforms. There were very few genuine spectators. After all, not everyone has the time and willingness to spend money on an expensive ticket for an unknown civilian defense exhibition. Suyu's eyes twitched as he saw a large group of exhibitors surrounding the few spectators who were fewer in number than them, promoting their own products. He adjusted his body on the massage chair and changed to a more comfortable position. He had no intention of going over there. If you want to catch fish, you have to bait the hook. This time, the military not only sent grassroots soldiers and officers, but also many researchers from military research institutes. Among these people, there were definitely some who understood the field. With the capabilities of the heavy exoskeleton, he didn't need to go and beg people to look at his stuff along with those flashy and cheap products. If the product is good, people will buy it without any promotion. If the product is not good, what's the use of calling people to come and look? The exhibition hall gradually became lively with people coming and going. After a while, Suyu, who was engrossed in playing with his phone, suddenly heard a few footsteps stop in front of his booth. He looked up and saw a military officer wearing glasses standing in front of his booth. Behind him were a few rough-looking bodyguards, clearly security personnel. They were all fascinated by the heavy exoskeleton standing on the platform. Suyu secretly assessed him and thought to himself, he doesn't seem like a frontline commander or combat personnel, most likely a researcher. He's not very old, with the rank of lieutenant colonel, and he's accompanied by a few bodyguards. He's an important person. The target customer has finally appeared. G60, heavy exoskeleton, is the officer interested? Suyu lazily got up from the massage chair and smiled at the elegant man. Hello, I am a researcher from the Eastern District, Joe Bowen. The man politely extended his hand. So you're Lieutenant Colonel Zhou, I am Suyu. I guess you can call me a civilian military enthusiast. Suyu calmly glanced at the military rank on the man's shoulder. Mr. Su is being modest. I also research in the field of exoskeletons. I can't find any flaws in the design and structure of this exoskeleton set, at least in terms of appearance. If this is just a hobby for you, then it would make us researchers feel ashamed. Joe Bowen's gaze turned towards the exoskeleton set, his eyes filled with excitement. However, he was only interested in the visible appearance and structural design of this exoskeleton set. As for its practical use? Sorry, this armored exoskeleton has no practical use in modern times. In Joe Bowen's understanding, the main purpose of modern exoskeletons is to enhance soldiers' carrying capacity and provide slight assistance, enabling them to carry more supplies, move faster, and have greater endurance in combat. As for attaching armor to exoskeletons to increase defense, this is not something that the exoskeletons of this era would consider. The reason is simple: lack of power. In other words, there are no advanced motors available. The motors needed to drive this exoskeleton would at least be the large motors used in cars. However, they are too big to be installed. After all, if motors were to be installed for assistance, it wouldn't be enough to install just one, they would need to be installed in every key joint. On the other hand, the motors that are small enough to fit in are far less powerful. Even if the motor problem could be solved, the power supply problem might not be solvable. As mentioned before, the batteries are not sufficient and cannot keep up with the energy demand. Whether it is the lack of motor assistance or the lack of battery power, both are fatal flaws for this system. We can't expect soldiers to run while wearing this thing using their own strength, right? Just by looking at it, it weighs at least 200 to 300 kilograms. Even Superman would kneel down after running a few laps with it on. The current positioning of exoskeletons is mainly to reduce the burden on soldiers, not to enhance their strength. A few hundred kilograms of heavy iron lump without power assistance is already a conservative estimate, it's purely turbocharged. Major Zhou, you're too modest. But this heavy exoskeleton is not just for show. Suyu could tell from his expression that this big brother probably hadn't fully understood how amazing this thing was, so he continued, "If Major Joe has the time, I can demonstrate it to you right now." "Oh? Are there other functions?" Joe Bowen's eyes lit up immediately, and he eagerly said, "If there's time, I'm not in a hurry." "Great." Suyu agreed with a smile. He walked straight to the heavy exoskeleton and tapped on its thick chest armor. In the next moment, with the sound of mechanical clanking, the heavy exoskeleton, which had been standing upright on the platform, slowly split open from the chest, revealing its neat internal structure. Just this automatic opening alone widened Joe Bowen's eyes and made his breathing quicken. There's actually motor assistance? And from the way the chest armor opened just now, it's clear that the motor is installed in the ribs of the exoskeleton. However, even after carefully examining it for a while, he couldn't see any traces of the motor in the ribs. The motor inside must be much more powerful than the small ones found in ordinary new energy vehicles in order to move such a large thing. What's going on now? Joe Bowen quickly realized that something was not right. He only hesitated for a moment before quickly grabbing Suyu, who was about to put on the exoskeleton, and whispered, "There are too many people here, Mr. Su. Let's find a quieter place for the demonstration." Suyu was not surprised by his reaction and immediately agreed with a smile. Under Joe Bowen's command, several of his bodyguards exerted all their strength to barely lift the 300-kilogram exoskeleton onto a small flatbed truck used for transporting goods in the exhibition hall. The group casually pushed the exoskeleton as if nothing had happened and left the exhibition hall, finding an empty conference room backstage at the convention center. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I have already informed a few colleagues, and they are on their way," Joe Bowen politely said as soon as he entered the room. At the same time, his bodyguards began searching the room and directly dismantled the 2 monitors installed in the conference room. This defense exhibition has actually been held for several years, but the number of useful things that the military has truly obtained from civilian enterprises or individuals is actually very few. Most of the time, communication is more important than actual meaning. But this time is different. Joe Bowen, who originally had low expectations for this civilian defense exhibition, was now excited. If his first impression of this exoskeleton was that it was a useless object that complied with ergonomics and mechanical dynamics and had a beautiful design, now that he saw that it actually had a transmission power system, he knew he had struck gold. Even if this transmission system was not enough to make this 300-kilogram exoskeleton move, the miniature motor technology inside was already an incredible cutting-edge technology. If he could acquire the patent for the motor from Suyu, with this motor, his military exoskeleton could soon be put into combat use. Of course, the military exoskeleton he was researching was still just a few frames without armor. Seeing Joe Bowen circling around the exoskeleton like he had found a treasure, Suyu couldn't help but smile. It was truly amazing that the black technology of the wasteland world had only revealed a glimpse, and yet it had excited the researchers of Blue Star so much. If they knew that this thing could not only run and jump but also move at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a ton of weight, they would probably faint on the spot. Not to mention its terrifying protective power and other parameters. After all, according to Frost Star, this G60 heavy exoskeleton was actually similar in material and structure to some light power armor in the wasteland world, with the only difference being the energy source. The G60 exoskeleton used a metal hydrogen battery as its energy source, while the power armor in Frost Star's world used a cold fusion reactor as its energy source. The reason why power armor was stronger than exoskeletons was precisely because it had a fusion reactor for power supply and could mount many functional components. For example, it could almost be immune to all kinetic weapons and had a pseudo-gravitational field similar to a net force field. There was also the zero-mass engine that could make power armor fly, as well as high-energy laser weapons. All of these consumed a lot of electricity. The G60 exoskeleton could carry these functional modules, but the metal hydrogen battery couldn't handle them. Apart from these high-energy consumption modules, the various parameters and mechanical qualities of the G60 exoskeleton were not much different from the light power armor in the wasteland world. And power armor, even in the prosperous era of the wasteland world where the technology tree was almost full, was still the cutting-edge technology. Someone once said that when technology is advanced enough, it is no different from magic. The prosperous era of Frost Star's world had entered the space colonization age, and their technology was magic compared to Blue Star. When the true performance of this exoskeleton was revealed, anyone on Blue Star would be amazed. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, Joe Bowen's colleagues notified him and all arrived. Apart from a few old men who were obviously engaged in scientific research, the leader was unexpectedly a general with stars on his shoulders. As soon as the general entered, his gaze fixed on the exoskeleton. Then he looked around, glanced at Suyu, and then turned to Joe Bowen. Seeing this, Joe Bowen quickly said, "General Wu, this is Mr. Suyu. This exoskeleton is his exhibition piece. Its value, all the exhibits outside combined cannot compare to it. It has great significance for our research." All the exhibits combined cannot compare? General Wu was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Although most of the things exhibited by civilian enterprises outside were ordinary to the military, they could still be considered high-tech equipment. On the way here, he had looked at Suyu's exhibition materials. A person who came in through connections temporarily, and the things exhibited are actually more impressive than the exhibits of those private enterprises? After a moment of contemplation, General Wu reached out and said, "Mr. Su, hello, I am Wu Fangjin, appointed as a staff member of the Eastern District Staff Department. Can you demonstrate this, on site?" He looked at the G60 exoskeleton, not knowing how to describe it. After all, the exoskeleton in the Military Research Institute is a framework composed of several iron rods, but this thing is fully armored and doesn't look much like an exoskeleton. It looks more like powered armor in a movie. When Joe Bowen notified him to come over, he only mentioned that they had discovered an extraordinary exhibit, without specifying what was so good about it. Now that everyone is here, it's natural to see it with their own eyes, and there's no need for Joe Bowen to explain. Of course, no problem. So you reached out and shook hands with him. Then, in front of the group of people in the conference room, he walked straight to the heavy exoskeleton. He used the same trick and knocked on the thick chest armor. The solid exoskeleton instantly cracked open in the middle, revealing an opening big enough for a person to enter. Suyu didn't intend to change clothes either. Wearing loose sportswear, he hesitantly climbed into the armor. Wu Fangjin didn't think much of it when he saw this. But the researchers who came with him were all breathing heavily. These were all professionals, and they could naturally see at a glance that there were transmission motors installed inside the exoskeleton. No wonder Joe Bowen urgently called them over. Just this feature alone was worth more than all the boring exhibits outside. However, their shock had just begun. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical friction, Suyu, who had entered the exoskeleton, was completely enveloped by the armor. He put his hands in front of him and moved his fingers a few times. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, he took a step and walked down from the small cart. He strolled casually around the conference room. Can it really move? Joe Bowen was the most shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. The other researchers also showed a look of astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Is there any explanation for this? Wu Fangjin frowned. He also felt that something was not right, but after all, he was not a professional and did not immediately see the problem. This thing weighs over 300 kilograms. Joe Bowen looked at Suyu and swallowed his saliva. Wu Fangjin. After a brief moment of confusion, his eyes lit up. He was not a researcher and didn't understand much about research. But he was a military staff member and knew best how weapons should be used and where they should be used. This set of heavily armored equipment, which could still move freely, was a treasure. If he could equip his soldiers with a set, how much would their combat effectiveness increase? Thinking like this, his eyes became more and more fervent. On the other side, Suyu's performance continued. He first slightly bent his knees, then with a light leap, he jumped a distance of 7 to 8 meters, from the corner of the conference room to the window. He casually reached out and pinched the stainless steel anti-theft net on the conference room window, and it crumbled like paper, completely crushed. Then he walked to the huge conference table in the middle of the conference room, opened his hands, and grabbed the edge of the table. With a slight exertion of force, accompanied by the low hum of the motor, and with everyone's astonished gaze, Suyu lifted the solid wood conference table weighing over a ton. The G60 heavy exoskeleton can move forward at a speed of 100 km per hour under a load of 1 ton. This 1 ton is naturally not its maximum load capacity, but the optimal load capacity under energy-saving measures. In fact, if this thing is fully powered, it can lift and run with objects weighing 2 to 3 tons. Just the energy consumption will greatly increase, and the mobility will be significantly reduced. This table, when Suyu weighed it, was just over a ton, so there was no pressure at all. Boom! The sound of a heavy object landing awakened the silent meeting room. A group of military personnel involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Suyu, at this moment, opened the facial armor and looked at them with a smile, saying, "This G60 heavy exoskeleton, what do you think, gentlemen?" General Wu hadn't had a chance to speak yet, and a group of researchers crowded around. Each one of them had a gleam in their eyes, as if they had seen a peerless beauty, asking Suyu questions while reaching out to touch the exoskeleton. Unbelievable, it's so unbelievable. With such a large load capacity, what kind of motor and transmission system is needed to handle it? Is it a problem with the transmission system? What kind of energy can play like this? I don't see any external power source or built-in battery. Young man, if you go full throttle, how long can this exoskeleton work? Powerful load capacity, agile and flexible movement, powerful jumping ability, how is this thing made? Wait. What material is this external armor made of? Why does it feel so strange when I touch it? Suyu was momentarily embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Although he felt offended, he could understand why these people were so excited. After thinking for a moment, he quickly said, Everyone, don't worry, I have specific parameters here, you can study them yourselves." As he spoke, he handed out the printed promotional materials. They contained the approximate parameters of the G60 exoskeleton. Who knew that when they looked at the parameters, these researchers became even more excited? Even a few older researchers almost fainted from excitement. Even General Wu Fangjin, who was an outsider, couldn't help but tremble when he looked at the promotional materials. What the hell is this Tian Xing technology? In terms of load capacity, it can maintain a speed of 100 km per hour with a load of 1 ton, which is the most energy-efficient solution. In extreme situations, without considering energy consumption and transmission system losses, it can even maintain a speed of over 60 km per hour with a load of 2 to 3 tons. What does this mean? Most compact family cars weigh about 1.5 tons. With this thing at full throttle, it can carry 2 cars. In terms of energy, if we calculate according to the energy-saving plan, with a full charge, this exoskeleton can continuously run for 3,000 kilometers while carrying a 1-ton load. Of course, this only exists in theory. In this situation, the equipment can handle it, but the person can't. In terms of protection, the armor of this exoskeleton can withstand frontal fire from a 20 mm anti-aircraft machine gun and provide all-round protection against anti-material weapons below 20 mm. What does this mean? It means that if you wear this thing, the enemy has no way to deal with you unless they use heavy weapons. But even heavy weapons are useless. If you abandon the load, soldiers can even increase their speed to over 100 km per hour. If a ground soldier has this kind of speed, they are almost invincible. There is simply no weapon that can lock onto such a flexible, small, and fast ground target. The enemy can only use firepower to suppress soldiers wearing these exoskeletons, which is a clumsy method. But if it's just 1 or 2, you can still suppress them with numerical superiority. But what about 10 or 100? What about thousands? If a special forces unit based on this exoskeleton can be established, all the so-called advantages in sea and air are completely useless in front of this thing. Small target, fast speed, thick armor, and still operates on the ground. Even if it is covered and bombed by enemy bombers in a situation where air superiority is completely lost, whether it can be bombed or not depends entirely on luck. As long as it is not too close to be injured by the shockwave, with the armor protection of this thing, it is not afraid of planes bombing from the sky. Isn't this what Tianjin technology is? After Wu Fangjin saw the data, he instantly imagined how to use this set of exoskeletons in bulk, how to leverage their advantages on the battlefield. But he quickly came back to his senses, quickly pushed away the group of researchers surrounding Suyu, and eagerly held the brochure, asking Suyu, "Are the parameters on this true?" Suyu calmly replied, "Of course, they are true. You can test them freely. There is no point in me falsifying such things." Upon hearing this, Wu Fangjin hurriedly said, "What about production? What is the cost of producing this exoskeleton? What is the selling price? Have you considered technology transfer? If you are willing to transfer the technology, the military guarantees to provide you with a satisfactory technology transfer fee. Of course, if you don't want to transfer the technology, we won't force it. If you produce it yourself, as long as the quality and parameters meet the standards and pass our quality inspection, our military will take all of them." His series of questions left Suyu dumbfounded. Just as he was about to answer one by one, he saw Zhou Bowen, who was standing next to Wu Fangjin, subtly poking him and said, "General Wu, I'm afraid we can't afford it." "Can't afford it?" Wu Fangjin widened his eyes. "With so much military expenditure every year, it's all eaten up by the Navy and Air Force. They either have new planes or new aircraft carriers every day, while our army can only get new shoes. Now we finally encounter something suitable for us to use. How can we not afford it? We can just submit a report and apply for it. I don't believe it won't be approved. It's not a matter of approval." Zhou Bowen awkwardly pointed to the metal hydrogen battery in the energy column on the brochure. "Look at this battery, its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline. Although I don't understand the principle behind this battery, if it's true, do you know what it means, General?" "What aspect of this exoskeleton is not just these parameters? It doesn't carry any weapons itself, but it has a lot of redundancy in its design, with many weapon equipment interfaces. And the operating system of this exoskeleton is quite advanced, with strong compatibility. Well, in short, it can allow your experts in this field to study the dedicated modules. G60 heavy exoskeleton, rather than calling it an exoskeleton, I would rather call it a next-generation individual combat platform. The bigger your imagination, the more functions it has. After all, it has an energy-saving mode and can carry a ton of weight. It would be a waste not to attach anything. Mr. Su, let's agree on this for now. We will contact each other again in 3 days." Outside the venue, Suyu bid farewell to Wu Fangjin and the others after having lunch together. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and the product has caught the military's attention. Next, let the military test the various data of the G60 heavy exoskeleton. After all, it cannot be solely based on his words and a few demonstrations. The military must try it out. To reassure them, Suyu specifically left them 2 sets. One set is for practical testing, and one set is for disassembly and research. After all, if the military wants to purchase, they must ensure that there are no spy devices or similar things inside. It is necessary to open it up and take a look. As for whether they will try reverse engineering after disassembling it, that is not a concern for Suyu. As the saying goes, when technology is advanced enough, it is no different from magic. They most likely won't even understand the principles behind those black technologies, let alone try to replicate them through reverse engineering. Of course, in addition to leaving 2 exoskeletons for the military to test and research, Suyu also discussed his general conditions with General Wu. It's probably about establishing a few companies and building a few food processing plants. Wu Fangjin didn't even ask what kind of company he wanted to open or what kind of factory he wanted to establish, he just verbally agreed. As long as the exoskeleton tests go well, this matter will most likely be finalized in 3 days. But the specific details will definitely need to be discussed later. The defense exhibition lasted for 3 days, and Yu Xiaoyu had to go to work in the afternoon, so Suyu drove away alone. Since he had nothing else to do, he simply found a relatively large bookstore nearby. He bought a copy of Han Shu, Records of the Grand Historian, Ziji Tongjian, and other books related to the Qin and Han dynasties. Then he went home and entered the trading space directly. After sending a message to Ying Zhang, he entered the pavilion. In less than 5 minutes, Ying Zhang, dressed in court attire and wearing a flat crown, appeared in the pavilion. It seems that he had just attended court? Mr. Su, nice to meet you. Ing Zhang greeted politely, showing no signs of the typical arrogance of a feudal emperor. Of course, it's also possible that he was just good at judging the situation and treated the trading partners as equals, hence his humble demeanor. Regardless, Suyu couldn't find any fault in his attitude. After all, in trade partnerships, it's best to be friendly. Greetings, Emperor Qin. After exchanging pleasantries, they both took their seats. Suyu immediately transferred all the historical books he had collected to him through the trading platform. At the same time, he briefly explained which parts he needed to look at to understand how the Han dynasty dealt with the issues left by the Qin dynasty, and which parts he didn't need to read. After all, records of the Grand Historian had over 500,000 words, Book of Han had over 800,000 words, and Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government had over 3 million words. If he had to read every single word, it would take more than 10 days or even half a month. After solving the problems you were worried about, the Han dynasty unleashed astonishing power. We have a saying here, the Book of Han is good for accompanying wine. It was a vibrant era. If you're interested, you can continue reading after you finish what you want to read. It will definitely be useful. Suyu briefly mentioned, jokingly, after all, there's a saying that history serves as a mirror, even though it's not the history of your world, many things are still relevant. Ing Zhang nodded in agreement. With a flick of his finger, he took out a copy of Records of the Grand Historian. Looking at the relatively thin book in his hand, Ing Zhang couldn't help but frown and say, "Is this it? Over 500,000 words?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Suyu quickly explained, "paper was invented during the Han dynasty. You're still in the era of bamboo slips for recording. Anyway, you'll know once you open it. This thing is similar to silk books, but thinner and cheaper, making it suitable for mass production of written records." Ing Zhang pondered for a moment as he looked at the book in his hand. After a brief search, he figured out how to use it. However, when he opened the book and looked at its contents, he was dumbfounded. Seeing his reaction, Suyu guessed that he probably didn't recognize simplified Chinese characters. After all, the Qin dynasty was still using seal script. Although the characters used in his time were derived from seal script, after 2,000 years, they were no longer the same. Fortunately, he was prepared for this and pointed to a book below the pile, saying, "The one below is a dictionary of seal script. You can use it as a reference. Although you use more characters than in my time, the evolution of the characters in my time was based on seal script. If you study it carefully for 2 days, you should have no problem with basic reading." As Suyu expected, Ing Zhang used the dictionary of seal script to learn simplified Chinese characters step by step. In fact, he didn't need 2 days to learn. Whether it was because Ing Zhang himself was a genius or because there were supernatural powers in his world, his learning speed astonished Suyu. In less than an hour, he could barely read Records of the Grand Historian without relying on the dictionary. However, after acquiring the ability to read, he didn't delve into the content. Instead, he flipped through a page curiously and asked Suyu, "You mentioned earlier that this paper can be used in large quantities to record text and is inexpensive?" Hearing this, Suyu immediately knew that he was interested in paper and replied, "Yes. In our history, before the invention of paper, books existed in the form of bamboo slips and silk books. This made knowledge dissemination extremely difficult, and only a few nobles and aristocratic families had access to knowledge. And after the appearance of paper, knowledge gradually began to spread. With the advent of printing, knowledge ceased to be a rare resource monopolized by the aristocracy and noble families." Printing? Ing Zhang frowned. "Look at the words in the books. They are not handwritten, but printed using machines. Similar books can be printed thousands of copies a day in a printing factory." Suyu explained, of course, the efficiency of early printing was not as fast as it is now. After Ing Zhang finished listening, he closed the book in his hand and fell into silence for a while before sighing, "This is indeed a technique of our country." As an emperor, no one understood better than Ing Zhang the terrifying potential of knowledge to spread widely. If everyone in Qin, no, even 1/10 of the people could read and write, it would have a huge impact on the existing management system. Just the thought of all the people in the world becoming like the ministers in the court, eloquently discussing matters, made his head ache. However, on second thought, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. If everyone in the world could read and write, then Dechin would never lack talented individuals, and every industry would experience an explosive development. Knowledge is power. Although no one had ever told Ing Zhang this phrase, as a nobleman who had contact with the lower class, he naturally understood this principle. If he could truly introduce paper and printing to Dechin, allowing all the people to have books to read. At that time, if everyone in Dechin was as knowledgeable as dragons, how could he, the first emperor, not be remembered for eternity? Thinking of this, Ing Zhang couldn't help but brighten up. After all, with the reference of the Han Dynasty history in Su Yu's world, he had confidence in solving the problems at hand. As for the remaining lifespan in Su Yu's world, it wasn't much of a concern. In his world, there was a thing called the elixir of longevity, so it wasn't really a problem. Even if it was a matter of destiny, with the existence of the space-time trading platform, he didn't think he would be unable to find a way to extend his lifespan. As long as he was given another 100 years, he had confidence in leading Dechin onto an unimaginable path. By then, the phrase lasting for 10,000 generations might not just be an empty saying. Thinking of this, Ing Zhang let out a sigh of relief and solemnly said to Su Yu, "Please teach me the art of papermaking and printing. You can freely propose your conditions, Mr. Su." After pondering for a moment, Su Yu tentatively said, 10 elixirs of longevity. All right. Ing Zhang readily agreed, but after thinking for a moment, he added, actually, the elixir of longevity also has its limitations. A person can only consume a maximum of one. Although it can extend one's lifespan by 20 years, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that one will live for an additional 20 years. After taking the elixir, if one is killed, poisoned, or encounters any accidents due to external interference, they will still die. So, Mr. Su, do you still want only 10 elixirs of longevity? Then make it 30. Su Yu decisively said. It was obvious that they were giving him the opportunity to make a big request, so why not ask for more? Moreover, judging from Ing Zhang's easy agreement, Su Yu estimated that this thing was not considered rare in his world either. However, after saying that, he added, actually, I have many other good things here, it's difficult to explain them all at once. How about this, let's make another trade tomorrow. In addition to the art of papermaking, I will also give you a copy of the Chinese history and world history from our world. I'll also give you a few small items. After you read them, you'll probably know what I have here and what you need over there. As a modern person, there were too many things that he could trade with Ing Zhang. Even if the other world could cultivate immortality, Su Yu had a lot to offer. However, one is that he does not know what specific needs Ing Zhang has, and secondly, others do not know what he has. Instead of waiting for him to bring out good things every time, Ing Zhang discovers them and then actively requests a trade. It is better to simply bring out the things and let Ing Zhang choose for himself. This is somewhat different from his relatively conservative strategy when trading with Frost Star. After all, for him, the world where Frost Star is located is a relatively more advanced civilization. There are too many things he needs on Frost Star's side. Therefore, he cannot let Frost Star see through his depth, so as not to be manipulated. But Ing Zhang is different. His trading pattern with Ing Zhang is exactly the opposite of Frost Star's. The world he is in is more advanced. Ing Zhang has greater demands on him. The things Ing Zhang can provide, such as the longevity pill, are indeed very much needed by Su Yu. But it is not an urgent need. It's better to have it, but it doesn't matter if it's temporarily unavailable. So he is not afraid of being manipulated by Ing Zhang in reverse. That's great. Ing Zhang nodded when he heard this. I see that you are interested in the longevity pill and the qi cultivation method. Tomorrow, I will have someone prepare a list for you. Whatever you need, just ask for it. Then I thank Emperor Qin. Su Yu smiled and bowed. Doing business with smart people is simple. After a few more pleasantries, the two of them left separately. Name, Su Yu. Identity, Agent of the Blue Star District of the Transdimensional Trading Platform. Level, Junior Agent, 5 out of 10, Trading Points, 350, Available Matching Times, 0, in his personal space. Su Yu looked at his panel, lost in thought. Currently, each trade rewards 50 trading points. Since obtaining the trading platform, he has completed a total of 7 trades, 5 with Frost Star and 2 with Ing Zhang. It was the same as his previous speculation. The progress of upgrading an agent can only be increased by a maximum of +3 with the same trading partner. However, there is no restriction on trading points. Whether it is the same person or not, completing a trade rewards 50 points. But to say that there are no restrictions on obtaining trading points, that is not the case. At least within the same day, with the same trading partner, no matter how many trades are done, only 1 trading point can be obtained. This is a measure taken by the trading platform to prevent someone from exploiting bugs to endlessly accumulate trading points. After all, if there were no such measure, if users who like to exploit loopholes encountered each other, even a grain of rice would count as a trade, and wouldn't all the trading points be exhausted? 350 trading points. Suyu looked at the panel, pondering for a moment. In the end, he couldn't resist and spent 200 trading points to buy a bottle of Junior Gene Potion from the trading platform's store. Suyu had also asked Frost Star about Gene Potions before. Frost Star's answer was that although there was research in her world in this area, they hadn't come up with anything remarkable. Compared to enhancing individual strength from a genetic level, people there preferred cybernetic enhancements. Things like mechanical hands, mechanical legs, mechanical organs, and even completely mechanizing themselves, uploading their thoughts to circuit boards. In short, people in the wasteland world did not choose genetic evolution on their path of evolution. Instead, they felt that flesh and blood were weak and chose the path of cybernetic ascension. Although Frost Star strongly recommended the cybernetic prosthetics produced in their future city when she heard Suyu ask this question, she exaggeratedly praised them. However, Suyu rejected it without hesitation. Jokingly, if it was really that amazing, could Frost Star, a distinguished young lady from a prestigious family, be an original product? She didn't even give herself a cybernetic modification, but she wanted to fool him? Dream on. Of course, the cybernetic prosthetics produced in the wasteland will definitely be introduced in the future. Although Suyu himself may not need it, there is a great demand for these things among the disabled on Blue Star. As for now, it's still more reliable to get gene potions produced in the trading platform's mall. Inside the rental house, Suyu took a deep breath as he held the primary gene potion he bought with trading points. He directly injected it into his arm. He had already confirmed it multiple times on the trading platform. This primary gene potion has no side effects and is fully compatible with the current genes of the people on Blue Star. There won't be any problems after taking it, just a good night's sleep. The effect of the gene potion is to greatly strengthen his immune system. All the diseases on Blue Star are no match for his immune system. At the same time, it greatly enhances his bone density and muscle fiber strength. In more straightforward terms, previously, he could only lift 100 kilograms of gold for about 10 meters with all his strength, but after this injection, he could carry it without panting while running a marathon. The primary gene potion can help him surpass the limits of the human body and become a little superhuman. A cool feeling spread through his arm, and perhaps because the dosage was too high, Suyu felt a slight swelling in his shoulder. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long, and he soon felt drowsy and fell onto the bed. In his dream, Suyu dreamed of going on a vacation to Zairizi. He unexpectedly ended up on top of a volcano to enjoy the scenery. As he was watching, the volcano erupted inexplicably. Hot. Only this word remained in his mind. Then he woke up in horror. He looked up and realized that it was just a nightmare. Well, that's not right. The eruption of the Zairizi volcano doesn't seem like a nightmare either. He joked to himself and was about to check the time on his phone. Suddenly, he noticed that the bed was already wet. It was all his sweat. It seems that the dream just now wasn't nonsensical, it was really hot. Right, the gene potion. At this moment, he remembered that he had used the gene potion before going to sleep. But when he slightly moved his body, he didn't feel anything unusual. Where was the transformation into a little superhuman? Suyu, puzzled, got out of bed and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. But as soon as he lifted the blanket, a teeth-gritting tearing sound came. Surprisingly, the heavy cotton quilt on his body was torn open with a gentle lift, leaving a big hole. Ah, this. He looked at the blanket and then at his hand. Suyu was dumbfounded for a while, then picked up a glass from the bedside. With a little force, it shattered. Sharp glass shards pierced Suyu's palm, causing a slight pain. But when he opened his hand and looked at it, he found that there were only a few white marks left from the glass shards. Am I really a little superhuman now? Suyu stood up, clenched his fist, and took a few steps. Feeling the seemingly endless surging power inside his body, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Indeed, the gene potion produced by the trading platform is amazing. Not only did it make him exceptionally healthy and strong, but even his skin now looks fair and delicate, without any trace of roughness. As the saying goes, fair skin covers a multitude of flaws. Not to mention that Suyu was not ugly to begin with, he was even a bit handsome. After this injection, his already good foundation, under the influence of genetic evolution, became even more handsome. And it's not the kind of pretty boy handsomeness, but rather, while being fair, his face lost all the acne and excess fat, and his facial features became deep and sharp. Not only was he not feminine at all, but at first glance, he gave off a transcendent aura untouched by dust. Isn't this 1,000 times better than a beauty needle? Suyu looked at himself in the mirror and took a breath of cold air. What's even more rare is that, despite becoming much more handsome, his appearance is still similar to before. He no longer needs to worry about acquaintances not recognizing him. Excitedly moving around the room for a while, Suyu gradually calmed down his excitement after familiarizing himself with his terrifying power. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. He washed up and prepared to go out. However, when he was about to leave, he looked at the messy rental house and the bed soaked in the Han River water. He was stunned. It's time to find a new place to live. After finishing my business, I can go look at houses. He wasn't picky about where he lived. But now, he was different in every aspect compared to before. Living in such a small room was not comfortable enough, and more importantly, it lacked privacy. If he dropped a cup here, the neighbors would probably hear it. If he exercised a bit in the room, the people downstairs would probably complain. He had too many secrets, so to avoid trouble, it would be better to find a more independent place to live. Snap. Having made up his mind, he closed the door and left. There were few people in the morning, so the elevator quickly came down from upstairs. However, when the elevator door opened, Suyu was stunned when he saw Li Yuanqi inside, then he smiled unexpectedly and said, "Oh, good morning." Speaking of which, he and Li Yuanqi seemed to have some fate. So far, every time they met, it was by chance. Although they lived in the same building, the frequency of their recent encounters was a bit too high. When Li Yuanqi saw Suyu, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This person, why did he suddenly become so good-looking? But it seemed impolite to stare at someone like that, so she quickly lowered her head and softly said, "Good morning. Are you going to school?" Suyu casually asked as the elevator door closed. "No, I don't have classes today. I'm going to work part-time at a store," Li Yuanqi explained in a low voice. "No classes?" Suyu glanced at her. Today was Wednesday, so how could she not have classes for the whole day? She probably skipped some unimportant class. But in college, if you didn't skip classes, would it still be called college life? He didn't expose her and instead said, "By the way, has that guy with the blonde hair come looking for you these past few days?" "No," Li Yuanqi shook her head in thought for a moment before adding, "Thanks to you." "It was just a small favor," Suyu said nonchalantly. Just then, the elevator reached the first floor. As the two were about to leave, the elevator door opened, revealing a figure with messy blonde hair and a thin body like a bamboo pole. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Looking at the person in front of him with big dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating that he had just pulled an all-nighter, Suyu's mouth twitched. Is it really true that if you mention someone, they will appear? But he didn't really care. He had never been afraid of this guy before, let alone now that he had registered the genetic potion and his physical fitness was comparable to that of a superhero. He glanced at the confused blonde guy. Suyu directly took hold of Li Yuanqi's shoulder, pulled her into his arms, and then reached out to push the blonde guy blocking the elevator door. Without even looking at him, he walked straight out. The blonde guy stumbled back, but instead of getting angry, he showed a happy expression and caught up, saying, brother, it was all a misunderstanding before. I really am Yuenchi's brother. Speaking of which, you're my brother-in-law. Hearing this guy repeatedly claiming to be his brother-in-law, Suyu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Li Yuenchi, in his arms, stiffened for a moment. If you don't believe me, ask Yuenchi. I really am her brother. My name is Li Biao. The blonde guy caught up to the two of them and introduced himself with a playful smile. Suyu glanced at Huang Mao and frowned, saying, I don't care about your relationship with her. Just tell me, what business do you have with her? It's nothing. Huang Mao quickly smiled flatteringly, I just happened to come to the city for work recently, so I thought I'd come and see her. Oh, so you're done seeing her now? She's doing well, Suyu rolled her eyes and walked out with Li Yuenchi. Hey, wait! Huang Mao quickly said. But halfway through his sentence, he saw Suyu's unfriendly gaze and quickly swallowed the word brother-in-law that was about to come out. Just say it, if you have something to say, don't beat around the bush. Suyu impatiently said. Not to mention that Li Yuenchi hadn't even eaten yet. Even if he had, what kind of person was Huang Mao to think he could take advantage of him? Hearing Suyu's blunt words, Huang Mao didn't show any anger. Instead, he shamelessly smiled and said, well, I've been a little tight on money lately, and since I just arrived in the city and don't know anyone, I thought. Get lost. Suyu didn't let him finish, and spat out a word mercilessly. Huang Mao's expression immediately froze, standing there embarrassed and at a loss. Li Yuenchi looked at Huang Mao, who suddenly seemed like a quail in front of Suyu, in surprise. In her impression, her half-brother Li Biao was not a good person. He had been fighting and brawling everywhere since childhood, always aggressive and ruthless. Not to mention being scolded so mercilessly by someone. She had even seen this guy start a fight with someone over a few words of argument before. It seemed that bad people needed to be dealt with by bad people, right? She secretly glanced at Suyu, who seemed to have suddenly become particularly handsome, and denied this thought with a slightly blushing cheek. He was so handsome and gentle, he couldn't be a bad person, right? Suyu was unaware of Li Yuenchi's thoughts. Seeing Huang Mao standing there speechless, he took Li Yuenchi's arm and walked out quickly. Li Biao saw them about to leave and mustered up the courage to say something. But before he could speak, he saw Suyu turn around as if anticipating it and gave him a stern look, instantly silencing him. He didn't dare to say another word. He didn't even dare to provoke Suyu in the restaurant. That day. Later, when he saw Suyu driving a luxury car, he placed Suyu in an even higher position and considered him someone he couldn't afford to mess with. At this moment, he naturally didn't dare to show his teeth. If it were an ordinary office worker, even if they were more capable and wealthier than him, based on his experience in society, he wouldn't be afraid at all. He would just resort to bullying and being unreasonable. What difference would a few extra bucks make? As long as he didn't resort to violence, even if the other person called the police, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As a scoundrel like him, there were plenty of ways to annoy ordinary people. But when he encountered someone like Suyu, who was more aggressive and had more money and power than him, he was genuinely afraid. Because he could sense that if he dared to play his usual tricks with Suyu, he would really get beaten up. And there was a high probability that he wouldn't even get any compensation afterwards. After all, he was the one who started the trouble. If he had the leisure to argue clearly with him, he wouldn't end up well if it escalated to a court case. Ordinary people needed to work and had too many constraints, so they naturally didn't want to get involved in legal disputes. After all, even if they won the lawsuit in the end, it would have a great impact on their lives as ordinary people who just wanted to live a stable life. But in Huang Mao's impression, rich people like Suyu were never afraid of going to court. They would get beaten up and wouldn't be able to extort any money. He didn't want to get involved in such a stupid situation. Finally getting rid of the annoying Huang Mao like a fly, Suyu didn't let go of Li Yuenchi's hand. They walked all the way to the parking garage like that. Li Yuenchi kept her head down the whole way, not struggling, allowing Suyu to hold her intimately like that, her cheeks turning red. "Where is your pet shop where you work? I'll take you there directly." After getting on the car, Suyu looked at Li Yuanqi, who seemed lost in thought, and asked, "Who?" Li Yuanqi suddenly snapped out of it and quickly said, "You don't have to bother, I can go by myself." With a slightly embarrassed expression, she tried to open the door and get out. "Aren't you afraid of running into that blonde guy again if you go out alone?" Suyu said casually. Li Yuanqi immediately froze. It was clear that she had a significant psychological shadow regarding that blonde guy. With Suyu's remark, she immediately became obedient and didn't dare to move around. Then she quietly gave an address. In the end, she sounded a bit disappointed and said, "I'm really troubling you." "Is that so? Then you should thank me properly, shouldn't you?" Suyu teased while setting the navigation. Li Yuanqi looked conflicted and remembered the things she said to Suyu at the school gate a few days ago. Her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. After a while, just as Suyu finished setting the navigation and was ready to leave, Li Yuanqi suddenly leaned over and pecked him on the cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. Then, like a startled deer, she quickly retreated and pretended to look calmly out the window. This caught Suyu off guard. He really didn't mean it just now, he just wanted to find an excuse to have Li Yuanqi treat him to a meal or something, to deepen their relationship and speed up his progress. He didn't expect her to misunderstand and do something like this. Looking at Li Yuanqi, whose ears were now red, Suyu touched the spot on his face that was just attacked and suddenly smiled and shook his head. Then he leaned his upper body against the armrest and moved closer. Feeling him approaching, Li Yuanqi's breath hitched, and she turned her head to look at Suyu, who was now within arm's reach, and trembled as she asked, "What are you doing?" Suyu didn't say anything, he just silently looked at her. Just as she was about to resign herself and close her eyes, she heard Suyu chuckle and say, "Buckle up." He reached over and fastened her seatbelt, then sat back in his own seat. Familiar with the gear shifting, they set off. Leaving Li Yuanqi, whose breathing had become somewhat rapid, staring blankly at him. This person is so bad. Suyu took Li Yuanqi to the pet shop where she worked part-time. Then he went to a nearby bookstore and bought a set of world history and Chinese history, which he had promised Ying Zhang. However, he couldn't find a book specifically detailing the operation of papermaking and printing. After all, this was a niche subject, and even if there were books on it, they would probably be hard to find. Moreover, it had to be traditional papermaking techniques, otherwise, if he gave Ying Zhang modern papermaking techniques, he wouldn't be able to use them. The only book Suyu remembered that mentioned these things was The Exploitation of the Works of Nature. However, it not only recorded papermaking and printing but also a bunch of ancient dynasty. Besides being a bit expensive, it had almost no drawbacks. Although Suyu wasn't short of money now, he was still quite surprised when he heard that it cost over 4,000. But when he heard that he could get a discount of 200 in their store's outdoor group, Suyu ultimately only spent 3,999 to get it. Save where you can and spend where you should. After buying the necessary items, it was already noon. Found a restaurant to have lunch and took advantage of the restaurant's Wi-Fi to download a bunch of popular science videos. Suyu originally wanted to go see houses, but when he thought about the over 10 million yuan he had left and the housing prices in the city, he dismissed the idea. That amount of money would be enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in a slightly worse location, but it wouldn't be enough to buy a highly confidential and relatively independent villa in the city. When he thought about the over 300 kilograms of gold he had left, he dialed the phone number of Chuyu, the daughter of the Wanfu Group. With the financial power of the Wanfu Group, there shouldn't be any problem with them taking all of that gold. Plus, they had a previous cooperation. He needed money urgently now, so naturally, he would go to Chuyu first. As expected, after Chuyu found out about Suyu's purpose, she almost didn't hesitate at all and agreed to it. They agreed to meet at the abandoned industrial park tonight and then hung up the phone. After all, reality is not like novels or movies, things can't be done so quickly. It's not like in novels where you show something good and meet a rich person who immediately gives you billions or hundreds of billions to buy it. Then, the huge sum of money arrives in your account in a second. That kind of thing is impossible. In reality, those wealthy people's assets are mainly stocks, securities, and real estate. After all, there is inflation in this world. Cash in hand doesn't appreciate or create more wealth, so holding it for one more day means losing one more day. The same goes for companies, they usually only reserve the necessary working capital in their accounts. When something unexpected happens, it definitely takes time to raise funds. It's impossible for Suyu to call Chuyu and for her to ask him to bring the gold over for payment. After contacting Chuyu and arranging to meet in the evening, Suyu carefully thought about it and realized that he hadn't missed anything, so he was about to go home and enter the trading space to complete the deal he had agreed with Ingzheng yesterday. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got in the car, the personal panel of the trading platform lit up in front of him, and it was Froststar who sent a message at this time. Do you have time? I have an urgent matter that I need your help with. Urgent matter? Suyu was taken aback, then he simply found a 5-star hotel nearby and booked the most expensive suite, which cost over 10,000 yuan per night. Usually, only wealthy people stay in this kind of room. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be any issues with confidentiality. After Suyu went in, he looked around and didn't find any surveillance cameras or anything like that. So he directly opened the personal panel and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Froststar had already been sitting at the head of the long table for a while. Suyu skillfully pulled out a chair and sat in his own seat, then glanced at the decorations in the room and raised an eyebrow. Come to think of it, he hadn't noticed before. The scenes in which he conducted business with different people were different. The scene of talking with Froststar was this antique conference room, while the location of the conversation with Ingzheng was a pavilion on the lake. He didn't know if there was any deeper meaning to it. But before he could think too much, Froststar, who was sitting across from him, couldn't wait and said, "You finally came. I have something I need your help with. It's a bit urgent, but if you can do it, the reward I can give you this time will definitely be more generous than all the previous ones combined." "Tell me about it," Suyu said with interest. "The lord of our future city is about to die." Froststar's expression was solemn. "The lord is about to die?" Suyu was taken aback and asked in confusion, "So what does that have to do with you, or what do you need me to do? Could it be that your lord is dying and you want to eat some rare delicacies? I can help with that." "That's not the case. The lord of the city has lived for over 200 years, and apart from the brain, his entire body has already been replaced with mechanical mechanisms. He has no desire for food." Froststar shook her head, pondered for a while, and seemed to be organizing her thoughts. After a while, she said, "This matter is quite complicated. Let me explain it briefly. Do you know how Future City was built?" Without waiting for Suyu to answer, she continued. Future City was actually a space city built by the escape faction of the Prosperous Era on the eve of the apocalypse. Due to various reasons, the space city that was supposed to be built in space could only be built on the ground. The original plan was to use a superpowered anti-gravity engine to send it into space and escape the complex ground environment. Once in space, it could use a curvature engine to escape at superluminal speeds. But in the end, they were a step too late. The Battle of the Apocalypse came earlier than anyone expected. This colossal structure, with a usage area of up to 1,600 square kilometers and the capacity to accommodate 3 million people for 500 years without external supplies, and is almost completed, became stranded on the wasteland because it couldn't install the anti-gravity engine in time. It became the future city as it is now. You can think of Future City as a starship that can't fly, but in many ways, it is much stronger than a starship. Froststar shrugged, and the lord of the city is the ruler who has the highest authority over this stranded starship. Inside Future City, life and death are in her hands. She is about to die and is selecting an heir to transfer her authority. Froststar's face became serious, and she added, "She has no direct blood relatives." Hearing this, Suyu roughly understood her purpose. The Lord of Future City holds the highest authority over the entire city. Understood why Froststar was so anxious. After all, he felt that this approach was too extreme, and the next Lord of the city might not necessarily agree with it. Without obtaining the Lord's authority, he might even be eliminated by the new Lord of the city. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but sigh and ask, "Tell me, how can I help?" The thing the lord of the city desires most is to see the world before the war, to see the blue sky and white clouds that once existed on our mother planet, to see the prosperous human world. But our world is already in ruins, and if nothing unexpected happens, her dream is probably impossible to achieve even in death. But now, something unexpected has happened. Froststar stared at Suyu intently and said, "I have become the agent of the interdimensional trading platform." Suyu was stunned for a while upon hearing this, then his expression became strange as he said, "Are you trying to bring your lord to the world where I am?" Froststar didn't say anything, obviously that was what she meant. Suyu's mouth twitched as he said, "Under the constraints of the trading platform, if you can bring her here, I don't mind showing her this world." But, are you sure the trading platform can allow living beings to cross worlds? He had actually tried it before, and not even a chicken could pass through the trading platform alive, let alone a human. With the authority of a junior agent, he could only trade plant seeds and other plant life. Trading living animals to other worlds was currently impossible. Intermediate or advanced agents might have the authority to trade living beings. But both Suyu and Froststar were clearly still only junior agents. If the lord of the city is willing to digitize her consciousness and upload it to a computer, it is actually possible to trade through the trading platform. "I have already consulted the trading platform about this," Froststar immediately replied. Obviously, this plan was not just a spur-of-the-moment idea, but a carefully considered one. Upload the consciousness to a computer? Suyu exclaimed, "Data ascension? You have this technology, so why did the Lord still die? Couldn't she abandon her body and achieve immortality directly in the virtual world of the computer?" "It's not possible," Froststar shook her head, "the complexity of human consciousness far exceeds your imagination. Even our most advanced computers cannot sustain human consciousness for a long time. After digitizing and uploading the consciousness to a computer, it can only be supported for a maximum of 3 to 5 days. Beyond this time, memories will remain, but consciousness will completely disappear. After the extinction of thinking, humans lose their ability to think, and they can no longer be considered humans. We call them artificial intelligence. In other words, even if the city lord uploads their thinking, they will only have a lifespan of 3 to 5 days at most. My plan is to persuade the city lord to upload their thinking. In the last few days, you will show her your world, fulfill her final wish, and then have her transfer the city lord's authority to me." One last question. Suyu pondered for a moment and said, "If everything goes according to your plan, but she still refuses to give you the city lord's authority, what then?" Froststar's expression remained unchanged as she coldly said, "That doesn't matter. As long as I bring her into the trading space, she won't be able to designate anyone other than me as the next city lord. If she doesn't give it to me, the city lord's authority will remain idle for too long, triggering another set of city lord selection mechanisms run by the system AI. Then it will be up to everyone's abilities. This woman is ruthless." Suyu once again refreshed his understanding of Froststar. From her tone, it was not difficult to hear that she had a considerable understanding and respect for the future city lord, and there might even be some teacher-student relationship between them. But in order to achieve her own goals, she didn't hesitate to design the future city lord. Well, it can't really be called design, it's more like a trap. The future city lord may not be very familiar with the trading space, but she doesn't need Froststar to explain that if she goes to another world, she will lose control of the future city. It depends on whether the future city lord wants to fulfill her own wishes before dying or wants to carefully select the next city lord. Based on the conversation with Froststar just now, Suyu felt that the success rate of Froststar's plan was probably very high. After thinking for a moment, he said, "So what can I get?" Having understood the whole situation, it was time to talk about the reward. Everything in the future city. Froststar's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "If I can become the city lord of the future city, everything that the future city possesses can be used as items for our trade. Technology, products, and even when we become more advanced agents, useful and loyal commodities like clone humans can be used for trade. Even if I can't obtain the city lord's authority, with the strength of my family, I can seize a large amount of resources and technology during the chaotic period between the vacancy of the future city lord and the triggering of the AI's automatic selection of a new city lord, and leave the future city. By then, the items available for trade will be countless times richer than now. As a space fortress escaping from the mother star, the future city has almost all the technological reserves of the prosperous era. Among them, there are some things that we, limited by the wasteland environment, cannot manufacture even with the technology. But if your world has these technological reserves, it may not be impossible to create them. For example, mature fusion technology that can be used commercially, space elevators, and interstellar warships. To be honest, Suyu admitted that he was tempted. The technologies mentioned by Frost Star are almost unimaginable for Blue Star at present. Their value cannot be measured in currency. And what she said is true. If he can obtain a complete set of mature technologies, space elevators and interstellar warships are not out of the question. With Blue Star's current technology, commercial fusion can really be replicated. However, considering that this is a business negotiation, Suyu shook his head and said, technological things are still too far away for now. After I receive them, I will need a lot of time to monetize them. Just tell me what tangible rewards you can give me. Frost Star pondered for a while before saying, alright, let's not talk about the distant ones for now. If the plan goes smoothly and neither I nor anyone else becomes the lord of the city, then the reward I can give you is 10 sets of storm power armor. No bargaining, although my family has quite a few sets of storm power armor, they are all non-renewable, and 10 sets is the limit. Suyu glanced at the exquisite silver power armor on Frost Star's body, nodded, and accepted the reward, signaling her to continue. If I become the lord of the city, in addition to the 10 sets of storm power armor, I will also give you 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft with a payload capacity of 500 tons. At this point, she looked at Suyu and said, I have had a professional team analyze the approximate technological level of your world. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 near-Earth orbital spacecraft can completely make you dominate the sky of your world. By then, I will control the future city, and you will control your world. Our scope of trade will not be limited to small-scale conflicts, but will truly expand into all-round cooperation. Deal. Suyu had been longing for the storm power armor on Frost Star's body for a long time. As long as he cooperated with her this time, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, she would directly give him 10 sets. Suyu had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the so-called Falcon-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft was even more significant. According to Frost Star, this thing had a payload capacity of 500 tons and its own fusion reactor for power supply. The weapon modules were extremely advanced, and its speed could even exceed the second cosmic velocity. So, although this thing was called a near-Earth orbital spacecraft, it could actually escape the gravitational pull of Blue Star and fly to Mars. With 3 Falcons and 10 sets of storm power armor, Suyu could even say without hesitation that there was basically nothing on Blue Star that could threaten him anymore, except for the Great Mushroom. As for who would use these equipment traded over, it was not a problem. One slightly risky method was for him to recruit a group of tools on Blue Star, who would only have usage rights, while the highest control rights would still be in his hands. The safer method was to directly use trading points to purchase clones on the trading platform. If he was willing to wait a little longer, he could also wait until he upgraded to an intermediate or advanced agent and then purchase absolutely loyal slaves from other worlds. After upgrading to a certain level, agents could trade living beings, which was a conclusion he and Frost Star had reached together. It should not be wrong. In any case, as long as he obtained the equipment, people would be a small problem. Alright, the next step is how to make the Lord believe that I can send her to your world, Frost Star said, taking out a milky white metal sphere. This is a photography drone. Its characteristic is that it is very fast and can move thousands of kilometers within an hour. My plan is for you to use it to take some footage of your world. You don't need to only film prosperous cities and beautiful scenery, both the good and the bad can be included. Then give me the video, and I will try to persuade the Lord. Suyu took the small sphere, marveling at it, and half-jokingly said, there won't be any black technology inside this thing, right? After going there, it will directly invade our network and cause an artificial intelligence crisis? Frost Star didn't pay much attention to his words and explained, we do have that kind of black technology here, but you can rest assured that it doesn't carry that level of technology. I can trade this thing to you for free through the trading platform. Just like the usual traded goods, I can guarantee absolute safety. That's good. Suyu didn't refuse. From the first day he understood the operating rules of the trading platform, he had decided not to bring back anything beyond the platform's supervision to Blue Star. Others' gifts are not acceptable. Only things obtained through legitimate trading channels on the trading platform can guarantee absolute safety. Gifts from others do not belong to the trading channels. There is no guarantee of security. In the two worlds he is currently encountering, one is the wasteland where Frost Star is located, and the other is the ancient world of Qin where Yingzheng is located. There are too many things he doesn't understand in both worlds. If Frost Star goes crazy and adds something to the things he sent, with the technological level of the wasteland world, even the Blue Star humans might be wiped out in one fell swoop. One should not have malicious intentions, but one should not be without precautions. Played on a phone sometimes provide a more intuitive experience. With that, he took Yingzheng's phone and slowly opened the offline cache document of the BI website in front of him. This phone had 1 terabyte of memory, and Suyu had already downloaded a large number of educational videos and documentaries on it before coming. It covered almost all aspects of history, economics, military, and culture. He directly opened a historical montage video with over 20 million views, from ancient battles to the abdication of the last emperor in 10 minutes. Then he placed the phone in front of Yingzheng. Curiously, Yingzheng picked up the phone and watched it carefully. At first, he didn't understand what was being shown. But as the video played, the timeline gradually moved from the ancient era to major events in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. He finally understood what was being shown and focused on watching. When he saw the Qin dynasty unify the 6 states and conquer the world, accompanied by the stirring background music, even Yingzheng couldn't help but feel excited. But then he saw himself dying in the desert, accompanied by the phrase, "Are there any virtuous officials and generals left?" and the collapse of the great Qin Empire. He couldn't help but frown. However, knowing his future, he patiently watched the subsequent historical changes. From the Western Han Dynasty to the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, and the Tang Dynasty, all the way to the abdication of the last emperor. In just 10 minutes, thousands of years of history flashed by. After the video finished, Yingzheng stared at the small screen of the phone in silence for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! The history of the future thousands of years is truly fascinating, and this device, the phone, is indeed a marvelous creation. Compared to books, presenting history in this way is truly shocking and easier for people to understand. Observing the past and present in an instant, embracing the world in a single moment." Suyu shrugged. Whether it's videos or books, they are both carriers of knowledge, each with their own advantages and disadvantages. I gave you these to let you have a more intuitive experience of the future. With that, he opened a video showcasing modern weapons. Rockets were fired, and the shooting range instantly turned into a sea of fire, leaving Yingzheng bewildered. Although he had no concept of firearms, just by looking at the numerous craters, he knew how powerful the weapon shown in the video was. After coming back to his senses, he quickly asked, "What is this?" It's one type of firearm, not the most powerful one. The most formidable one can probably level Xianyang in an instant, Suyu explained simply. These videos have records of the development of weapons. You'll understand when you watch them later. Most of the things you see in these videos, I can provide here. Of course, for things that I can't provide in the short term, give me some time, and I can get them for you. You can take a look first, and after you have a general understanding of what I can offer, we can continue discussing the trade. As for papermaking and printing techniques, I have also downloaded related videos. You'll understand when you watch them. So, this trade can be considered complete. Yingzheng nodded in response and didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he gave Suyu the 30 longevity pills they had agreed upon. The trade was completed. The two exchanged pleasantries again, and Suyu taught Yingzheng how to use an external power source to charge his phone. Then they bid farewell to each other. Seeing Yingzheng's slightly hurried appearance, it was clear that he couldn't wait to learn the vast amount of knowledge that Suyu had brought. Coming out of the trading space, it was already dark outside, around 7 in the evening. Suyu went downstairs and casually ordered some food in the hotel restaurant. Then he hurriedly drove to the outskirts. After all, he had made an appointment with Chuyu to trade gold in the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs tonight. Busy all afternoon, and still had to drive to the outskirts at night. This time, he finally understood what it meant to be busy. In the morning, he seemed to be lamenting how idle he was. It's not possible to personally handle everything. I still need to recruit some people to help, like Frost Star and Ing Zhang's procurement of supplies, which are not very important matters. It's best to let subordinates handle them. If I do everything myself, I might end up exhausted one day. But it's not urgent for now. Let's wait until the military finishes testing the exoskeleton. By then, we won't lack money, and with the military backing us up, everything will be more convenient than it is now. While driving, Suyu pondered about the next steps. The car quickly arrived at the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Because it was the second transaction, he wasn't as cautious as the first time. He simply drove in. However, it was strange that with his enhanced perception ability after injecting the genetic medicine, he should have some sense if someone was spying on him. He had already tested this in the bustling streets today. Whenever he felt someone secretly watching him, he would turn his head and discover the person. But on his way into the industrial park, he didn't feel that sense of being watched. Have they not arrived yet? That's not right. It's already past 8:40, they should be here soon, right? Or maybe they never intended to monitor the entrance of the industrial park? Forget it, I don't care. Suyu couldn't be bothered with these things. When the enemy comes, we'll meet them head-on. He drove the car into the abandoned industrial park and found an inconspicuous corner to park. He directly took out a not-so-large but sturdy suitcase from the car's trunk. Inside the suitcase was over 300 kilograms of gold. This was all the gold he had left. Based on the price of 300 grams per gram, it was worth about 150 million yuan. If it were in the past, he wouldn't be able to lift so much gold no matter what. But after injecting the genetic medicine, his physical fitness had reached a superhuman level. Holding over 300 kilograms, or close to 400 kilograms, in his hands only felt slightly heavy. It was no problem to carry it for a few kilometers. Familiar with the abandoned industrial park, he quickly approached the agreed-upon factory building. However, before he could get close, he was startled by a gunshot that broke the silence of the night. Suyu reacted quickly, almost without hesitation. He instinctively let go of the gold and took out an S-79 electromagnetic pistol from his inventory, aiming it in the direction of the gunshot. But at this moment, he realized that the gunshot just now didn't seem to be directed at him. And that shot was just the beginning. Bang bang bang! It was like a powder keg had been ignited. In the darkness of the night, intense gunfire erupted in the factory building ahead, occasionally accompanied by painful screams. Now Suyu could finally be sure that they were not targeting him. But what the hell is going on? Suyu was a bit puzzled for a moment. If they were coming for him, it would be a case of the pot calling the kettle black, and he had actually anticipated this situation. But what did it mean to start a fight with someone else? And it sounded like there were quite a few people on both sides. Although this place is in the suburbs, it is also the prosperous area of the suburbs. What kind of outlaws dare to have a gunfight here? Suyu was confused for a moment, listening to the increasingly intense gunfire inside. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a heavy exoskeleton from his inventory. Then, in 3 or 5 moves, he put it on. Although the protective ability of that combat suit was even more powerful than the exoskeleton, who would complain about having thick armor on their body? Compared to the thin protective suit, the heavy armor on the exoskeleton made Suyu feel safer. After moving his hands and feet, Suyu put the box filled with gold into his inventory. Then, he quietly circled around the factory's perimeter wall. Finally, on the other side, he found the second-floor office window where the conversation took place that day. Inside, it was dimly lit, just like that day. Suyu exerted a little force under his feet and, with the help of the exoskeleton, jumped 4 or 5 meters high, easily clinging to the windowsill and smashing the glass to enter the office. Bang! 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 As soon as he entered, Suyu was greeted by a barrage of bullets. Damn it, bad luck! Suyu cursed angrily. The protection of the exoskeleton was naturally not something that these few pistols could penetrate. He looked up at the several terrified bodyguards and Suyu behind them. After thinking for a moment, he dismissed the idea of smashing their heads into their chests with a punch. This was the boss, not someone he could easily kill. When the magazines of the bodyguards were empty and they were busy changing magazines, Suyu said, "That's enough, they are allies." Suyu angrily grabbed a gun from one of the bodyguards and effortlessly crushed it into a lump of scrap metal. The bodyguard who had his gun taken away looked at the twisted scrap metal in confusion, his face filled with bewilderment. The other two bodyguards also had expressions of disbelief, freezing in place while changing magazines. What kind of monster was this? Are you Suyu? Suyu pushed aside the bodyguard in front of her and asked suspiciously. It's me. The face of the exoskeleton retracted, revealing Suyu's much more handsome face. Suyu stared at him for a while, finally relieved. Then, with interest, she walked up to him and, seeing that Suyu didn't react, tentatively reached out and knocked on the thick chest armor of the exoskeleton, surprised. This is an exoskeleton? You have a good eye, Suyu. Looked at her in surprise, then thought for a moment and added, the latest product from the military. The military has something like this? Suyu looked at the heavy exoskeleton, then at Suyu, her face filled with disbelief. They will have it soon. Suyu couldn't be bothered to talk to her about these things, pointing at the constantly firing door and said impatiently, "What's going on?" "I came here to do business, not to fight." "Well." Suyu looked at the door and said coldly, "There were some problems with the company, and there was such a big misunderstanding during the transaction. It was my fault. Afterward, I can compensate you with a higher price for the gold." Suyu pointed to the door and sneered, "Don't talk about afterward. Think about what to do now. The gunfire was just on the first floor, and now it's almost on the second floor. Your people probably won't be able to hold on much longer." Unexpectedly, Suyu didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, she smiled and reached out to knock on the armor on Suyu's body, saying, "But don't you still have yourself? We are partners after all. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Suyu looked at her for a while, then impatiently brushed her hand away. "I can save you, but it will cost you 1 billion. Suyu held up a slender finger. Suyu. He had over 300 kilograms of gold in that box, which was just a little over 1 billion. This woman is worth 1 billion even if she doesn't weigh 100 pounds? Damn, is she more valuable than gold? Ahem. Who cares about money? As someone who is already quite wealthy, Suyu feels that he shouldn't bow down for a measly amount of money. Although this amount of money is indeed quite a lot, is he the type of person who was blinded by money? 2 billion. Who cares about money? We young people with hot blood can't stand these lawless individuals. Miss Chu, rest assured, I will go and twist their heads off. Suyu strides towards the door. Just before opening it, he hesitates and adds, "Just transfer the money to the previous account." There's no other way, she gave him way too much. Suyu thought he was already a wealthy person. But compared to these wealthy people, he is still poor. Damn capitalists. Suyu mutters as he walks out into the corridor outside the office. Once outside, he takes off his face mask and checks his entire body, which is well protected. The night vision system on his exoskeleton helmet allows him to see the dark factory clearly. He notices that the group of unidentified people below has already cleared the first floor and is now attacking the stairs to the second floor. Each of these people is dressed in ordinary clothes, blending in with the crowd without raising any suspicion. They are in stark contrast to Chuyu's well-dressed bodyguards. However, their combat experience seems to be more extensive than the bodyguards. From their tactical movements, it is clear that they are seasoned fighters. Combined with their numbers and the element of surprise, Chuyu's bodyguards are quickly being pushed back. Among these unidentified individuals, Suyu even spots a few foreigners with distinct features. If there are foreigners, then it's unlikely that they are from the military or the police coming to arrest Chuyu. There are about 20 people below, and it won't be difficult for Suyu to deal with them. His only concern before coming out was whether Chuyu was a heinous criminal being pursued by the authorities. In that case, Suyu would not save her. He would even consider killing Chuyu to prevent their previous transaction from being exposed, and then quietly escape. But since they are not official personnel, it doesn't matter. Regardless of who they are, engaging in such a fierce battle within the boundaries of Jojo is a highly illegal act. If he takes care of these people, what would that be called? That would be called heroism. A young man in the Magic City bravely fights off armed criminals with his bare hands. Just listen, how exciting! Boom! A heavy landing sound echoes. Suyu, wearing the exoskeleton, jumps over the fence and lands on the first floor, cutting off the retreat of the thugs attacking the stairs. Despite the intense gunfire, the commotion doesn't seem to attract the attention of the people ahead. Suyu strides forward, reaches out and grabs the head of a thug who was peeking out from a corner and shooting, lifting him up. Then he throws him outside the cover. The guards of Chuyu immediately open fire, turning this thug into a sieve. The sudden turn of events startles the group of thugs at the future staircase, and they immediately turn their guns towards Suyu. However, upon seeing the heavy armor on his body, they all freeze in place. What is this thing? Suyu doesn't bother to understand what the skinny, dark-skinned thug in front of him is saying in his gibberish. He simply slaps his head, causing it to rotate 720 degrees. 2 down. With the enhancement of the genetic potion, although this is Suyu's first time doing something like this, apart from some psychological discomfort, he remains surprisingly calm. Bang bang bang! The intense sound of gunfire rang out once again, bullets hitting Suyu's armor and sparking, but only managing to scrape off a little paint. There were no dents on the armor, let alone any harm to Suyu. The heavy exoskeleton, like a tiger among sheep, carried tremendous force and quickly charged into the midst of the criminals. The dense gunfire gradually became sporadic. Until finally, complete silence fell. Suyu disdainfully shook off the bloodstains on the armor and turned to look at the bodyguard who had been dumbfounded at the corner of the stairs. Go tell your miss, it's been taken care of. Yes, yes. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded and hurriedly ran upstairs, stumbling and falling along the way, crawling and rolling to deliver the message. It wasn't that he was incompetent, but the scene just now was too terrifying. Compared to shooting someone with a gun, Suyu's punch to someone's head in the midst of the crowd was a completely different feeling. The latter brought a subversive visual impact. Not long after, Suyu descended the stairs under the protection of a group of bodyguards. Looking at the bloody mess on the ground, she only slightly frowned and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, her gaze fell on Suyu's exoskeleton, her eyes shining. This thing is a bit too terrifying. Moreover, judging from the lack of dents on it, it was obvious that this level of firefighting had not yet reached the protective limit of this equipment. Its value was immeasurable. As a merchant, Chuyu instantly saw the value of this exoskeleton. Suyu, on the other hand, had no idea she was thinking so far ahead. When she came down, he asked directly, "When will the money be transferred?" "The money for the gold trade can be given to you now, but as for the money for your assistance, it can only be given to you tomorrow," Chuyu said frankly. 200 million in cash was not something that could be easily produced. "It's fine to complete the gold trade first. I'll go get the gold." "Wait a moment," Suyu nodded and walked towards the main entrance. However, halfway there, he stopped and turned towards a ground floor window with a security net. He kicked open the rusty steel-reinforced security net and easily jumped out. In a corner where no one could see, he took out the gold from his inventory. Then he climbed back in through the window. However, halfway through the climb, looking at the broken window, Suyu suddenly remembered something. It seemed like he had already bought this place. Whether it was this piece of land or this abandoned factory, they were actually his properties. Damn it! He turned his head and saw the bloody staircase that looked like a slaughterhouse, and Suyu's eyelids twitched. If he had known earlier, he would have held back a bit. This is really damn unlucky. Thud. Suyu placed the heavy suitcase on the ground, and because his territory had been trashed like this, his mood instantly became less pleasant as he said directly to Chuyu, "This is the gold, have someone come to inspect it. By the way, have someone clean up this place, it looks like a bloody mess. I'm a kind-hearted person, I can't stand the sight of blood. If it's not cleaned up properly, I won't dare to come to this place again." Chuyu. If it weren't for the fact that all these scattered body parts were caused by Suyu himself, she would almost believe him. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and said impatiently, "I will have someone clean it up. As for the gold, there's no need to inspect it. According to the agreed price, for the 385 kilograms of gold here, I need to pay you 110 million. Rounded down, I'll directly transfer you 120 million. This part of the money will be transferred to your account later, and the rest will be fully transferred tomorrow." At this point, Chuyu suddenly paused, looked at the bodyguards behind her, and said, "Mr. Su and I have some things to discuss, so please leave first." Although these bodyguards couldn't fight like those criminals earlier, their professionalism was beyond reproach. After hearing her instructions, without hesitation, I promptly left the factory and went on alert. When it was just the two of us left, Chuyu said to Suyu, "Do you want to know why these people came to attack me?" "No, I don't," Suyu decisively shook his head. He only wanted to make money and didn't want to get involved in these people's troubles. Chuyu's expression froze, and she couldn't help but scold him with a glare. Then she continued, "Actually, bodyguards were not allowed to carry guns in the country. The reason my bodyguards are an exception is because our company has some cooperation with state-owned companies, but I won't go into detail with you. In short, it's related to the outside." With that, she pointed to a handgun scattered on the ground and said, "Because of this, our company has offended many external forces in recent years. There are quite a few people who want to kill me, so the authorities specially approved my bodyguards to carry guns. And these people specifically smuggled in to deal with me." As she said this, Suyu suddenly understood. Guns from the outside. Well, this woman may look delicate, but who would have thought she was an arms dealer? However, thinking about it, Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brows. If your business is so big, then that night's deal of 100 kilograms of gold, worth only 30 million, there's no need for you to risk your life and come to such a remote place to trade gold with me, right? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Chuyu, a person like her, couldn't possibly not understand this principle. If I don't give them the opportunity, how can they be willing to come out? Chuyu suddenly chuckled. "We've known about these people smuggling in for a long time, but in such a large place, it's like finding a needle in a haystack to find them. That night, I specifically came out to give them an opportunity. After all, it's much simpler to capture them all in such a remote place than in a densely populated city, and the risk is lower. I just didn't expect these people to be even more useless than I imagined. They didn't manage to find their way here in time. So this time..." Suyu narrowed his eyes. Without waiting for him to ask, Chuyu walked to a window and pointed outside. Looking into the distance, he saw several patrol boats with police markings approaching from the sea, and he could vaguely see the armed police on the boats, well equipped. At the same time, he also heard the sound of police sirens coming from the other end of the industrial park, indicating that there were definitely a lot of people. Even if he hadn't joined in just now, with the firepower of those gangsters, it would probably take a while to take down the bodyguards guarding the stairs. It was more than enough time for the patrolman who had been ambushed around to arrive. "I'm sorry I didn't explain the situation to you earlier." Chuyu shrugged. "Actually, it's more complicated than you think. Under normal circumstances, these people wouldn't send anyone here no matter how much they wanted to kill me. It's no different from sending themselves to their deaths. But now there have been some changes, and some people can't wait any longer. So what are you trying to tell me with all this?" Suyu frowned. He saw so many patrolmen surrounding them and was originally planning to run away. But then he thought about it. This industrial park was now his property, and the people he had killed were dangerous infiltrators. His pure act of righteousness, why would he run away? The military already knew about the existence of exoskeletons, it wasn't something that couldn't be exposed. "I want to buy a few sets of this." Chuyu walked over and knocked on the thick chest armor, her eyes filled with admiration that couldn't be dispelled. "This is truly a perfect industrial creation. Seeing her expression, Suyu gradually realized that something was wrong and tentatively said, "You already knew about the existence of this exoskeleton?" "That's right." Shuyu calmly said, "After all, my other company is in that business. When the military tested those two samples, our company also had experts involved, so of course I know. But don't worry, the military is very satisfied with the equipment after testing. They will probably sign a contract with you in the next few days. Once an adequate quantity is equipped, they will publicly showcase their strength. After all, the situation outside is not so stable recently, and the military has a need for this. Compared to tanks, planes, and missiles that people have seen countless times and are accustomed to, this revolutionary exoskeleton is undoubtedly more capable of deterring small-minded individuals. Therefore, they never intended to conceal the existence of this exoskeleton from the beginning. I know, and it's understandable. The only reason they set the highest level of secrecy is actually because of your identity. To be honest, I didn't expect that the military obtained those two exoskeletons from you until you walked in front of me wearing it." After listening, Suyu had a rough idea in his mind and then said, "Since you have such a good relationship with the military, why don't you wait until they are equipped and then buy from them? How much production capacity do you have for this?" Shuyu helplessly said, "In the short term, I'm afraid there won't even be enough for the military themselves. How could they sell to me? But you're different. You haven't officially signed a cooperation agreement with the military yet. If you sell me a few sets now, the military can't say anything, right?" Suyu thought about it and realized that it seemed to be the case. He thought about the thousands of exoskeleton sets already piled up in his inventory and said, "What price are you planning to offer?" 10 million per set. And I want 10 sets, Shuyu gave the price she expected. Although this price could buy a main battle tank and more, in a certain sense, the war potential of this exoskeleton might not be smaller than a tank. "I can give you 10 sets, but I have to be upfront," Suyu looked into her eyes and said, "I will leave a backdoor in the system for these 10 sets of exoskeletons, and they cannot be disassembled or researched. In simple terms, you can only use them. If you forcefully dismantle them, the battery will activate a self-destruct program. With such a large metal hydrogen battery, the explosion power might be comparable to a 155mm howitzer shell. If you think it's feasible, you can send someone here tomorrow to pick up the goods. With the current technological level of Blue Star, they wouldn't be able to understand the core technology of this exoskeleton even if they researched it. However, this doesn't mean that researchers cannot obtain any advanced technology from the exoskeleton. Things like the transmission system, control system, carbon-based chips used for calculations, and even the advanced enemy identification system, auxiliary targeting system, night vision system, etc., on the exoskeleton can be understood and possibly replicated by them. He didn't prohibit the military from dismantling and researching it, it was a favor he gave to them. As for Chuyu's words, to be honest, it was a transaction where she paid the money and received the goods. He couldn't just sell her the exoskeleton for her to research as she pleased because of a few sweet words. Okay. Chuyu readily agreed to this request. Same time tomorrow, I'll send someone to pick up the goods. As for the money, I'll have someone give it to you along with the 2 billion tomorrow. Although the unit price was 10 million per set, Chuyu actually bought them for 30 million per set. After all, she was just fishing earlier, and even if Suyu didn't come, she probably wouldn't have been in danger. The 2 billion she gave was solely for purchasing the exoskeletons now and establishing a good relationship with Suyu in advance. Deal. Almost right after the two reached an agreement, fully armed patrol officers entered the abandoned factory. However, they had obviously contacted the guards at the entrance before entering, and the criminals inside had already been dealt with. They weren't overly nervous. However, although they were mentally prepared, some patrol officers also had a drastic change in their expressions when they saw the stairwell that looked like a battlefield. Even experienced patrol officers who had seen bloody scenes couldn't help but be amazed. Of course, they were much stronger than those bodyguards. If Suyu remembered correctly, 2 bodyguards had vomited on the spot just now. He himself could remain calm because his whole body had been enhanced by genetic drugs. It was impressive that Chu Yu, a woman, could still negotiate business with him in such a place without changing her expression. It had to be said that she was indeed very capable. "Hello, Shanghai Patrol Bureau." A middle-aged man in uniform walked out of the fully armed crowd and glanced at the two of them, finally fixing his gaze on Chu Yu. "Miss Chu Yu, what's the situation?" "So it's Captain Zhang leading the team today." Chu Yu pointed at Su Yu and said, "This is a military research scientist." He was testing the military's latest individual equipment nearby just now. When he heard the commotion here, he came to help. "You saw it too." Her voice was very low, only Su Yu and Captain Zhang could hear it. After speaking, she also pointed to the stairwell behind them. Captain Zhang frowned and looked at the bloody stairwell, saluting Su Yu. "Please show me your officer's card." Generally, military researchers also had military ranks, so it was natural for them to have officers' cards. However, Su Yu's identity was made up by Chu Yu, so there was no such thing. He was about to say that he didn't have it. But Chu Yu preempted him. "His security clearance is quite high." Captain Zhang heard this and glanced at the exoskeleton on Su Yu's body. After a moment of thought, he said, "I need to confirm, please wait a moment." In fact, he didn't care about the life or death of these criminals at all. According to the original order, these criminals who smuggled weapons into the country with malicious intent were to be shot on sight if they dared to resist. Even if it wasn't Su Yu who killed them, they would most likely be shot by the armed patrol officers. Their fate was already sealed when they dared to come here tonight. But the problem now was the sudden appearance of Su Yu. Just now, he had learned from those bodyguards outside that almost all of these criminals were killed by Su Yu alone, wearing this exoskeleton. What kind of combat power was this, to kill nearly 20 armed thugs alone? If Su Yu was really from the military, then there was nothing more to say. He had to admire the military for having such advanced equipment. But what if he wasn't? After all, this was Shanghai, a densely populated international metropolis. An unregistered equipment with such powerful combat capabilities, in the hands of an unofficial person. Who knows what kind of trouble could arise? He had to be cautious. He couldn't just listen to Chu Yu's words alone. Chu Yu added in a low voice, "Captain Zhang, it's best to directly contact your superiors and explain to the commander of the East District that the equipment he's wearing is called an exoskeleton." Captain Zhang nodded and went to make a phone call on the side. Meanwhile, Chu Yu took the opportunity to explain to Su Yu, "You haven't established a cooperative relationship with the military yet, and there are no high-ranking officials who know about your existence, even if they know about the exoskeleton. It will be troublesome if you tell the truth. Just say you're a military confidential personnel. They can find someone of higher rank to confirm it. After all, your information has indeed been classified by the military, so it's not an exaggeration. With the military vouching for you, the patrol bureau won't ask any more questions." Su Yu nodded. That was indeed the case. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. As expected, Captain Zhang returned after about 10 minutes, with a visibly lighter expression. Looking at the exoskeleton on Su Yu's body, the envy in his eyes had changed from previous fear. "I have confirmed it, Mr. Su, you have worked hard. You have done what we should have done as a researcher. When you see injustice, you should help. It's only natural. Anyone would do the same." Su Yu also smiled. "Captain Zhang." But there were more than 20 armed bandits. It's one thing to think about it, but no one else has the ability to do it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the exoskeleton on Su Yu's body and swallowed his saliva. This thing is amazing. According to the information he received from his superiors, Su Yu was indeed a military researcher. And in his opinion, a researcher wearing this equipment was able to kill those bandits without firearms. This was simply unbelievable. It also confirmed the strong combat power of this exoskeleton. If this thing could be equipped by the armed patrol force, it would be much easier to deal with those armed bandits in complex urban terrain in the future. No. After the military announces this equipment and it is no longer classified, he must apply for it and let his superiors get a few sets to try out. This thing is obviously also suitable for their patrol department. It doesn't make sense not to have it. The two chatted for a while about random things. Because Suyu was still on the military's classified list, according to the usual practice, including Chuyu and Captain Zhang, as well as the patrol officers who had entered the factory and the bodyguards who had seen Suyu, all had to sign confidentiality agreements. After signing, they basically had nothing to do with it. As for the aftermath here, Shuyu's side would send someone to contact the patrol officers to resolve it together. Suyu didn't need to worry about it. However, when Suyu was about to leave, Captain Zhang suddenly asked him to stay. He said that he had just received news that the military had heard about what happened here and wanted to come to the scene of the battle to see the situation. They hoped that Suyu could stay and provide guidance. Suyu understood as soon as he heard it. After all, this was also the first battle of the exoskeleton in this world. Naturally, the military wanted to obtain first-hand information for in-depth research. Not to mention that he, as the person involved, was also present, so he could take the opportunity to ask some questions he had encountered during the testing of the exoskeleton in recent days. Suyu didn't refuse and agreed directly. Not long after, with the sound of the helicopter's rotor turning, two military armed transport helicopters slowly landed in an empty space in the abandoned industrial park. Under the escort of several fully armed soldiers, a group of researchers in white coats eagerly jumped off the plane and entered the abandoned factory. "Oh, Mr. Su, it's really you." Among the group of researchers, the leader was Joe Bowen, who was the first to discover the exoskeleton at the defense exhibition that day. Seeing Suyu, although he felt that he seemed to have changed a lot, he didn't think too much about it and quickly greeted him. "So it's Colonel Zhou, you've worked hard coming here so late." Suyu greeted him briefly. He was wearing the exoskeleton, so it was not convenient to shake hands with others. Joe Bowen didn't mind these details and smiled, "No trouble at all. I actually have a lot of things to consult with Mr. Su this time. I'm afraid I will trouble Mr. Su. Feel free to ask. Are you here to inspect the battlefield? It's over there." Suyu pointed to the dark depths of the factory. He explained briefly to the patrol officers and left the vicinity of the stairs that resembled a battlefield. They were now at the entrance of the factory. "Okay, I'll send someone to take a look. This is valuable first-hand information." Joe Bowen smiled and waved to the people behind him. Immediately, a group of experts with high-powered flashlights rushed in. That scene might be quite bloody, it's best to prepare them mentally." Suyu kindly reminded. "It's okay, we're all professionals. Sometimes we have to go to the front lines of foreign battlefields to collect data for weapon testing. It's like being in a Shura field on the battlefield." Joe Bo waved his hand dismissively. Suyu didn't say much when she saw this. But not long after, they heard the sound of vomiting from inside. Joe Bo's cheeks twitched. Suyu, on the other hand, was prepared. After all, even the old patrol officers who had seen countless brutal murder cases almost vomited when they saw the scene inside. These researchers may have some experience in this area, but they are still civilian personnel after all. It's normal for them to not be able to handle it. Well, they can overcome this little problem, let's not worry about them for now. Joe Bo slightly shifted the topic with a hint of embarrassment. "Mr. Su, I wanted to ask you something special this time I came. The internal control system of this exoskeleton is indeed incredibly sophisticated, but we have encountered some differences in researching how to maximize its functionality when paired with other equipment. I remember you said before that the more imaginative we are, the more powerful its functions are. I just wanted to ask if you have any guidance or suggestions in this regard?" Suggestions? Suyu pondered for a moment at the mention of this. He hadn't specifically asked Froststar about what weapons to equip the exoskeleton with. However, Froststar had previously shown him a video of their use of the G60 heavy exoskeleton to demonstrate its combat capabilities. Referring to the configuration of the exoskeleton soldiers in those videos, Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Actually, if we want to deeply research this thing, we need to change the organizational structure of the grassroots units. For example, currently, a mechanized infantry platoon usually consists of 9 to 12 soldiers, with different roles such as machine gun teams, anti-vehicle teams, and so on. Some may even be equipped with sniper teams and drone reconnaissance teams for special missions. At the same time, a platoon is also equipped with an armored personnel carrier as a vehicle and heavy firepower for the platoon. But after having this exoskeleton, one soldier can basically do everything that the soldiers in a platoon can do now. With that, Suyu paused, then borrowed a sniper rifle used by the patrol from Captain Zhang, who hadn't left yet, and let everyone out of the factory. Accompanied by the sound of machinery, the helmet of the exoskeleton quickly covered his head. With the help of night vision goggles, he quickly locked onto a target in the distance. He immediately fired a shot. Bang! The bullet flew hundreds of meters and accurately hit a bird's nest on a pine tree at the foot of the distant mountain. He fired this shot using the exoskeleton's auxiliary aiming system. It seemed like he didn't even aim, shooting quite casually. Just as Jobo and the others were puzzled, Suyu opened his face mask first and said, "On the side of the road at the foot of that mountain over there, at a straight line distance of about 736 meters, there is a pine tree with a bird's nest on it. You can have someone go and check if it hit." With that, he returned the gun to Captain Zhang. "Over 700 meters? Jobo widened his eyes and looked at the sniper rifle, saying, "Type 88 sniper rifle, effective range of 800 meters, and you can hit a bird's nest from over 700 meters away at night? What else? If I can't hit that, what's the point of the auxiliary aiming system?" I remember it was mentioned in the function introduction that this auxiliary aiming system can accurately calculate factors such as wind direction, humidity, visibility, etc., and aim at any visible target within 5,000 meters based on the performance of your firearm, with a deviation of no more than 2 centimeters. By the way, haven't you tested it? Suyu looked at him strangely. This. Jobo hesitated slightly and said, "Time is limited, and the functions of this exoskeleton are too extensive. I haven't had time to test the auxiliary aiming system yet." Not long after, the soldier who was sent to check the bird's nest hurriedly returned. In his hands, he held a bird's nest with bullet holes that pierced through it. This soldier was a researcher's guard and obviously a technical soldier. After returning, he said, "I just tested it with a rangefinder. The tree where the bird's nest is located is indeed over 700 meters away from here." "Wow, impressive." Jobo looked at the bird's nest and took a deep breath. Normally, a sniper team needs a sniper, a spotter, and sometimes even a backup sniper to cover. With the G60 exoskeleton, you don't need so many people anymore. One person alone can complete the sniper mission. Suyu timely added, "With the help of the auxiliary aiming system, the importance of machine gun suppression is not that significant. As long as you can shoot accurately, even a semi-automatic rifle with a magazine of dozens of bullets can achieve the suppression effect. I believe Colonel Zhou has no objections to this, right?" Seeing Jobo nodding, he continued, "You see, just by saying this, with its auxiliary aiming system, it can replace a sniper team and a machine gun team in a platoon unit. As for anti-vehicle capabilities, just equip it with a recoilless cannon and let the soldier wearing the exoskeleton find an angle to attack with speed advantage. Isn't it simple? To be blunt, with the exoskeleton's protection and speed, you can directly equip a few C4 bombs and have the soldier catch up to the enemy vehicle, even stuffing the bombs in their pants. After all, there shouldn't be many military armored vehicles that can run faster than it, right?" Listening to Suyu's words, Jobo's eyes brightened. Previously, they were discussing the traditional set. Differentiating exoskeletons based on their roles, such as sniper exoskeletons equipped with sniper rifles and firepower suppression exoskeletons carrying heavy machine guns, and coordinating their operations. But with Suyu's words, he realized that there might not be a need for such distinctions. With the powerful auxiliary configurations of the exoskeleton, the soldiers wearing it can almost do anything that ground troops can do. The possibilities are endless. Suyu patted Jobo's shoulder. Compared to the limitations of ordinary soldiers, soldiers wearing exoskeletons can undoubtedly be called super soldiers. Super soldiers? Jobo's eyes lit up, feeling a sudden enlightenment. His mind opened up, and the future combat mode of exoskeletons and the need for matching weapons became clear. Truly, Mr. Su's words have greatly inspired me, as a genius who created this revolutionary product. It's not that big of a deal, Suyu waved his hand. You guys just haven't had a specific understanding of the functions of this exoskeleton yet. Once you explore it for a while, you won't need me to explain these things. He wasn't being modest with his words. With so many talented individuals in the military, it would be outdated to assume that they wouldn't understand how to use a weapon. Once they become familiar with the various functions of the exoskeleton, they will naturally find the correct way to use it. Mr. Su is being modest. The two of them chatted for a while. Zhou Bowei also revealed that the military is expected to finalize the cooperation with Suyu the day after tomorrow. When they finished talking, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Suyu had left shortly after the military arrived. After all, it involved some confidential matters, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay. The patrol officers and the bodyguards who stayed behind to assist Suyu in cleaning up the scene had to wait for the military experts to collect the data before they could start working. The activity of cleaning up the scene is the bodyguard's job, and the patrolmen don't have to do it. They stay here to collect information about these criminals and determine where they come from. After all, this is Kyushu, and these criminals come here with weapons to cause trouble. The matter is not over yet. Suyu greeted Zhou Bowen and left alone. Zhou Bowen originally wanted to send 2 security guards to escort him, but he politely declined. Not to mention that there is no one who would harm him. Even if there is, with the equipment he has on him, if he encounters any danger, who knows who will protect whom? Being alone, he is actually the safest. Even if he really encounters an enemy he can't defeat, he can just enter the trading space and get a set of storm power armor from Frost Star Loan. Wouldn't that be like killing gods and Buddhas? Ahem. To be honest, after experiencing the feeling of wearing an exoskeleton and killing criminals, Suyu is increasingly looking forward to the feeling of wearing the storm power armor. That thing is truly the ultimate technological crystallization that integrates air, land, and sea. The road back to the city is not close. Suyu returned to the hotel at 2 in the morning. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, he took out his phone and realized that Yu Xiaoyu had sent him many messages after 11 o'clock at night. At that time, he was busy dealing with someone while wearing the exoskeleton, so naturally he didn't have time to look at his phone. He quickly read through the messages. In general, it was about the defense exhibition being over and her not having to work tomorrow. The implied meaning was nothing more than wanting to chat with Suyu. After all, feelings develop over time. Unfortunately, he was busy with something earlier and didn't reply in time, otherwise he wouldn't be lying alone in bed now. But it's good news that she doesn't have to work tomorrow. Suyu also doesn't have much to do tomorrow and plans to go and see some houses. It's a good opportunity to relax. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I was busy just now and only finished now. If you have time tomorrow, let's have lunch together? After sending the message, he threw his phone aside and prepared to sleep. After all, it was already 2 in the morning, and most people would have gone to bed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he put down his phone, he heard the notification sound of a message on WeChat. You're still not asleep? Suyu was taken aback and picked up his phone again. Sure enough, it was a message from Yu Xiaoyu, who replied instantly. It was probably something like, you were busy until so late, you're really hardworking and diligent. Only I feel sorry for you, Gigi. In the end, she also subtly asked where Suyu was at the moment. The meaning was self-evident. Why didn't I notice her T-art before? What T-art? She's clearly a good sister who understands me. Suyu picked up his phone and sent his location, then added, want to go out for a late-night snack? Yu Xiaoyu immediately sent an on-the-way expression. They chatted for a few more random topics, and when Yu Xiaoyu said she had already gotten in the car and would arrive in half an hour at most, Suyu finally put down his phone and started pondering a question. That is, how to deal with this woman, Yu Xiaoyu. Actually, if it were in the past, he wouldn't have thought so much. Just do what he can, and when the time comes, they'll go their separate ways. After all, the women he found after becoming a scumbag weren't exactly good people either. Everyone was just playing around, and they all knew it. But this Yu Xiaoyu was a bit different from the women he had encountered before. If you say she's a good woman, she definitely doesn't qualify, she's so easily won over by him, isn't it just for money? But if you say she's a scumbag, she doesn't really qualify either. After all, when they were communicating a few days ago, they were still in a state of the flower path has never been swept, but today the door is open for you. If you have to say it, this is probably a gold digger, but with boundaries, or rather smart enough to know how to bargain. And now she obviously bargained for so long and gave her chips to Suyu. To be honest, Suyu has never seen this kind of situation before. Of course, if it were before, if he didn't need money as much as his life, he would just be someone who doesn't take initiative or responsibility. No matter what the situation is, if the situation is not right, just run away. But now, it's not bad to have this little bit of money. It's not necessary to run away. But being responsible also depends on how to be responsible. If it's just for money, then it's nothing. If it's for fame, then it's impossible. After finally making a breakthrough, why not explore the vast forest and hang oneself on a tree as soon as one becomes rich? How crazy does he have to be to do such a stupid thing? Don't even think about it. Let's see what she means later. He didn't dwell on this issue any longer and instead called the hotel front desk to have some late-night snacks delivered. In hotels of this level, the kitchen usually offers 24-hour dining. Seeing that Yu Xiaoyu was about to arrive soon, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for a short period of time. He had to eat something first, right? Let's start with a few lamb kidneys. The next day, Suyu slept until noon again. Yu Xiaoyu, who was beside him, was still sleeping, with a hint of tears in the corners of his eyes. Thinking about his performance last night, he felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Damn, this genetic potion is really powerful. Under normal circumstances, reaching half an hour without taking drugs is the limit for a normal person. Suyu used to pay more attention to this aspect of maintenance, so he barely reached this level. As for those online who claim to last 1 or 2 hours, or even overnight, forget it, they're definitely virgins. Of course, it's not ruled out that they have some kind of illness, but in any case, they're not normal people. But Suyu broke the half-hour limit last night and reached an unprecedented 2 hours. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoyu's inability to withstand such a long battle, he could have lasted even longer. In a situation where it can be confirmed that the body is 100% healthy, it can only be said that it was enhanced by the genetic potion. Hey, it's amazing. They didn't lie in bed for long before Yu Xiaoyu woke up. After cuddling for a while, they got up, had lunch downstairs, and then left the hotel. However, Suyu didn't check out of the hotel room, but instead extended it for another week. The small house he rented before was too messy and inconvenient, and he was too lazy to go back there these days. After buying a house, he would go back and tidy up the rented small single room. In the morning, the promised 2 billion life-saving money and 1 billion exoskeleton procurement fee from Chuyu had already been deposited into Suyu's account. In addition to the 120 million earned from selling gold last night and the nearly 10 million left over from before, he now had a whopping 4.3 billion in his account. If not now, then when should he buy a house? But, where to buy? Suyu was stunned in the car for a while, and for a moment, he couldn't think of a suitable property. Although his goal before was to buy a house in the Magic City, he was only interested in various new developments when he had a few pennies in his pocket. He could only afford to look at 2-bedroom apartments of a few dozen square meters in locations in the urban-rural fringe. Today is different from the past, he naturally can't buy that kind of house now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be much different from continuing to live in that rented small single room. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yu Xiaoyu in the passenger seat, "Do you have any friends who work in real estate sales or who are familiar with the real estate market in the Magic City?" "Huh?" Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Haven't you found a suitable property yet?" When we were at the hotel, Suyu mentioned that she wanted to go out and buy a house in the afternoon, without saying much else. She thought Suyu had already found a property and was just waiting to swipe her card in the afternoon. "I've been so busy lately, I don't have time to look at houses," Suyu shrugged. I actually have a friend who works at a real estate agency." Yu Xiaoyu hesitated as she spoke, discreetly observing Suyu. Suyu immediately knew that she was being tested. If she asked her friend for help in looking at houses, then news of their relationship would undoubtedly reach her parents' ears. In a way, it would be indirectly notifying the parents. If the parents were notified, what would be the next step? Meeting the parents? Discussing marriage? TSK. Suyu had said yesterday that she wanted to test her, but she didn't expect to be tested first. There was no way around it. Time to start pulling. Since it's inconvenient for you, then don't ask your friend. It's the same with a different agency, Suyu said calmly, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in her words. She didn't engage in that topic at all. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Yu Xiaoyu's eyes, but she quickly disguised it well. She continued, in that case, I'll tell her you're my client. We have a good relationship, so if you buy from her, you might be able to get a better deal. And I heard their company is quite large, one of the best in the city, with a lot of properties. The company's location is not far from here either. For now, it was best to maintain their current relationship. As for what would happen next, didn't they say that love grows over time? If worst comes to worst, she could learn some new tricks. The opportunity to transform into a wealthy lady of a prominent family was not something she was willing to give up so easily. Who wouldn't want to rise up and become a phoenix on a branch? Suyu immediately smiled and said, all right, then you'll have to ask your friend to put in some extra effort later. If we can finalize the house matters this afternoon, I'll consider it a great achievement and I'll accompany you for a shopping spree in the evening. You can pick any gift you want. With that, she started the car and drove towards the address she mentioned. I won't be polite with you then, Yu Xiaoyu forced a smile on her face, then turned to look out the window and let out a sigh. Suyu's attitude was already very clear. Benefits were acceptable, but becoming official? Forget about it. After their little tug-of-war, she was clearly the one who lost. After all, she didn't have any capital to compete with Suyu. However, upon further thought, she realized that it might be a good idea to clarify things now. At least she wouldn't have to constantly worry about how to handle her relationship with Suyu, always feeling uncertain. After a fierce internal struggle, she quickly accepted her own position and became even more considerate. Before long, the two arrived at the real estate agency where Yu Xiaoyu's friend worked. She had already contacted her friend in advance, so when they arrived, the friend was already waiting downstairs. As soon as the car stopped, a woman with a neat ponytail, dressed in a women's suit and high heels, who appeared capable and shrewd, quickly walked over. She immediately gave Yu Xiaoyu a big bear hug. The scene was like a collision between Mars and Earth. Suyu watched from the side and couldn't help but exclaim at the spectacle. To be honest, Yu Xiaoyu had a very good figure and appearance. In Suyu's judgment, she could easily score over 90 points. She was the kind of person who would turn heads on the street. But her best friend and childhood friend, who was even more stunning, surpassed her in terms of beauty. At least a level of 95 or above. Among the beautiful women that Suyu has seen on Blue Star, only Chuyu can be said to surpass her. And this superiority is mainly due to Chuyu's long-term high position, which brings about a sense of aloofness. Of course, if we include the other world as well. The most beautiful woman that Suyu has ever seen, without a doubt, is Xuangxing. If Chuyu is a 98, then Xuangxing is undoubtedly a perfect 100. Suyu couldn't find any flaws in her. There's no way around it, her full head of white hair already surpasses Chuyu by too much. Just as Suyu was ranking the beautiful women he knew in his mind, the two women briefly exchanged greetings and walked towards Suyu together. Yu Xiaoyu, as the intermediary, took the initiative to introduce, Aksu, this is my client, Mr. Suyu. Mr. Su, this is the friend I told you about, Su Qingyin. Su Qingyin's gaze swept between the two without any change in expression, and she reached out her hand with a smile. Hello, Mr. Su. I heard from Xiaoyu that you are interested in buying a house. I just received a large batch of high-quality housing resources, and I can definitely get you the most suitable price. Then I'll trouble Miss Su. Suyu lightly shook her soft hand. I'm mainly considering villas, preferably detached ones. I don't know if Miss Su has any suitable recommendations? Price is not a problem, and it would be best if it's ready to move in and the procedures can be done quickly. Su Qingyin. A super big client. Mr. Su, we have a very abundant supply of housing resources here. We can definitely find a house that meets your needs. Shall we go upstairs to discuss in detail? Su Qingyin immediately became enthusiastic. She led the two upstairs and found a meeting room for them to sit for a while she hurriedly went to get the documents. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses and looked at Suyu with an incredulous face. You really plan to buy a villa? This is Shanghai. Even if it's in the suburbs, a detached villa would cost at least 8 figures. Although she knew that Suyu was wealthy before, otherwise he wouldn't have paid over 2 million in full for a car without blinking an eye. But she still underestimated the extent of Suyu's wealth. What else? I need a place to stay, don't I? Suyu shrugged. Soon, Su Qingyin came back with a booklet. She glanced at Yu Xiaoyu sitting on Suyu's right, thought for a moment, and sat on Suyu's left. They surrounded him directly. Then she picked up the brochure and said, Mr. Su, detached villas, ready to move in, these are all the housing resources that currently meet the criteria in our company. Suyu nodded in response, indicating for her to continue. Su Qingyin immediately began to explain page by page, including the prices, locations, and surrounding facilities of the houses. She explained everything clearly. In terms of professional ability, there was indeed nothing to criticize. Suyu listened quietly and occasionally asked a few questions. Yu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was secretly amazed. Because it was outrageous. The prices were really outrageous. From the beginning to the end, the lowest priced house that Su Qingyin mentioned was over 30 million. And the prices only got higher as they went on. As she flipped through the booklet, the prices had already reached billions, but Suyu still didn't change his expression and let Su Qingyin continue. Yu Xiaoyu couldn't imagine how rich this unexpected big spender on her list really was. Listening to those astronomical figures, she felt numb. After a while, Su Qingyin flipped to the last page of the booklet, Building 3, Peach Blossom Village. This villa is located in the southern suburbs of Shanghai, and the development is called Peach Blossom Village. The main building of the villa is a classical Huizhou-style design with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, totaling 1,100 square meters. In addition, the villa comes with a 3,600 square meter courtyard. The courtyard was designed by a top domestic garden master, with exotic flowers, rockeries, flowing water, pavilions, and towers. It's more like a work of art than a courtyard, Su Qingyin said, opening a live video on her tablet. Suyu glanced at it and asked, how much does it cost? Su Qingyin was surprised by Suyu's proactive inquiry. She had introduced many properties before and then quoted the price, but this was the first time Suyu had asked about the price. It seemed that Suyu was particularly interested in this villa. However, when she thought about the specific situation of Villa Number 3 in Taohua Village, she couldn't help but feel a headache. She had to say, Mr. Su, this villa is different from others. It is not priced per square meter, but has a fixed price, 380 million yuan. And I don't have the authority to change this price. I can't offer you any discounts. At most I can give you a set of better imported furniture within my authority. Because, strictly speaking, this villa is not our company's asset, it is consigned by the owner to our company for sale. Actually, this price is already very favorable. Although the location may seem a bit remote, the environment is good. Moreover, the facilities in this villa are almost at the top level of residential properties worldwide, with everything you need. The owner is in the real estate business. It is said that he spent over 400 million yuan when he bought it. The interior decoration is beautiful, but he has never lived in it for a day. He was just holding on to it to sell it. But now the real estate market is not what it used to be, and he is also in need of funds for his own company, so the price has dropped to 380 million yuan, with the condition that it must be paid in full at once. After speaking, she looked at Suyu nervously, waiting for his answer. As a top salesperson, Su Qingyin naturally could see that Suyu wasn't interested in the previous houses at all, only in this one. But whether Suyu had 380 million yuan or not was another matter. Just the condition of paying in full at once was too harsh. Other clients with assets of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions had seen this building before, but as soon as they heard that it had to be paid in full at once, they ran away without even thinking about it. It's not easy to come up with nearly 400 million yuan in cash to buy a house. Even the CEOs of listed companies with a market value of tens of billions wouldn't be willing. And Suyu, who was so young. Well, it's not that Su Qingyin looked down on him, but Suyu's car was worth less than the small change of this villa. There was simply no basis for comparison. Plus, Suyu's outfit, which didn't cost more than 2,000 yuan from head to toe, didn't make him look particularly wealthy. Thinking of this, in order to prevent Suyu from being scared off by the price, Su Qingyin immediately prepared to recommend a cheaper villa to change the topic, so that he wouldn't lose face. But before she could say anything, she heard Suyu say, "Let's go see the house first. If there's no problem, I can swipe my card later. By the way, how long does it take to complete the procedures? When can I move in? Actually, I think this one, Su Qingyin subconsciously blurted out half of what she was about to say before realizing it. Her rosy lips forgot to close for a moment as she stared at Suyu in a daze. Mr. Su, are you saying you really plan to buy it? Is there a problem? Suyu looked at her in surprise. It seemed that his best friend, Yu Xiaoyu, wasn't very smart. No problem. I'll take you to see the house. As for the procedures, they have already been fully entrusted to our company. If you are satisfied, we can handle all the procedures today. Su Qingyin quickly got up and said, "Let me get the keys." Please wait a moment. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. So you also got up and led Yu Xiaoyu downstairs. The reason he chose this villa was quite simple. First of all, the location is in the southern suburbs, not far from the abandoned industrial park. He estimated that it would take just over 10 minutes to drive there. Secondly, the Chinese-style garden design really appealed to his aesthetic taste, more so than the European-style architecture that was recommended earlier. Of course, the most important thing is that it has these conditions. After all, isn't money meant to be spent? Before long, the three of them arrived at the Tawawawa residential area in the southern suburbs by car. As soon as they entered, it became visibly quiet, in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside. Actually, it can't really be considered remote. Outside the residential area is a bustling street. Although it is in the suburbs, it is even more prosperous than some main roads in third and fourth tier cities. It's just that this residential area is too large, with each villa occupying thousands of square meters, and it also has large public facilities such as a golf course and an outdoor hot spring. So the further you go inside, the more secluded it becomes, giving people a sense of remoteness. Following Su Qingyin's directions, Suyu's car quickly arrived in front of Building 3. With its blue tiles and white walls, and flying eaves and upturned corners, the villa was surrounded by an ancient-looking wall. Along the wall were elegant bamboo plants, and the lush green bamboo leaves added a touch of vitality to the cold winter day. A red plaque hung on the large gate, with the words "Elegant and Virtuous Residence" written on it. At first glance, a sense of historical weight came rushing over. Suyu parked the car in the parking space and nodded in satisfaction at the design style of the entrance. Even just looking at the outside, this place definitely lives up to the words elegant and virtuous. Mr. Su, please. Su Qingyin stepped forward and opened the red gate, respectfully inviting Suyu to enter first. He didn't refuse. Stepping over the threshold, the eyes were greeted with a delightful garden landscape. Covered walkways, high eaves, pavilions, and clear flowing streams. It's really luxurious. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to imagine that in the land of limited space and high prices like Shanghai, there is still a place like this. Before coming here, he didn't really have a concept of a 3,600 square meter garden. It was only after seeing it in person that he realized how big it was. A basketball court is usually just over 400 square meters, so this yard is probably as big as 9 basketball courts combined. No wonder the price is in the tens of millions. Just the land alone is probably worth tens of millions. After a quick tour led by Su Qingyin, both inside and outside, it was basically no different from the demonstration video. The interior was not only fully decorated, but all the furniture was also installed and in used. Even the cleanliness of the villa, both inside and outside, was regularly maintained by dedicated staff, and there was not a speck of dust to be seen. You can move in with just your luggage. Suyu was quite satisfied with this and immediately said to Su Qingyin, "Prepare the contract, let's sign it today." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin couldn't hide her joy and said, "I'll notify my colleagues to bring the contract over. They should be here in half an hour, and will definitely complete all the procedures today." Suyu nodded and was about to continue looking around when his brows furrowed suddenly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he said to Yu Xiaoyu, who had been following him, "I have something to do. I need to make a phone call upstairs. Don't let anyone come up. If the contract arrives and I haven't come down yet, let them wait." "Huh?" Yu Xiaoyu, who was already shocked by Suyu's extravagant purchase of the house, was taken aback, but quickly said, "Okay, I won't let anyone go up." Suyu nodded in satisfaction, reached out and pinched her cheek, and said, "Choose a room for yourself later." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu quickly glanced at Su Qingyin, who was on the phone with her colleague, and then nodded slightly, her face slightly blushing. Suyu made his way to the master bedroom on the second floor and immediately opened a personal panel. Sure enough, just now Frost Star sent him a message, "I have convinced the Lord of the City, come quickly to trade space." Did she really do it? Suyu raised his eyebrows, then casually tapped on the panel and entered the trading space. Then his vision blurred again, and he appeared in the familiar conference room. Sitting across the long table was Frost Star with white hair. But this time, there were more than just the two of them in the conference room. Next to Frost Star, there was a blue-haired girl who was breathtakingly beautiful, with looks and figure that were no less than Frost Star's. Who is this? Suyu glanced at the blue-haired girl, then turned his gaze to Frost Star. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on. "This is the lord of our future city," Frost Star raised her fair chin slightly, with a hint of pride. Although she usually seemed carefree, she wasn't really naive. How could she not know that Suyu had doubted her ability to convince the lord of the city? Bringing someone in front of Suyu now was naturally a way to show off. "I am Mo, the lord of the future city." "Well, maybe not anymore in the future." The blue-haired girl stood up and bowed, using the same etiquette as when Frost Star first met Suyu. "Suyu." Suyu bowed back properly. Then he glanced at Frost Star, hoping she could explain how she brought a living person into the trading space. They had agreed that it was just a circuit board carrying thoughts, right? Before Frost Star could answer, Mo saw his confusion and took the initiative to explain, "This is just a bionic robot, not a human body. I uploaded my thoughts into the robot's computing module." "Bionic robot?" Suyu stared at her in surprise for a while, then, realizing that it seemed impolite, reluctantly looked away. Damn, this was too realistic. If Blue Star had this technology for making dolls, wouldn't they sell like crazy? Ahem. Frost Star coughed lightly, attracting Suyu's attention, and then waved her hand to release 10 storm power armors. "This is the agreed-upon part of the reward. The lord of the city is also here, let's sign the contract." Suyu nodded and carefully reviewed the contents of the contract. Frost Star was still quite reliable. There was a specific clause in the contract about the lord of the city, probably including her in the scope of the transaction. The clause clearly stated that after the transaction, the control authority of the robot carrying Chiyomo's thoughts would be fully transferred to Suyu. After arriving at Blue Star, she would need Suyu's consent for anything she did. No need to worry about her causing a network paralysis with a big move against Blue Star in the past. In addition, after Chiyomo's thoughts dissipated, this bionic robot and the artificial intelligence with Chiyomo's memories would permanently belong to Suyu. Basically, all risks were eliminated, and on top of the original reward, Suyu was given an incredibly beautiful inflatable doll and a groundbreaking super AI for free. He had no reason not to sign. Ding! Accompanied by the sound of the trading space prompt, the agreement was completed. Suyu and Frost Star were already used to this, but Mo, who had been observing, looked at her slender hands in astonishment and said, "I actually instantly took control of the highest authority of this bionic robot. The technology of the space-time trading platform has indeed surpassed my understanding." However, she didn't dwell on it too much. After looking at Suyu, she smiled and said, "Then I will entrust the last moments of my life to you. I will try my best to meet your requirements." Suyu nodded. For the future lord of the future city, who has lived for nearly 200 years, is ruthless but has saved millions of people from danger, there is still a certain amount of respect. At the end of autumn, he nodded and then looked at Frost Star, casually took off a ring from his hand and placed it in front of her. "You are too young, with a rebellious and impulsive personality. The future city should not have been entrusted to you. But since you have obtained this ring that may change the trading space of the wasteland, there is no one more suitable than you to be the lord of the city." Looking at this ring that she had longed for, representing supreme authority, Frost Star's expression was initially stunned. She didn't expect Autumn to be so decisive and give her the ring now. Then her delicate body visibly trembled, and she instinctively reached out to take the ring. Her hand was visibly shaking. However, before her hand could touch the ring, Autumn grabbed it first. She looked up at Autumn in astonishment, meeting his clear blue bionic eyes. For some reason, a sense of guilt suddenly surged within her. "Do you remember what I used to say to you the most when you were in school?" Autumn smiled gently, not paying attention to her reaction when she saw the ring. When supreme power is in front of you, no one can guarantee that they won't waver. Frost Star took a deep breath and answered, "You said, the future city is meant to find a future for humanity in the wasteland." This was the most common thing she heard in school from childhood to adulthood, and she couldn't be wrong. However, Window curiously asked, "Don't you have subjects like sociology and political science over there? Why would you give the future city lord such great authority? Having unrestricted power is also too terrifying." One entrance, so there was no need to explain to anyone why a person could suddenly come back to life. Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin never dared to ask about it either. However, just as he was about to greet them, he suddenly noticed something. Zhou Yue was wearing the same K-10 combat suit as him. This thing was great, but it was too damn close-fitting. It definitely wouldn't work to bring her down like this. Suyu swallowed his saliva and thought for a moment, then looked in the cabinet on the second floor. He actually found a few sets of unopened women's clothing. They were conservative women's suits, complete with matching high heels. Truly a high-end residence that lived up to its reputation of being ready to move in. He had Zhou Yue change into this outfit before taking her downstairs. Sure enough, Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin were a little surprised to see him suddenly bring down an overly beautiful woman from upstairs. But they didn't dare to ask too much. As for the legal personnel who came to sign the contract, they had no idea that Zhou Yue had suddenly appeared and thought she had been here all along. "Mr. Su, our contract is ready, and we have already made an appointment with the Housing Management Bureau. Once you sign the contract, we can immediately send it over. The procedures can be completed today, and the certificate can be delivered to you within 3 days. Su Qingyin quickly stood up. They went straight to the Givenchy counter in the mall. To be honest, Suyu hadn't really thought about what to buy. Although he wanted to add some things to the new house, he realized that it didn't seem to lack anything. But when in doubt, buying clothes was never wrong. After all, Shoma's clothes were provided by the room, and the quality was average, not to mention that they didn't fit well. They looked quite awkward. And Yu Xiaoyu also seemed interested in clothes. Since everyone had no objections, they naturally started by looking at clothes. However, what Suyu didn't expect was, "Oh, Xiaoyu? I didn't hear that you had a boyfriend. Are you here with a client?" "Suyu?" For heaven's sake, they just randomly entered a store to take a look. How the hell did they run into his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Xinhuan, and Yu Xiaoyu's annoying colleague? Seeing Suyu again, Zhao Xinhuan's mood was completely different from last time. After all, last time they were in the store, Suyu was the client, and as long as she didn't want to be fired from the forest dealership, she couldn't get angry. She could only let Suyu ignore her and endure it no matter how frustrated she felt. But this time was different. They weren't in the store, so her space to act had greatly increased. She had already come to terms with what happened last time. Although Suyu buying a luxury car in full payment shocked her, she didn't believe that things could be so coincidental. There were so many forest dealerships in Shanghai, and Suyu happened to come to the one where she worked to show off to her. Although she asked her friends from school, and they all said that Suyu didn't ask them where she worked, Zhao Xinhuan still firmly believed that Suyu had deliberately found her at her workplace to show off his wealth. However, Zhao Xinhuan doesn't care about this incident that embarrassed herself. After all these years, Suyu has become successful but still wants to show off in front of her. What does that mean? It means that Suyu still can't let go of her. In her opinion, this is her chance. The opportunity to transform into a wealthy lady from a mistress who could only be with rich middle-aged men and could be kicked out at any time. This time, she came out to go shopping during her break. She originally wanted to buy some new clothes and cosmetics to make herself look beautiful, and then find an opportunity to meet Suyu. But she didn't expect to run into him here. After seeing Suyu, Zhao Xinhuan, who had originally planned to mock Yu Xiaoyu, suddenly paid attention to her mouth, and her sarcastic expression instantly became gentle. Suyu, you're here too. How have you been lately? Are you doing well? She spoke softly, with a slight tremor in her voice, giving off a pitiful feeling. It was as if she was really meeting a long-lost lover. Suyu. Damn, is this a Sichuan opera face-changing performance? The speed of this face change, it's a loss for the entertainment industry if she doesn't become an actress. Of course, I'm doing great. I just bought a villa for 4 billion. Yu Xiaoyu held Suyu's arm and raised her fair chin. Suyu twitched the corner of his mouth and patted his but in a position where others couldn't see, encouraging Yu Xiaoyu's words. He was the top-notch mouthpiece. Some words didn't have much impact when spoken by a man, they only made him seem like he was deliberately showing off. It was more suitable for Yu Xiaoyu to argue with Zhao Xinhuan. 4 billion? Zhao Xinhuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and her tone unconsciously raised a few notches. She almost couldn't maintain her fake appearance. Her first reaction was, of course, disbelief, but then she remembered the day Suyu paid in full for a car worth millions. For a moment, she couldn't be sure. Let's go inside. Suyu shook his head and ignored her from beginning to end. He entered the store with Zhou Yue and Yu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Zhao Xinhuan hesitated for a moment, looking at the intimate appearance of Yu Xiaoyu holding Suyu's arm, her eyes almost spewing fire. She gritted her teeth and quickly followed them inside, blocking Suyu's path. Do you have time recently? I want to invite you to dinner. It's been so many years since we last met, and I have a lot to say to you. As she spoke, she reached out and tugged at the corner of Suyu's clothes, looking anxious and pitiful. However, Suyu unceremoniously pulled back his clothes and said indifferently, "No time." Joking aside, he had a pile of things to deal with these days. Even if he had nothing to do, there were still Li Yuanqi, Shuyu, Su Qingyin, and a bunch of beautiful girls waiting for him to pursue them. Who was Zhao Xinhuan to think she could waste his time? However, Zhao Xinhuan still persisted. Are you really this heartless? Remember what happened between us. She stopped halfway through her words and forced out a few tears, sobbing. Suyu. The flow of people here was not small, and with her actions, the people around immediately gathered to watch. Seeing Zhao Xinhuan wiping her tears pitifully, and then looking at Suyu with Yu Xiaoyu and Zhou Yue by his side, they thought it was a scumbag incident. They pointed and whispered. Many people even took out their phones to record videos. Suyu twitched the corner of his mouth and immediately guessed what trick Zhao Xinhuan wanted to play. Just as he was about to ask the store staff to kick her out, Zhou Yue, who had been acting as a bystander, raised her eyebrows, and a flash of red light appeared in her deep blue bionic eyes. The phones that were recording videos around suddenly flickered a few times and went black. After finishing these tasks, she glanced at Suyu and leaned in close, whispering, "Whatever you do here won't be leaked out. I can even make sure that no one outside knows we were here today." Suyu pushed her head away, unable to laugh or cry. Although she had the ability to control the internet, even if she got angry and put on power armor to deal with everyone here, she could cut off all clues and prevent any news from spreading. But this place was not some worthless wasteland. Suyu was not a killer. She wouldn't get so angry over trivial matters. Ignoring Autumn, who was whispering, he looked at Zhao Xinhuan and said lightly, "I advise you to have some self-awareness. Some money isn't so easy to earn." He could probably guess Zhao Xinhuan's intentions. It was nothing more than guiding public opinion and gaining sympathy from certain groups. Then, they would upload the video of unsuspecting passers-by to the internet, buy some traffic, and write a short essay. In minutes, Suyu would be condemned by everyone. But with Autumn here, this plan couldn't even take the first step because no one could take a video. Of course, even without Autumn, Suyu wouldn't be afraid at all. Did they really think his money was worthless? They wanted to spread rumors? Did they consider his financial ability? Without paying any more attention to him, Suyu turned to the store manager who had noticed the commotion and rushed over. I saw the logo of Wanfu Group on the door of your store. What's your relationship with Wanfu Group? The store manager, who had just rushed over to mediate, was momentarily stunned and quickly replied, Sir, our store is a wholly owned subsidiary of Wanfu Group. Wanfu Sports, which is under the Wanfu Group, is the exclusive agent for Givenchy in the Magic City. This store is invested by Wanfu Group. Oh, I'm quite familiar with Miss Chuyu, the daughter of the chairman of Wanfu Group, Suyu said casually. The store manager's pupils contracted. His attitude took a 180-degree turn, quickly nodding and bowing, to think you're a distinguished guest of Miss Chu. We haven't been hospitable enough. Please come in, we'll handle things here. Chuyu was actually very low-key and rarely got involved in Wanfu Group's domestic business. This store manager had worked for Wanfu Group for more than 20 years and had only heard about this young lady during the company's annual meeting. He only knew that she was in charge of the group's overseas affairs and was the most influential person in the entire Wanfu Group, second only to the chairman. Even he, an old employee, had only vaguely heard of Chuyu's name, let alone others. Whether Suyu really knew Chuyu or was just bluffing, at least he knew about Chuyu, which meant he was definitely not someone a mere store manager could offend. Instead of following her original plan and trying to smooth things over, it would be better to help Suyu resolve this small matter and gain some goodwill. Hey, you! Seeing Suyu leaving with someone, Zhao Xinhuan suddenly panicked and hurriedly tried to catch up. She had clearly acted to this extent and attracted so many onlookers. Normally, even if she couldn't directly push others aside and become a wealthy wife, she could at least benefit from Suyu's sudden wealth. After all, in this era, no one cared about the truth. In the situation just now, as long as it was captured on video and spread online, she would have won. Then she could write a tearful essay, twist the truth, buy some traffic, and she wouldn't be afraid that Suyu wouldn't comply. But these onlookers seemed to have gone mad. They had all raised their phones just now, but now they were fiddling with them, not taking any videos. Her performance just now was all in vain. From their discussion, it seems like her phone is broken. What's going on with so many people's phones breaking at the same time? Miss, you have seriously affected the normal operation of our store. Please leave, or I will call security, the store manager blocked Zhao Xinhuan and said in an unfriendly tone. But Zhao Xinhuan was about to say something in a hurry, but was interrupted. The store manager impatiently said, That gentleman says he doesn't know you. If you really have any disputes with him, you can report it to the police or talk after he leaves. It's our business hours now, please leave. If you're not comfortable reporting to the police, our store can help you. Zhao Xinhuan looked at Suyu, who was already picking clothes while talking on the phone, stomped her foot, and was about to go out and figure out a solution. But not long after, her phone rang. Seeing the note on it, her face changed and she quickly answered, Manager Wu? Why are you calling it this time? Is there something wrong? Manager Wu is the person in charge of the 4S store where she works. Where are you now? Manager Wu's tone was unfriendly. Me? Zhao Xinhuan was confused. I'm on vacation today, shopping outside. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with a customer? Did you just have a conflict with a Mr. Su? Well. Zhao Xinhuan was completely stunned. How did her immediate superior know about this trivial matter? It seems like you're not wrong. Manager Wu said coldly on the phone, just now, Mr. Zhou from the headquarters specifically called about this. Mr. Su is a valued customer of our Benz, and your behavior has seriously violated the code of conduct for sales and service personnel. Come to the store next week to pack up your things, collect your salary, and leave. Zhao Xinhuan. In the Givenchy store, Suyu glanced at Zhao Xinhuan, who was standing far away, lost in her phone. He shrugged helplessly. He originally didn't want to bother with her, but she didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. If she didn't want it, then he wouldn't show any mercy. The call he just made was to the person in charge of the Benz headquarters. It was because of the exhibition with the exoskeleton. He even personally went to the Benz headquarters and met with them. It was quite a prestigious matter. That guy had paid Suyu a lot of money, so it was just a small matter to fire a salesperson. He didn't pay any more attention to Zhao Xinhuan and accompanied Yu Xiaoyu and Qiu Mo to shop in the store. When they left, their hands were full of shopping bags. The balance was minus 200,000. They went to various other stores next. By the time they finished shopping, it was already dark outside. The trunk of the G-car was also filled with shopping bags of all sizes. However, they didn't spend much money, only about 700,000. After eating dinner at a random restaurant, they returned to Peach Blossom House number 3 that they had just bought. There were no special activities planned for the evening. After some exercise with Yu Xiaoyu, they rested early. After all, there were still many important things to do tomorrow. Zhou Bowen had hinted before that there would probably be results regarding the exoskeleton matter from the military tomorrow. Just negotiating about that would probably take a long time. And Frost Star had promised to send 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft. The next morning, Suyu unusually woke up early. And today, although it is Saturday, Yu Xiaoyu's 4S store belongs to the service industry after all, so there is no concept of weekends. She got up early, greeted Suyu, and took a taxi to work by herself. As for Qiu Mo, her mind is now on the circuit board, so she naturally doesn't feel tired and doesn't need to sleep. Suyu just woke up and went downstairs, and she had already prepared breakfast. Looking at the rich and exquisite food on the table, Suyu was a little surprised. You can actually cook? I lived in an era of unlimited material supply in the first half of my life, so of course I can cook. Qiu Mo glanced at him and pushed a plate of fried rice that looked very appetizing in front of him. I haven't made proper food in many years, try it. The energy source of her body is a cold fusion reactor located in her chest. She doesn't need to eat. And there is not much delicious food in the wasteland world. Before Frost Star became the agent of the interdimensional trading platform, ordinary people basically survived on hard-to-swallow nutrient paste. Even the elites of the future city can only occasionally eat some normal food produced by the agricultural and animal husbandry base inside the future city. Most of the time, they also rely on nutrient paste to live. Taste has long been a burden for people in the wasteland world. Therefore, the bionic robots they create certainly do not have a taste module. No designer would be so foolish. Suyu looked at her, then looked at the exquisite fried rice, and couldn't help but sigh. He came to Blue Star to see, but besides seeing, he couldn't experience anything else. Sitting casually at the dining table, although Suyu had doubts about her cooking skills, he still picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Then his eyes lit up and he raised his thumb. Delicious. This is not him pretending to show off to Qiu Mo, it really is delicious. Right. Qiu Mo's eyes formed a crescent shape, half teasing. When I was in my teens, I won first place in the city's student cooking competition. When you were in your teens? Suyu swallowed the food in his mouth and curiously asked, at that time, your world was still in the era of prosperity, right? What was the era of prosperity like? What was the era of prosperity like? A reminiscing look flashed across Qiu Mo's face. That was a great era. After a pause, she added, but it was also an era without ambition. Oh? Why do you say that? Suyu asked curiously. Qiu Mo pondered for a moment. Let me put it this way, according to your concept of the First Industrial Revolution and the Second Industrial Revolution, our world only took 80 years from the First Industrial Revolution to achieving controlled nuclear fusion for commercial use. Suyu. Wait, how long has it been since the First Industrial Revolution here? It's been almost 250 years, right? Damn, They're still stuck in the eternal 50 years of achieving commercial nuclear fusion. Why? How is it possible to progress so quickly? This rate of technological development is a bit outrageous. I don't know. Chiu shrugged. The secrets of that era have long been sealed by history. Why the technological development of that era was so fast has become an unsolved mystery. Many people in the era of prosperity tried to explore this secret, but in the end, they gained nothing. The most credible theory is that those 80 years were constantly in a state of war and never stopped. It was under the pressure of the arms race that technology exploded in just a few decades. Of course, this theory doesn't hold water. As a researcher, I don't believe it. But whether I believe it or not doesn't matter, it's not important anymore. From steam engines to nuclear fusion, it took us 80 years. From the first time we launched a satellite into space to the invention of warp engines, it took us 210 years. And then, we entered the era of prosperity. There are endless resources in space, and we have advanced artificial intelligence technology, enough to ensure a worry-free life for everyone in the world. For most people in the era of prosperity, regular jobs don't pay wages because work is not about making money, but just a way to pass the time. Of course, the era of prosperity is not just about waiting for relief. The Human Alliance will provide a bionic robot for every newborn, and these robots will work and create wealth for them, and they can receive wages without doing anything. If the robot breaks down, they still have to pay for repairs themselves. And for jobs that do pay wages, like mine in scientific research, usually the daily working hours cannot exceed 2 hours, and as for compensation, based on the purchasing power of your currency, it's about 200,000 renminbi per hour? No, that's not right. The world is different, you can't calculate it like that. At that time, no one cared about money, it was just a number. People have a lot of time to enjoy life, but since then, the technological progress in our world has almost stagnated. In the 400 years of the era of prosperity, our greatest achievement was just some upgrades to existing technology, and there have been no major breakthroughs. Is this the era of prosperity? Even Su Yu, who is already wealthy, couldn't help but feel envious after hearing her description. This is utopia. Such a world, ruined like this, it's a pity, Su Yu couldn't help but shake her head. It's not as good as you imagine, Chiu smirked, with a hint of irony in her smile. You probably can't even imagine the absurdity of the era of prosperity. Those rich people with countless capital love to find a desolate planet and invest meaningless resources into it, even building an artificial sun in its orbit to turn it into a habitable planet. Then they use a large number of clones to play a game of role-playing as emperors, indulging in the darkness of human nature. If they're not happy one day, they just blow up that planet with a Death Star and start a new game. They call this a planet development game, and it has become a popular entertainment activity in the era of prosperity, pursued by everyone regardless of wealth. And slowly, the poor people began to feel extremely dissatisfied and even angry with the extravagant and wasteful lives of the rich. Although the rich cannot persecute the citizens of the Human Alliance or harm their interests, they are still dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction probably stems from the human desire for comparison, and their demand is, they hope the Human Alliance will give every citizen a planet. Although the era of prosperity has reached a level of material abundance that you can't imagine, this demand is something the Human Alliance cannot fulfill no matter what. And then, in the late era of prosperity, the Resistance Army appeared. Their slogan was to overthrow the tyranny of the Human Alliance. Oh, not just that slogan. There were also slogans like "War is the ladder of human progress," "We need war," and so on. So, according to the development history of your world, it's difficult to understand this kind of thing, right? Su Yu. After being stunned for a while, it took him a moment to react to the most crucial part of Chiumo's words. The late era of prosperity, the Resistance Army. Gudong. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva, looking at Chiu in disbelief. You didn't turn the era of prosperity into the wasteland it is now, did you? If that's really the case, then it's too incredible. If you have to say it, then yes. Omatsu nodded. During the exploration of the Starry Sea, the Human Union often encounters indigenous planets, so we have always maintained a fairly large fleet. The Resistance Army appeared less than a month ago and was quickly defeated, driven to the edge of the galaxy. At this point, Omatsu paused, turned to look at the clear blue sky outside the window, and said, "Then, the end came. Did they encounter extraterrestrial beings more technologically advanced than you?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. Based on her description of the prosperous era, Suyu couldn't understand what could have turned them into the current state, except for encountering extraterrestrial beings who suppressed them. It can't exactly be called extraterrestrial beings, but rather extraterrestrial organisms beyond our understanding, a type of fungus. Omatsu explains simply. This fungus can parasitize the human body, manipulate human thoughts, absorb human memories, and turn people into monsters. The Ninth Fleet of the Starseed pursued the Resistance Army, one of the Human Union's most powerful fleets. They captured the Resistance Army, intending to bring them back for trial, but the entire fleet was silently controlled by this fungus. Afterwards, this fungus spread like a plague in the Starry Sea. By the time the Human Union discovered them, they had already taken control of more than half of the Human Union's fleet. The war lasted only 2 years, and the invincible Human Union that spanned the entire galaxy was destroyed by this small fungus. Isn't it incredibly unbelievable? Reality is sometimes so absurd. Omatsu shrugged. In fact, the Human Union has a well-established process for exploring new planets. If they had followed the process, these weak and strange fungi would never have had this opportunity. It's just that the Ninth Fleet overlooked these procedures while chasing the Resistance Army. As a result, in order to deal with this fungus, we researched a large number of genetic weapons and biological weapons. In the end, we eliminated some of the fungus and protected our home planet, but the monsters we created were even more terrifying than the fungus. They contaminated our entire home planet, and thus began the era of wasteland. Suyu was truly shocked. He never expected humans to meet such a fate. A powerful civilization that dominated the Starry Sea had a bit of internal strife, and then encountered such a strange thing. And then they played themselves to death. Moreover, they were wiped out by their own weapons. This was really too outrageous. What was even more outrageous was that, at this point, the humans in their world still had a chance to turn the tide. With their technology, they could gather a group of people, board a spaceship, and find an uninhabited planet to start over. It would only take a few years to come back. After all, while these fungi could manipulate human thoughts, they were still just fungi, and their creativity was definitely inferior to that of humans. They could develop for a few years and develop new weapons. Was it really that difficult to fight back? But at the critical moment, the people in their world did not retreat, but instead developed biological weapons and genetic weapons to fight back. And then they created an even bigger problem, completely playing themselves to death. They were truly experts at self-destruction. Humans really shouldn't have too much free time, Suyu said with lingering fear. The fact that the rich could come up with a game to develop planets was enough to prove how absurd they were. And those resistance armies were even more heavyweight, being supported and not having to worry about anything, just enjoying a life of eating, drinking, and playing, but they chose to rebel. Yes. Omatsu nodded in agreement. Just then, Suyu suddenly felt a message coming through the trading platform. After taking a look, she said, "Frost Star sent a message, do you want to go and see?" "No need," Omatsu shook his head. "Then you stay for a while." Suyu turned his head and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Frost Star, wearing storm power armor, sat opposite. However, a strong smell of blood reached Suyu's nose from a distance, causing him to involuntarily curl his lips and casually pull out a chair to sit down, teasing, "How many people did you kill?" "Over 200,000, Frost Star replied nonchalantly. "If we didn't kill these people, I wouldn't have expected them to hide so many good things. I found more than one unopened starship." "Starship?" Suyu's eyes lit up. "Forget it, they're not warships, just a few colony ships," Frost Star shrugged, then waved her hand and traded 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft to Suyu. "This deal settles everything." Suyu nodded in agreement and couldn't help but mutter, "Actually, colony ships might not be a bad idea. They could be very useful." "Useful for what?" Frost Star rolled her eyes. With the current technology in your world, you can't replicate these things, and if you use them to colonize other planets with these few small colony ships, it'll take more than 100 years. It's better for you to rely on the Falcon class. Instead of relying on this, you should focus on advancing your technology. As she spoke, she produced a hard drive from somewhere and raised an eyebrow at Suyu. All the technical data and production blueprints from the first to fourth generation of nuclear fusion. Interested? Suyu's gaze immediately sharpened. Wow, this was a royal flush. If he could get his hands on this, it would undoubtedly be the most valuable deal he had made since obtaining the trading space. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "What's the price?" For the next 20 years, provide 10 million tons of food to Future City every year, with no restrictions on the type. Frost Star gave her price. So that's 200 million tons of food? Jojo was a populous country, so there was no need to mention food consumption. According to statistics, if the privately stored food was included, Jojo's food supply was estimated to be over 1 billion tons. And now Jojo's annual food production had reached 600 million tons for several consecutive years. 200 million tons was only 1/3 of the annual food production, and at a price of 3,000 yuan per ton, it would only cost 6 trillion. 6 trillion to buy a complete set of usable nuclear fusion technology, only a fool wouldn't know how to choose. Not to mention that the 6 trillion tons of food could be paid over 20 years. What did nuclear fusion represent? It represented endless energy, endless food. It represented the true future. Alright, but it has to start from next year. Suyu nodded and agreed to the deal without even negotiating the price. Frost Star already knew his situation very well, and knowing that no matter how high the price was, Suyu wouldn't refuse, she chose to offer a relatively low price. There was no point in bargaining anymore. The two completed the transaction, and then Suyu turned and asked, "Do you have a large production capacity for the kind of bionic beings that carry Autumn's thinking?" "You want to buy bionic beings?" Frost Star asked instinctively, then nodded. "Right, you do need these bionic beings." Her bionic being is custom-made, not mass-produced. If you want to buy a large quantity, it's impossible. But you don't need to buy that kind. Future City also produces some lower-end bionic beings. In terms of ability, under the scheduling of artificial intelligence, they are definitely better than most of the employees recruited in your world. From screwing screws on the assembly line to colonizing space with starships, they can do everything that humans can do, except for lacking creativity, and loyalty is not a problem at all. When we cleared out last night, we happened to seize a warehouse, probably with over 2,000 of them. If you want, I can get them for you right now. Bioroids and clones are not the same thing. Bioroids are strictly speaking robots that are made to look like humans. Clones, on the other hand, are real humans that are grown step by step from cloned human cells in a culture dish. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are real humans. Currently, Suyu and Frost Star have relatively low levels and cannot trade living beings, so they naturally cannot trade clones. However, because of Autumn's existence, after her thoughts dissipate, her memories will merge with the artificial intelligence module in her body. Suyu will then obtain a super powerful artificial intelligence with all the memories of the former Future City Lord. With this artificial intelligence to coordinate, bioroids are actually much more useful than clones. As for the price, Frost Star hesitated as she spoke. For a moment, she didn't know what to focus on. If it's food, with the nuclear fusion deal, they will be able to obtain 10 million tons of food every year starting next year. Future City only has a few million people, and they can't finish eating all this food every year, so having more is useless. But if they ask for less, it would be a loss. In fact, for her, these 2,000 bioroids are even more precious than the easily copied nuclear fusion technology. Giving them away for free is definitely not an option. How about a longevity pill that can extend a person's life by 20 years? Suyu smiled faintly and took out an exquisite wooden box. Opening the lid, a refreshing fragrance immediately filled the entire conference room. Frost Star hesitated for a moment, then widened her sparkling eyes and stared at the bead-sized, crystal-clear longevity pill in the box. Longevity pill? Frost Star stared at the wooden box for a while, then looked at Suyu in disbelief. You actually succeeded in another trade with the second match trading partner? And the other person is also from the mystical world? Yes. Suyu shrugged. This is really. Frost Star didn't know what to say for a moment. She had entered the trading space long before Suyu, but if she had to admit it, she had only tasted the sweetness of the trading space after Suyu. Previously, she either encountered various weird trades that couldn't be done normally, or she encountered people who were so poor that even if they received gold, they wouldn't be able to spend it. And Suyu's first match trading partner was her, and now he had matched with another suitable trading partner. He even managed to obtain this good thing that can extend life. Froststar admitted that she was truly envious. So, will you trade or not? Suyu tapped the table to remind her. Trade. Froststar answered repeatedly. Who wouldn't trade for a longevity pill that can extend life by 20 years? Upon hearing this, Suyu quickly signed the trading contract and settled the matter. Then he became somewhat puzzled and asked, by the way, in your world, can't you extend life by replacing organs through cyborg modification? Like Autumn. Why are you so interested in extending life by 20 years? To be honest, he was just testing the waters earlier and didn't expect Froststar to agree so readily. You don't understand. Froststar opened the longevity pill that had just been traded and looked at the round and smooth pill with a fascinated expression in her eyes. The method of extending life by replacing organs is actually quite primitive. It's like treating a headache by treating the head and treating a footache by treating the foot. It's just replacing what's broken. When most people die naturally, it's not because their lifespan has come to an end, but because their organs start to fail. So replacing organs with bionic ones is not so much extending life as it is giving oneself the lifespan that humans should naturally have. But these things from the mystical world are different. They use some mysterious power in another dimension to extend a person's life, completely unrelated. Is that so? Suyu nodded as if he understood, but then said, so, does that mean we can use this to keep Chiomo alive? Froststar, who was admiring the golden elixir, was also taken aback and scratched his head, saying, in theory, it seems possible, but right now she only has her consciousness left, and she doesn't have a physical body to use, right? That's true, Suyu nodded, not thinking much about it. It was already prepared that Chiomo's life would only last a few more days. Although after spending this day together, he deeply felt how convenient it was to have a future city lord by his side to help him with things. If possible, he would also like to save her. But if he couldn't, he wouldn't blame himself. After completing another transaction for a bionic person, Suyu didn't immediately leave. Instead, he continued, do you have those kinds of construction machines that can quickly build houses? After reaching a cooperation agreement with the military later, his company and factory could start operating with the military's support. The abandoned industrial park in the suburbs also needed to be rebuilt. With Blue Star's current technology, renovating it wouldn't be difficult. But if they wanted to rebuild it, it would take at least a year or more. And that industrial park was a product of the last century, with most of the buildings already in a dangerous state. Rebuilding was necessary. Suyu couldn't wait that long, so he naturally had to turn his attention to Froststar. After all, she was now the future city lord, and the productive power she could control was probably many times stronger than the entire Blue Star. Moreover, the future city also had a grand ideal of rebuilding the wasteland. In theory, they should have the relevant technological expertise in infrastructure. J9000, All-Terrain Engineering Transformation Module, Froststar said casually. This module consists of over 8,000 engineering robots with different functions, all centrally controlled by AI. Simply put, you just need to designate the construction area, and it will automatically survey the terrain and design thousands of building blueprints. There will definitely be one you like, just choose one. After choosing, you only need to provide the raw materials, and you don't have to worry about anything else. With its construction speed, it can build a 1,000-meter-high building from flat ground within 3 days. It is said that during the prosperous era, 10 sets of these engineering modules completely demolished and rebuilt a new city in a region with a population of over 100 million within 3 months. Damn, this is too good to be true. How much does it cost? Suyu quickly asked. It's not for sale. Future City only has this one set, and we will need it for the reconstruction of the wasteland in the future. Froststar shook his head, but then raised an eyebrow and said, but it can be rented. Rent it for 3 days with 1 longevity pill, how about that? 1 month. Suyu gave his price. No, maximum of 5 days. 28 days. In the end, Suyu rented the all-terrain engineering transformation module for 12 days at the price of 1 longevity pill. Froststar was quite straightforward after becoming the future city lord. He made Suyu wait for less than half an hour before returning with over 2,000 bionic people and the engineering transformation module. And thus, today's transaction was considered complete. Suyu obtained all the technological information and blueprints for the 1st to 4th generation of nuclear fusion in the wasteland world, 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft, 2,000 bionic people, and a set of J9000 engineering transformation module. Froststar, on the other hand, obtained the position of future city lord, 200 million tons of food, and 2 longevity pills. If Suyu needed to continue using the engineering transformation module in the future, she could obtain more longevity pills. This was a win-win transaction. Everyone had a bright future. Returning to Blue Star, Suyu felt very happy when he thought about the gains from this transaction. After looking at the spacious villa, he waved his hand and released dozens of androids from his inventory. Until his company was established, these androids had no other purpose. It would be better to let them do some odd jobs in the villa. Looks like you made a big harvest this time, Shoma teased, looking at the androids in the courtyard. It's a win-win situation, Suyu smiled. Next, please arrange some temporary work for them, whether it's gardening or being a security guard, just don't let the courtyard look too empty. Shoma nodded, but didn't make any immediate moves. The androids standing in the courtyard began to move, suddenly realized. Damn it, novels are harmful. With the Storm-class power armor in hand, there is no weapon on Blue Star that can instantly kill him except for the big mushroom. As long as he can't be killed instantly, he can fly into space with the Peregrine Falcon and launch orbital strikes against the muggles on the ground. There is no need to worry at all. So why is he still hiding? It should be others who fear him. Suyu glanced at Chiyo-mo. It turns out that older aunties are more knowledgeable. He even felt a little reluctant for Chiyo-mo to die. But that can be discussed later. Since Xing has the longevity pill, there might be other mystical items that can save Chiyo-mo. We can ask later, there are still a few days left anyway. As for now, of course, we should first give the people of this world a little shock of wasteland. Buzz. Suyu waved his hand, and 2 Storm-class power armors appeared in the open space in front of the villa. According to the classification in the wasteland, exoskeletons are divided into light exoskeletons, medium exoskeletons, and heavy exoskeletons. And power armors are also divided into light, medium, and heavy. The combat power of a light power armor is enough to destroy 100 heavy exoskeletons. Compared to the more advanced medium and heavy power armors, this light power armor is not enough. The Storm-class power armor is the standard medium power armor of the Prosperous-era United Space Army. It is 2.36 meters tall and weighs 2 tons. It is equipped with a high-power cold fusion reactor as its energy source. In addition to the partial force field that can resist all kinetic weapons, it is equipped with 2 high-power zero-mass engines, allowing this 2-ton monster to fly at a maximum speed of 6 times the speed of sound in the atmosphere. In space, this speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound. At the same time, it is equipped with an electromagnetic-driven large-caliber hand cannon on the left wrist, a high-vibration chainsaw sword on the right wrist, a high-power laser emitter on the chest, and a high-precision Gauss rifle on the back. There are also shoulder-mounted micro-missile launchers, 8 micro-reconnaissance drones on both sides of the back spine. It can be said to be armed to the teeth. To put it bluntly, this thing can destroy a main battle tank with 1 shot on the battlefield, and have no pressure to single-handedly fight against a modern heavy composite brigade. Suyu and Chiyo-mo each put on a power armor. Controlling this thing is not actually difficult, with built-in AI assistance, even a fool can tear tanks with it. The 2 of them directly opened the thrusters and flew up to an altitude of 1 kilometer. Then Suyu took out the Peregrine Falcon-class near-Earth orbital flyer from the item bar. They boarded it directly in mid-air. Although in Froststar's eyes, the Peregrine Falcon is just a small thing with a maximum payload of 500 tons, it is undoubtedly a huge object. You should know that the largest transport aircraft on Blue Star, the An-225, has a maximum payload of only 250 tons. The Peregrine Falcon's payload is twice that of the An-225, so it is impossible for it to be small. In fact, it is true. The Peregrine Falcon is about 100 meters long, more than 30 meters wide, and about 10 meters high. It has a conical layout overall. It is huge and full of science fiction atmosphere. It is quite complicated to operate this thing. But fortunately, he has a large number of bionic humans in Chiomo, who can control these bionic humans. It was soon put into motion. In just a few minutes, the huge Peregrine Falcon slowly disappeared into the azure sky. It disappeared out of thin air. True optical invisibility. After a few more minutes, several fighter jets roared into the airspace where the Peregrine Falcon had just been. Looking at the empty sky, the pilot in the fighter jet looked confused, then quickly pressed the communication button, reporting to headquarters, no unidentified flying objects in the target airspace. It seems to have disappeared directly. In the cockpit of the Peregrine Falcon, Suyu listened to the pilot's report coming from the channel, swallowed saliva, and looked shocked at the fighter jet that had just flown past the window, almost touching the Peregrine Falcon's face. You can't see anything at all? It's less than 10 meters away. Optical stealth technology, combined with absorbent energy fields. Whether it's the naked eye or radar, the Peregrine Falcon cannot be seen. Xiaomo shrugged, not to mention Blue Star's detection technology, even in our prosperous era, unless it's a large gravity wave monitoring device installed on the ground or on a starship, which can detect gravitational anomalies, other detection technologies are almost ineffective against it. Of course, it will definitely be exposed when it fires. As she spoke, she casually tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard in front of her. Immediately, a projection of a command room appeared in front of her. The command room was filled with various sophisticated instruments, and many people in military uniforms were coming in and out with serious expressions, as if they had encountered something major. Suyu immediately guessed where she was after hearing keywords like unidentified flying objects and disappearance. It was an Air Force command center. Isn't this too criminal? Suyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Goodness, this is definitely stealing military secrets. What's criminal or not, no one knows anyway. If you don't believe me, I'll show you something else. Xiaomo casually tapped a few more times. The projection in front of them suddenly changed, turning into another place with a similar layout to before. Obviously, it was another military-related base. But this time, the flag on the wall behind the command room and the picture changed to the stars and stripes, and the people became Caucasians. Goodness, did they just hack into Amelia's military base thousands of miles away? As Chiyomo's fingertips danced, one secret location after another that Suyu would never dare to think about on ordinary days was being live-streamed in front of her. Some conversations and decisions involving countless people were also heard by her one by one. If Chiyomo was previously limited by the computational power of the bionic robot's built-in chip, although she could break through all firewalls, it still took some time. But now, after borrowing the computational power of the Peregrine Falcon's central computer, she was truly a god who could roam freely in the Blue Star network. If I ask you to launch all of Blue Star's nuclear weapons right now, can you do it? Suyu asked inexplicably. Xiaomo paused for a moment, then looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such anti-human tendencies. Most of those things are independent of the existing network and have launch programs determined by humans themselves. I think it would be difficult to directly operate the launch. But there is a way. I can create some false information and transmit it through the network, tricking the people in those nuclear weapon bases into thinking they have been hit by a nuclear strike, and they will activate their countermeasures, resulting in a nuclear weapons exchange. As she spoke, her hands danced on the virtual keyboard like elves, and she actually did it. No, I was just asking. Suyu quickly stopped her. Goodness, if she did that, Blue Star would also be turned into a wasteland, right? This kind of play is not allowed. Chomo gave Suyu a disdainful look, then looked at his hand. Let's go, it's time to go. Suyu pretended not to hear and turned to the bionic person operating the peregrine falcon, squeezing her hand a few times in passing. Don't misunderstand, it's not that he's lecherous, he's just genuinely curious. After buying another batch of androids from Frost Star, he realized that the android he used in late autumn was not only much more advanced in functionality compared to the others, but even the texture of the skin looked more sophisticated. He had been wanting to touch it for a while. And when he finally did, it was indeed different. Honestly, if he didn't know in advance, he would never have imagined that this was an artificial robot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that its skin was as smooth as jade and its touch was even better than that of a real person. That's enough, any more wear and tear here would be difficult to repair. Autumn withdrew his hand, with a slightly strange expression. It seems that you have some special fetish for androids. After my consciousness dissipates, this android will probably not escape your clutches. Ahem, it's not like that. Suyu coughed lightly, changing the subject. How much longer until we arrive? We're already here. Autumn raised his fair chin and looked out the window. Suyu followed his gaze, and the scene that was just on the outskirts of the city had disappeared. The view outside the Falcon had now turned into a sparsely populated mountainous area. In a deep mountain valley, a sizable base stood tall. Every now and then, armed helicopters could be seen flying out, as if they had encountered some emergency situation. So fast? Suyu narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the address that Joe Bowen had told him was about 90 kilometers away from his Taohua village villa area. And from the moment he gave the order to depart until now, it hadn't even been half a minute. Not fast enough, Autumn shook his head. The first cosmic speed is 7.9 kilometers per second, which is 23 times the speed of sound. Our top speed just now was only a little over 20 times the speed of sound, not even reaching the first cosmic speed. The Falcon's maximum speed can exceed the second cosmic speed, so we're still far from the limit. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then asked skeptically, isn't that wrong? Instantaneous acceleration this fast, what about the overload? It was well known that when driving a fast car, you could clearly feel the sensation of being pushed back. And when this sensation became too strong, the human body would be the first to not be able to withstand it. This process was generally referred to as overload. The biggest problem with many manned spacecraft was not the machine, but that humans couldn't withstand such a large overload. Those who had played some simulated aerial combat knew that when flying at high speeds, the aircraft might be able to withstand some exaggerated maneuvers in the air. But humans often got blacked out. However, just now, the Falcon had crossed over 90 kilometers in less than 30 seconds, so theoretically, this overload should have caused it to explode. But Suyu didn't feel anything at all. This was completely unscientific. It's just a crude use of gravitational waves, nothing to be surprised about. Autumn shook his head, reminding him, you'd better make a phone call to notify them first, otherwise I'm afraid landing abruptly might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Gravitational waves. Well, that wasn't something he, a mediocre student, should be asking about. Suyu took out his phone and dialed Joe Bowen's number. In the main building of the base, Joe Bowen was sitting in his office, waiting for Suyu to arrive. Besides him, there were several military researchers in the room. They were supposed to be conducting research in another quite secretive base. They had come here specifically today mainly to finalize the details of the exoskeleton cooperation with Suyu. After all, when it came to technical matters, these knowledgeable researchers had to be present. So even though it seemed a bit tense outside, they could still stay in the room without having to do anything. After all, military bases like this had their own set of emergency response procedures. They didn't need their help at all. They ran out now, and they might be causing trouble. However, people naturally have curiosity. After hearing the commotion outside and waiting for a while, an old scholar with white hair couldn't help but curiously ask, what's going on? Why is everyone suddenly so nervous? I don't remember arranging any exercises today, right? Jobo shook his head slightly. I heard that the radar from the Air Force just detected some unidentified flying object in the sky above the Magic City, and it's at least hundreds of meters long, even bigger than a transport plane. But this unidentified flying object only appeared on the radar for a few minutes and then disappeared into thin air. They immediately sent fighter jets to investigate the scene, but they found nothing. But the target appeared on multiple radars for several minutes, so it can't be fake, and it's not a radar malfunction. This is very suspicious, so the headquarters asked our helicopter unit to cooperate with the Air Force to investigate the surrounding area of the incident and see if we can find any clues. There's more to this? The room suddenly buzzed with discussion. An old scholar pushed his glasses and looked at another helicopter taking off outside, expressing some concern, appearing suddenly on the radar and then disappearing. Sigh, if it's a natural phenomenon or an unidentified flying object, it's fine. But if it's something those people on the other side of the ocean created, then it's big trouble. We really need to figure it out, otherwise, everyone might be too afraid to sleep in the future. Relax. Jobo sat in his seat, closed his eyes, and calmly said, when the enemy comes, we will block them like a dam blocks water. Even if those people on the other side of the ocean are up to something, as long as we can negotiate this cooperation with Suyu and mass-produce these exoskeletons, we won't fear them. That's true. Everyone in the room nodded. After all, besides Suyu and Shioma, they were probably the most familiar with the exoskeletons. They had first-hand information and had been in close contact with the exoskeletons for many days as researchers. No one understood the power of these exoskeletons better than them. If they could mass-produce these things, they wouldn't know how to lose in conventional warfare, except for nuclear war. Autumn of many affairs. Jobo sighed quietly to himself. Compared to his colleagues who were focused on scientific research, he had more thoughts. There was one thing that neither the researchers nor the staff at the General Staff Department had mentioned proactively. That is, why Suyu could come up with these exoskeletons. At the beginning, when they didn't know much about the G60 exoskeleton, they might have thought that this thing was created by Suyu, this amateur researcher. But as they delved deeper into the exoskeleton, the more they realized that it was impossible for one person to create such a thing. To be honest, many of the technologies inside could be dismantled and used for civilian purposes, making billions or even trillions without any problem. Many groundbreaking black technologies were right in front of these top researchers, but they couldn't even understand the principles behind them. However, Suyu brought out these things. The military also investigated Suyu. He was just an ordinary person. These 4 words probably summed up the first half of Suyu's life. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. But it was precisely this ordinary person who brought out such a terrifying thing. If this matter were to be thoroughly investigated, Jobo didn't know how to describe it other than terrifying. Some people in the General Staff Department even suspected that Suyu was an alien or a representative of aliens who came to contact Blue Star. Although it sounded absurd, Jobo inexplicably felt that Suyu being an alien might be the best outcome. After all, if he is not an alien, or has nothing to do with aliens, it means that there is at least one mysterious organization on Blue Star that surpasses all countries in technology. As for whether he is sent by the America across the ocean, this possibility is very small. After all, unless the old man in charge of America has dementia, it is impossible for Suyu to come to the 9 provinces with an exoskeleton. It is precisely because of the strangeness of Suyu and the exoskeleton that everyone who knows about this matter tacitly avoids mentioning it. Everyone's current idea is only one thing. Don't worry about his purpose, what he wants to do. Get the exoskeleton first. If you need money, give money. If you need people, give people. As long as the things are in place and he doesn't cause trouble within the 9 provinces, he can do whatever he wants. If he can also obtain the black technology in the exoskeleton, let alone building a few factories and opening a few companies for him, he can even be made the ready-made chairman of Penguin tomorrow. Take one step at a time. Joe Bowen rubbed his forehead with a headache. Just at this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the note on it, he quickly answered the call. Mr. Su, where are you? Their military naturally knew where Suyu lived. It's more than 90 kilometers away from here. Joe Bowen naturally didn't think that Suyu could arrive so quickly. However, I'm already here. Here? Joe Bowen, Suyu. When he heard Autumn say this before, he was curious why the People's Alliance, with almost half of their fleet and the situation of exploding soldiers in the rear, could still be swept away by a group of fungi in less than 2 years. It seems that the young master's soldiers are the key. He didn't plan to continue discussing this issue and immediately asked Autumn to open the communication module and said to Joe Bowen, who was still holding the phone in place, "Colonel Joe, can you hear me?" Joe Bowen suddenly came back to his senses and remembered what Suyu had just said about not firing, and his voice suddenly increased by 8 degrees. "Are you on the spaceship?" "Yes." With Suyu's confirmation, Joe Bowen's mind went blank for a moment. But when he saw that some soldiers had already brought out the anti-aircraft missile vehicles, he immediately regained his senses and hurriedly ran out of the conference room towards the command room upstairs. "Don't fire, don't fire." Leaving a room full of researchers looking at each other, not understanding what had happened. A few minutes later, under Joe Bowen's brief explanation, a group of high-ranking officers wearing military uniforms, with serious and dignified expressions, and the lowest rank being colonel, all walked out of the main building of the base. All the anti-aircraft firepower around the military base had been deployed, but they did not fire or withdraw, they just pointed at the Peregrine Falcon like that. Suyu didn't mind. Seeing that everyone had come out, he also put on his powered armor and opened the cabin door. Then, under the gaze of countless people, he and Autumn jumped down from a height of over 50 meters. When there were only a few meters left from the ground, the propulsion engine of the powered armor emitted a microwave that was invisible to the naked eye, allowing the two of them to silently land on the ground. "Suyu, let's talk business." Walking up to the group of people, Suyu took off his face mask and the hand armor on his right hand, and extended his hand. "Commander of this base, Joe Chang." The leader shook hands with Suyu and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Mr. Su's way of appearing is quite special." After speaking, he glanced at the Peregrine Falcon still hanging in the sky, his eyes filled with seriousness. Leaving aside everything else, just the fact that this thing could silently run to the top of their heads, and even now the radar hadn't detected any traces, was already unbelievable. If this was an enemy bomber, the entire base would probably have been destroyed by now. "We're short on time, this is faster. If the general finds it obstructive, we'll make it disappear." Suyu snapped his fingers with a smile. The next moment, the huge object in the sky gradually became illusory. Finally, it completely disappeared. Optical invisibility? The group of researchers were instantly in an uproar. Not to mention them, even the soldiers at the grassroots level who didn't understand much could feel a chill running from their hearts to their limbs when they saw such a large object disappear into thin air. As for the soldiers responsible for air defense, they were completely dumbfounded. Just now, they couldn't see the enemy on the radar, but if they really started fighting, this distance was not too far for the missile guidance system to hit. But now, they couldn't even see it with their naked eyes. This doesn't make sense, right? Is there really such a thing as optical invisibility? The highest-ranking person in charge of this base, Joe Chang, also looked slightly stunned, then deeply looked at Suyu and said, "Mr. Su, let's go into the prepared conference room and talk in detail." Soon, the group of people appeared in the conference room. After a moment of silence, General Joe Chang, who was in charge, broke the silence first. "Mr. Su, are you here today to discuss the exoskeleton business?" "Of course." Suyu nodded. Joe Chang paused for a moment and continued, "The procurement agreement for exoskeletons is highly valued by the higher-ups. They have entrusted me with full authority to negotiate with you on related matters, Mr. Su. If you have no other questions, shall we begin?" Whether it was Suyu or the military personnel, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning what happened earlier. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that everyone present was extraordinary professional soldiers, they would have been scared out of their wits and wouldn't have had the time to discuss business. 100-meter giant ship suspended in the air created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suyu, on the other hand, didn't have too many concerns and immediately presented the conditions he had prepared in advance, like pouring out beans. Firstly, he hoped to completely transform the abandoned industrial park in the southern suburbs and establish factories for producing exoskeletons and other products there. The military would need to help him resolve any related troubles, as well as assist in solving any future needs for special materials. Secondly, his company didn't require any special privileges and would pay taxes on time every year, but he hoped to maintain a certain level of privacy. Whether it was the military or government officials, they should refrain from prying into his affairs for intelligence purposes. Lastly, the price for the exoskeletons would be 1 million per set. The first condition goes without saying, as it was one of the main reasons Suyu intended to cooperate with the military. As for the second condition, it was to ensure that no one knew his secret. Although he wasn't afraid even if it was known, it would be better not to be too ostentatious. As for the final issue regarding the price of the exoskeletons, the initial offer would definitely be higher. Why not ask for several million or even tens of millions per set? The main reason was the maximum power output of the black box, which could produce 500 sets of exoskeletons in a day. This was a product that relied on quantity. If it was too expensive, who would buy it? If they produced too many, who would they sell them to? From the beginning, he didn't plan to demand exorbitant prices. Instead, he intended to offer a lower price and sell in large quantities. Suyu's bottom line was 500,000 per set. Quoting 1 million per set was simply leaving room for negotiation. However, what he never expected was that after Zhou Qing heard his conditions, he almost immediately nodded and said, "We can agree to all of the above requests. If there are no issues, let's sign the contract now." "You agreed to all of them?" Suyu was bewildered for a while after hearing the other party's words. He had always thought that a price of around 500,000 for the G60 exoskeleton would be sufficient. After all, the cost was low, and he would never incur losses. The 1 million quoted this time was actually a deliberate overestimation, giving the military room for negotiation. He never imagined that they would agree to all the conditions without any bargaining. "Mr. Su's conditions are not excessive. Why wouldn't we agree?" Zhou Qing, who represented the military in the negotiations, smiled and then waved for someone to bring several copies of the contract. After Autumn examined them and confirmed that there were no issues, Suyu signed the contract. He originally intended to sell at a lower price, but if they were willing to give more, he couldn't do anything about it. However, it didn't make a difference. If they gave him more money, he could invest more in the research and production of new technologies, such as nuclear fusion. If these things could be developed earlier, the ultimate beneficiaries would still be the people of Kyushu. So, of course, the more money, the better. The contract was quickly signed. In addition to Suyu's demands, the government naturally had their own requirements. According to the contract, Suyu would need to establish a company specifically for managing exoskeleton patents, with Suyu and Kyushu Bank each holding a certain percentage of shares. It would probably be a 70-30 split. Suyu 70%, Kyushu Bank 30%. The future of this company is to specialize in everything inside the exoskeleton, apart from groundbreaking black technology such as high-power small motors, metal hydrogen batteries, and special armor. It will handle the mass production and commercialization of all other technologies. After commercialization, Suyu will need to share the profits with Kyushu Bank. The price for this is that Kyushu Bank will pay Suyu 150 billion as funds to purchase this portion of shares within 3 years. This is also the largest amount of funding support that Suyu will receive from this contract. Whether it is profitable or not depends on one's perspective. Because it has already excluded the truly valuable cutting-edge technologies within the exoskeleton and has not considered those things. Instead, it focuses on the secondary-level technologies that have relatively low individual value and are not beyond Blue Star's understanding. Although these technologies have limited individual value, they are numerous. If they can all be commercialized, it will definitely be profitable. The problem is that in order to commercialize them, resources and research need to be invested. It's not as simple as just having the technical information. It takes time to fully understand the technology. Kyushu Bank hopes to recoup the 150 billion it invested in these 3 years, but it may take a decade or more. It takes so much investment, and it will take 10 or 8 years to break even. This business really can't be said to be taking advantage of anyone. Can't they make money faster doing something else? In addition, there are many similar contents in the entire contract. In short, whether it is the government or the military, from the entire contract, they only want to express one thing. Want convenience? You can have it. Don't want to be watched? You can. Want money? You can have it too. They can. Fulfill all of Suyu's requests. But there is only one condition. Suyu must have a common interest with Kyushu to a certain extent. This extent can be large or small, but it must exist. After all, such a major cooperation cannot simply be believed by Kyushu without any conditions or supervision, allowing Suyu to do as he pleases within Kyushu's territory. Suyu has no objections to this either and happily signed the contract. After the entire contract was signed, with all the clauses big and small put together, it could be hundreds of pages long. If it weren't for Chiyomo's help in reading the contract, it would probably take half a day just to sign it. After everything was settled, Suyu originally planned to leave directly. However, the military obviously didn't intend to let him go after signing the contract. Instead, they warmly invited him to stay for a meal. At the dinner table, as everyone chatted, they became more familiar with each other. The conversation gradually turned to the Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft that had made the entire East District nervous in the morning. Although they hadn't mentioned this during the signing of the exoskeleton cooperation agreement in the morning, they pretended it hadn't happened. But how could the military not be concerned when something beyond their understanding appeared on Kyushu's territory? It's just that for a while, they couldn't figure out Suyu's intentions and were afraid of provoking him, so they suppressed their curiosity and didn't ask too much. At this moment, as they raised their glasses and toasted, everyone had become quite familiar with each other, and only then did a few military personnel who were eating together start to probe. Suyu naturally understood their intentions and didn't have any intention of hiding it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in such a high-profile manner, driving the Falcon and wearing powered armor. Facing their probing, he spoke frankly, that is the Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft. Near-Earth orbit spacecraft? A researcher was stunned, then exclaimed, so that thing can even fly into space? Indeed, it can. Suyu nodded and explained, its maximum speed can probably exceed the second cosmic velocity, let alone space, it can reach Mars. What kind of configuration does that thing have inside, Mr. Su, if you don't mind revealing? Asked a general from the Air Force, his eyes shining. Damn, this thing is much cooler than an airplane. There's nothing inconvenient about it, Suyu waved his hand casually. The Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft is equipped with 4 zero-mass engines and can fly in space at the second cosmic velocity with a payload of 500 tons. It also has a deflection force field that can deflect any kinetic energy weapons. Extreme speed, extreme defense. The military experts who understood the field couldn't help but gasp in shock. This thing is really powerful. But before they could recover from their shock, Suyu continued, in addition, it also has optical stealth and absorption energy fields. As long as it wants to, no military observation method in the world can find it. As for weapons systems, of course, it has them, electromagnetic cannons, high-power laser cannons, and so on. The firepower is not strong, but it can fly to synchronous orbit and target everyone. Is this the legendary Cybertron technology? Is it really so incredible? After a moment of silence, a researcher couldn't help but say, wait a minute, it has zero-mass engines, deflection force fields, optical stealth, and electromagnetic cannons and high-power laser cannons. Although I don't know much about these things, no matter what, the energy consumption of these devices must be astronomical, right? How long can the energy carried inside support its endurance? It can fly until the end of time, Suyu casually replied while eating. Because its energy comes from a fusion reactor. Crack. No one paid attention to whose cup fell and shattered on the ground. Everyone was petrified in their seats. Fusion. Whether they were researchers, military personnel, or commanders, everyone present was basically an intellectual. They might not be so knowledgeable about things outside their own field of expertise, but no one didn't understand the meaning behind the 3 words fusion. Even if you randomly found an internet user, they could list countless benefits of controlled fusion energy. After a brief silence, the entire table erupted. Zhou Qing, sitting next to Suyu, was so excited that he grabbed Suyu's arm and said, "Mr. Su, is what you said true? Have you really mastered fusion technology, and even developed it to the point where it can be installed on a spaceship?" Suyu, who had just finished boasting, seemed to wake up from a dream and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he repeatedly apologized. "Oh, it was just drunken talk, just drunken talk. Please take it as nonsense. Come, I'll punish myself with a drink." Saying that, he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Drunken talk naturally couldn't exist. With his current physical condition, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could get everyone at the table drunk without getting drunk himself. Although he had all the technical information and even blueprints for fusion, now was not a good time to bring it up. The reason Suyu deliberately revealed it was mainly to tease them and, incidentally, to tell them one thing: the future is in my hands. Zhou Qing immediately regained his composure, calmly changing the subject and toasting with Suyu, as if he hadn't heard anything about fusion at all. Remaining calm in the face of Mount Tai collapsing was clearly a manifestation of reaching the pinnacle of cultivating one's qi. And when they observed and tested Suyu, was Suyu not testing them as well? Let's not talk about anything else, just Zhou Qing alone. He truly deserves to be the commander of such a large military base. Calm and composed, he handles things in an orderly manner. The so-called keeping a poker face doesn't mean always having a solemn expression. It means that people can't tell what you're thinking. Zhou Qing clearly excels in this aspect. From the first meeting to negotiations, and now eating together, throughout the entire process, the only time he truly showed a surprised expression was when he heard about nuclear fusion just now. Prior to this, even when he saw the Falcon hovering in the sky, although his expression was serious and cautious, there was no trace of surprise. It's not that he wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of the Falcon, but rather that he was very good at hiding this emotion. In that situation, he is the backbone of the entire base as a commander. If he were to show surprise and panic, how could the other soldiers remain calm? Everyone is busy, so the meal didn't take too long. After finishing the meal, they were invited to take a tour of the base, and Suyu and Xiao left together. In front of everyone's eyes, the two put on powered armor and stood in the square of the base. Silently, the armor slowly ascended. In the space above the base, the enormous Falcon also slowly appeared, the lower hatch opened, and the two were taken inside. In the radar room of the base, Zhou Qing looked at the empty radar screen and then glanced at the enormous object floating in the sky, shaking his head involuntarily. "We can't even see a trace on the radar. This technology is too terrifying. This should be the effect of that absorbing energy field that Mr. Su mentioned at the dinner table. The electromagnetic waves near this spaceship are all absorbed by the energy field, so the radar didn't receive any feedback and naturally can't detect it," analyzed Zhou Bowen, a researcher. "But this device obviously consumes a lot of electricity, and ordinary fighter jets definitely can't play like this." Electricity. Zhou Qing fell silent for a moment and asked again, "Do you think what he said about nuclear fusion is possible? From the known energy sources we have, if we want such a large thing to float in the sky purely driven by electricity, the energy it carries can only be nuclear energy. However, it's hard to judge whether it's the nuclear fission we already have or the nuclear fusion he mentioned." Zhou Bowen's wording was cautious. "But speaking of this," he sighed and said, "General, actually, besides nuclear fusion, you have overlooked something very important." "What?" Zhou Qing asked in confusion. "The partial deflective force field that is immune to all kinetic energy weapons," another gray-haired researcher spoke up. "This thing is probably much more powerful than we imagine." "Tell me more." "I can't give you details, it's just a guess," the old researcher smiled bitterly. "If it's really as he said, that this partial deflective force field can withstand all kinetic energy weapon attacks, then its technological principle is likely to involve the practical application of gravity. Of course, this is just a guess. The actual situation can only be determined by experimenting with that thing. It's impossible to tell just by looking at it. But if this guess is correct, then the technology they possess is far more terrifying than we can imagine. Nuclear fusion is nothing more than a toy in front of this technology. This is something that only a civilization capable of spanning galaxies can master." As they conversed, they looked up at the enormous object in the sky. To be honest, for these researchers, seeing such a thing appear before their eyes only left them feeling lost. Many things above, even in theory, do not exist at all. To put it bluntly, they can't understand anything. Faced with something beyond their comprehension, anyone would involuntarily feel awe. Compared to researchers, military generals like Zhou Qing are fascinated. He pondered how he could deploy such a thing in actual combat. After thinking about it, he discovered something. With a peregrine falcon in hand, they could completely dominate the sky of the entire blue star. As people on the ground had different thoughts and ideas, Suyu and Xiaomo boarded the ship, and the motionless peregrine falcon hovering there finally moved. It happened in an instant. This colossal object suddenly disappeared into the sky above the base. The speed was unimaginable. To have such acceleration even with a manned situation. The researcher who had previously analyzed the partial force field widened his eyes. Even Suyu, when he realized that he had crossed over 90 kilometers in less than half a minute, could think of the problem of overload. These military researchers naturally couldn't fail to consider it. After a while, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they don't have special technology to mitigate the overload caused by superfast acceleration, then it means they have truly mastered power. Ignoring the shocked people in the base, after giving them a little shock in the wasteland, Suyu's choice was to show off and then run. However, he didn't run far, but instead came to an abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Once here, they didn't need to continue showing off with the peregrine falcon. Suyu retrieved the peregrine falcon from the item bar of the trading platform and flew down with Xiaomo wearing powered armor. Then, they found an empty space and released the terrain survey unit from the J9000 engineering module they had rented from Frost Star. Inside the entire J9000 module, there were more than 8,000 engineering machines with various functions. It was not yet time for full-scale construction, so they needed to conduct terrain surveys first. After surveying the terrain, they would proceed with the design plan. Once the plan was selected and all the materials were ready, they could start construction. Suyu naturally didn't need to release all the engineering machines right now. There were a total of 30 terrain survey units, each with a different form of tracked robot. At Suyu's command, they scattered and began surveying the small plain between the mountains and the sea, including the abandoned industrial park. Originally, he only owned the rights to the abandoned industrial park, which was a little over 1,000 acres. However, after reaching a cooperation agreement with the military or simply with the 9 states official, now this area of about 10 square kilometers from the dock to the mountains was all Suyu's. He could transform it as he pleased. Since he had the J9000 engineering module in his hands, he naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to complete the transformation all at once. After releasing the survey robots, all that was left was to wait for the design plan. After finishing these tasks, Suyu turned around and found that Xiaomo had disappeared. After searching for a while, he finally found her by the seaside. Xiaomo was sitting alone on a protruding rock by the sea, quietly looking at the distant horizon. The silver-powered armor stood behind her like a guardian. Seeing this, Suyu also took off his powered armor, climbed up, "Am dead or not?" After nearly a century of discussion in our academic circles, we finally passed legislation that considers whether a person's thoughts have dissipated as the basis for determining death. I don't understand, Suyu admitted. It's normal not to understand, Xiaomo nodded, seemingly unsurprised. You just need to know that, according to your definition of the soul, thoughts are a person's soul. In that case, maybe. Suyu thought of the metaphysical world that Ing Zheng had mentioned. Maybe what? It's nothing, Suyu shook his head, not intending to directly tell her about it to avoid any misunderstandings. Later, he could ask Ing Zheng if they had anything for nurturing and storing souls over there. If they did, he could surprise her with it. Xiaomo didn't pursue the matter and changed the topic. The terrain survey is done, and the design plans have been provided. I've screened them and selected dozens of design plans that better match your aesthetic preferences. I've sent them to your phone. You can take a look first, and if you're not satisfied, we can discuss further. So fast? Suyu picked up his phone in surprise. As expected, there was a new app on it, and when he opened it, there were over 50 design plans inside. Where did this app come from? Suyu opened one of the design plans and casually asked. I made it temporarily to make it easier for you to see the effects. Your virtual technology isn't as advanced here. Otherwise, after this design plan is completed, you could enter the virtual world and see the finished result, Shoemo explained. In the prosperous era, before people build a house, they can replicate it, exceeded 13 million square meters and could accommodate 100,000 people living in it, with an individual usable area of over 100 square meters. The entertainment area was more complex, consisting of a huge hemispherical building that included various sports facilities, cinemas, large shopping malls, and amusement parks. In addition, the entertainment area also included a large area of the sea. Because it was too close to the mouth of a river, the seawater here was turbid, so the entertainment area required several large-scale seawater filters to be installed while cleaning the surrounding waters. After completion, it would have beautiful beaches and clear blue seawater comparable to tropical islands. In addition to these 4 areas, there were also projects such as rebuilding the dock and dredging the waterway. However, compared to the design schemes of these 4 areas, rebuilding the dock was undoubtedly a small matter. The entire Ziwei Yuan scheme required over 6 million tons of steel and over 9 million cubic meters of concrete. Even if everything else was ignored, just the cost of these 2 raw materials would be around 27 billion. If everything else was included, it would cost at least over 40 billion to implement. And this is only the price of the raw materials. Because of the existence of the J9000 module, only raw materials are needed. If we were to build this super architectural cluster according to the situation of Blue Star, let's not even talk about whether the 1,388 some other troubles during the actual operation. The expenses would definitely exceed this amount. Moreover, he didn't plan to just finish the spectacle and do nothing else. Afterwards, he planned to establish a company and recruit high-end talents to digest the cutting-edge technology he obtained from the wasteland. Obviously, he would need more funds for that. Originally, his plan was to first build the Purple Wei Yuan and then focus on developing the nuclear-powered black box to the fullest. He currently has over 2,000 sets of exoskeletons in stock, and he plans to work overtime to gather a total of 5,000 sets. Selling them directly to the military at a price of 1 million per set could bring in 50 billion. However, the city is willing to provide him with a 300 billion interest-free loan, so there is no need to resort to his nuclear-powered printing press. Ahem, nuclear-powered black box. Of course, this money is not free. Even without any binding clauses, taking this loan means owing someone a favor. It will have to be repaid in the future. Fortunately, Suyu has many things he can use to repay favors, so he is not afraid of owing a small favor. After detailed communication with the professionals over there, the officials stated that they would gather the materials he needs from various places within 3 days. Suyu's current situation is different after all. Not only can he provide the military with revolutionary individual soldier equipment like the G-60 exoskeleton, but he also has equipment like the Storm Power Armor and the Peregrine Falcon near-Earth orbital flyer. Especially the black technology inside the Peregrine Falcon. Even without considering the authenticity of the nuclear fusion technology, the value of technologies such as the zero-mass engine that can keep such a large spacecraft suspended in the air, optical stealth, and absorption energy fields is unimaginable. Not to mention that he seems to have mastered the practical application of gravitational wave technology. In the eyes of the Kyushu officials, just based on the things Suyu holds, it is completely worth making friends at any cost. So even though they don't know why Suyu is doing such a big project and why he doesn't divide it into multiple phases and slowly purchase the raw materials, they agreed without hesitation. With the material problem solved, Suyu didn't stay here any longer. He just left a few androids behind to coordinate with the officials who would deliver the materials. He doesn't need to come here these days. When all the materials are in place, he will release all the robots in the J9000 module and start the project. The rest will naturally be handled by the officials. Now that he thinks about it, exposing the existence of the Peregrine Falcon was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to complete this project. Not to mention, just the main building that is 1,388 meters high, if he didn't have his current special identity, he would definitely not have passed the approval process. After all, Kyushu has long banned the construction of tall buildings. Even if they gave him the green light to build, he would probably have to run around and go through a lot of procedures. Not to mention, a 1,388-meter high building would definitely affect flight routes. Just for this, he would have to make a special trip to the Aerospace Administration for registration. And now, for things like this, the officials naturally handle them on his behalf, so he doesn't need to personally take care of them. Of course, these are all favors that need to be repaid. But that's not something to consider now. What Suyu needs to consider now is how to recruit personnel. 3 days for the materials to arrive, 3 days for the project to be completed. At most, this place will be completely transformed within a week. He will definitely need to hire people by then. Tasks like using the black box to produce exoskeletons can be entrusted to the androids. But researching the technologies obtained from the wasteland is clearly not something the androids can do. And once the products produced by his company are on the market, a professional operations team will be needed to handle external connections, sales, and making money. These are things that the androids cannot do. After a moment of thought, Suyu said to Chomo, "I may need your help in drafting a recruitment list. All the positions in the company that cannot be replaced by androids need to be filled. As for the benefits, working hours from 9 to 5, salaries will be based on the industry's top pay, working for a year allows for purchasing the company's products at cost price, and working for 3 years or showing outstanding performance will earn a set of housing in the airborne city." Well, let's leave it at that for now. Oh, and make sure to set high requirements. We don't want any mediocre people. Suyu finished speaking, but saw Chomo silently looking at him, which made him wonder, is there a problem? Did you forget something? Chomo raised an eyebrow. Forget? I don't think so. Suyu scratched his head and carefully thought for a moment, realizing that he indeed overlooked something. Did you register your company? What's the name of the company? How much is the registered capital? Chomo teased. Suyu. Oh no, he really forgot about it. In fact, it was already agreed upon in the contract that the official would assist him with this matter. He just needed to inform the liaison officer of the company's name and type, and they would handle the registration. He didn't need to worry about anything else. However, as soon as Suyu left the military base, he headed straight to the abandoned industrial park to survey the terrain, and he really forgot about this matter. What should we name the company? Suyu scratched his head. The type of company didn't need to be considered, but he hadn't thought about the name at all. I don't know, just think of one randomly. It's just a name after all, Chomo shrugged indifferently. Just like how she named the future city, she believed it was the future of the wasteland humans, so she called it Future City. See, simple and straightforward. Come on, we can't just choose randomly. It has to have some style. Suyu pouted and started brainstorming, racking his brain. Unfortunately, he was terrible at coming up with names. Even when playing games and choosing a nickname, he would agonize over it for a long time and end up searching on Baidu for a name. After much thought, he still couldn't come up with a good name, so he gave up and said, forget it, since we're getting rich through the interdimensional trading platform, let's call it Interdimensional Technology. The subsidiary selling batteries will be called Interdimensional Batteries, and the one selling exoskeletons will be called Interdimensional Heavy Industries. In the future, if we sell prosthetics or longevity elixirs, we'll call it Interdimensional Medical. How about that? Perfect. Suyu slapped his thigh, praising his own wit. However, Chomo suddenly poured cold water on his excitement, saying, according to publicly available information on the internet, Interdimensional Technology has already been registered by someone, and their company is still in operation with a market value of several billion. They probably won't give up this trademark. Suyu. What's the difference between spending a long time thinking of a nickname in a game and finally finding out that it's already taken, and this situation? I'm so frustrated. Then let's not use Interdimensional. Let's just call it Temporal Technology. He glared at Chomo in frustration. Chomo's mouth curved into a smile, but she held back her laughter and said seriously, that nickname is already taken. Suyu, #% at $dollar%. But before Suyu could explode, she added, but it's just a case of someone hoarding the trademark. You can buy it from them. It shouldn't cost much. Buy it. Suyu gritted his teeth. As someone terrible at coming up with names, he hated those people who hoarded good nicknames and didn't even use them. Although there were some ups and downs during the process, with the cooperation of the authorities, the company was quickly registered. Currently, a total of 4 companies have been registered. One is Temporal Technology, the parent company, with Suyu holding 100% of the shares. It has 3 subsidiary companies: Temporal Heavy Industries, fully owned by Temporal Technology Group, currently only producing G60 heavy exoskeletons, but in the future, they should introduce more heavy industry technology from the wasteland world to produce other products. Temporal Batteries, also fully owned by Temporal Technology Group, currently responsible for selling metal hydrogen batteries imported from the future city in the wasteland world. In the future, Suyu will try to obtain the production technology for these batteries from Frost Star. Spacetime Technology Reserve Limited, owned 70% by Suyu's Spacetime Technology and 30% by Kyushu Bank, is responsible for the storage and civilian use of branch technologies related to exoskeletons. In the future, Suyu plans to establish a nuclear fusion-related company and a medical-related company. However, that's a story for later, not urgent for now. That night, a recruitment advertisement suddenly appeared on the homepage of major internet recruitment platforms, causing a sensation throughout the internet. Spacetime Battery Technology Company is recruiting a professional operations team. Requirements for grassroots sales positions: rich experience in selling technological products, diligent work ethic, and a certain understanding of the current battery market. The company is located in the southern suburbs of the Magic City and is able to work in the outskirts. Salary and benefits: after-tax minimum monthly salary of 15,000 renminbi plus performance-based commission plus 5 insurances and 1 fund plus the opportunity to purchase Spacetime Group products, including housing and cars, at cost price after 1 year of employment plus allocation of a 100 square meter residential property, worth no less than 5 million renminbi, after 3 years of employment or outstanding performance. Work starts at 9 a.m. every day, with a 2-hour lunch break, and ends at 6 p.m. No overtime is required on holidays, and gifts are given during festivals. Team building activities are held on working days. The company cafeteria provides 3 meals and afternoon tea for all employees free of charge. The minimum monthly rent for employee apartments is 200 renminbi. All the above-mentioned benefits will be included in the labor contract, with no deception. Requirements for middle-level business manager positions. Salary and benefits: after-tax minimum monthly salary of 30,000 renminbi plus performance-based commission. Spacetime Battery Technology Company is recruiting a professional legal team. Spacetime Heavy Industries is recruiting researchers. Requirements for grassroots researchers: doctoral degree or above in relevant fields. Salary and benefits: after-tax minimum monthly salary of 50,000 renminbi plus research-based commission. After 1 year of employment or making significant breakthroughs in relevant research fields, a high-rise residential property, over 200 square meters, in the aerial city can be allocated. One after another, recruitment advertisements for Spacetime Battery Technology and Spacetime Heavy Industries appeared quietly on major internet recruitment platforms. Instantly, they attracted the attention of countless people. Then, on this ordinary day without any major news breaking out, within a very short period of time, it surged to the top of the hot search, attracting countless onlookers. Am I dreaming? Is this for real? A grassroots salesperson with an after-tax salary of 15,000 renminbi? I don't quite understand, but isn't this salary normal in the Magic City? There was a survey before, and the average salary in the Magic City is already 18,000 renminbi. Why did this become a hot search? Is it a scam? Brother, did you graduate from junior high school? This is freaking 15,000 renminbi after tax. And even if you don't consider the commission, there's also 5 insurances and 1 fund plus 9 to 5 work hours plus weekends off. Isn't this 1,000 times more comfortable than earning 18,000 renminbi per month and working until you're bald? And do you know what an average salary is? You're only looking at the 15,000 renminbi salary for grassroots salespeople? Do you want to take a look at other positions? Basic researchers earn 50,000 renminbi per month. If you calculate based on the average salary in these two companies mentioned in the recruitment advertisements is estimated to be around 20,000 to 30,000 renminbi. And with those housing benefits, it's probably more than 50,000 to 60,000 renminbi. It's likely to be 70,000 to 80,000 renminbi. Just go to sleep, these kinds of companies only exist in dreams. Capitalists are not philanthropists. Didn't he say that all salary benefits will be written into the labor contract? It's just common recruitment rhetoric. Who would believe it? Who's the fool? Indeed, anyone with a bit of common sense would know it's fake. Just look at how many people they're recruiting. If all the positions are filled, they would have at least 20,000 employees. If that's the case, they would have to pay nearly 1 billion RMB in salaries alone every month, not to mention those high-level benefits. With just these two unknown companies, can their registered capital reach 1 billion RMB? Upstairs, guess what I just found out? Both Spacetime Heavy Industries and Spacetime Battery are subsidiaries of a company called Spacetime Technology Group. And under Spacetime Technology Group, there is another company called Spacetime Technology Reserve Limited, which is interesting. Spacetime Technology holds 70% of the shares, and Kyushu Bank holds 30%. Additionally, both Spacetime Heavy Industries and Spacetime Battery have a registered capital of 10 billion. I can't believe it. Kyushu Bank? Stop talking, it's fake. Don't try to compete with me for the position. Damn it, the boss ran away overnight, and now it's my turn to take charge. Suyu's two companies posted job advertisements with extremely high benefits, which immediately attracted countless attention. In less than 2 hours, the number of people who scheduled interviews through various online recruitment platforms had already exceeded capacity. And it's still increasing. Autumn, with idle computing power, finally found something to do. First, I screened out all the applicants who didn't meet the requirements just for the fun of it. Then I conducted the first round of interviews online and had one-on-one communication with the remaining candidates, screening out another batch. Tens of thousands of people made appointments for interviews, but in the end, only a mere 30 to 50,000 were able to enter the interview stage. Autumn directly used the funds given by Suyu to rent a sports field in the Magic City as a temporary interview center. Tomorrow, the recruitment work will officially begin. As for the HR responsible for the interviews, since the company currently only has Suyu as the commander-in-chief, Autumn, with surplus computing power, took on the responsibility alone. At that time, hundreds of bionic robots will be directly arranged to act as interviewers on site, and Autumn will assess the candidates through these bionic humans behind the scenes. With her computing power, handling interviews for tens of thousands of people is just a piece of cake. It couldn't be simpler. As for what Suyu is doing? After dealing with the industrial park renovation plan, he plunged into the trading space. In the elegant pavilion, Suyu waited for a moment, and Ing Zhang, dressed in casual clothes, appeared. Mr. Su suddenly sought me out. Is there something important? Ing Zhang smiled warmly as he took a seat. Just a small matter, no rush. Suyu smiled and changed the topic. I wonder if Qin Huang has finished reading the materials I brought a few days ago? I've roughly read through them, but they are just scratching the surface. Some of the knowledge is profound and unfathomable, and it will probably take some time to fully comprehend, Ing Zhang said calmly. Finished reading already? So you gave him 3 phones, each with a capacity of 1 terabyte, and several TB of videos. It hasn't even been 3 days yet, and he has already finished watching them. It seems that the history books were not wrong. This person is indeed the emperor of the liver. If there's anything you don't understand, you can tell me, and I might be able to enlighten Qin Huang, Suyu said with a smile. However, Ing Zhang did not take the bait and simply looked at him before saying, Mr. Su, do you have something to ask for? Just speak directly. We are currently in a mutually beneficial relationship, and we are in different realms without conflicting interests. There is nothing we can't discuss. I will not refuse anything that I can do. I don't know if it's Su Yu's imagination. It feels like Ying Zhang's way of speaking has changed a bit compared to before. Talking about mutual benefit and no conflicting interests. It's all so systematic, and it feels a bit off when it comes out of his mouth. Ahem. Then I'll be direct. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, I wonder if there is a way in the world where Qin Huang is located to keep the soul alive after losing the physical body? To keep the soul alive after losing the physical body? Ying Zhang frowned when he heard this and shook his head, saying, Do you have a friend or relative whose physical body is about to perish? You can simply use the longevity pill to extend their life, there's no need for this. My friend is quite special, her physical body is already gone, only her soul remains. Well, I think it's her soul, Su Yu shrugged. In any case, even if she had the longevity pill, she wouldn't be able to consume it. This is a bit tricky, Ying Zhang couldn't help but take a deep breath and furrow his brows. After contemplating for a moment, he said, There is a solution, but it requires a certain treasure. However, it is not foolproof and can only prolong the time the soul remains, it cannot be a permanent solution. Oh? Su Yu's eyes lit up, there really is a solution? He quickly said, Please teach me, Emperor Qin. Please wait a moment, Ying Zhang nodded and disappeared into the pavilion. He returned after about half an hour, holding a pure black jade pendant in his hand. He casually placed the jade pendant on the table in front of Su Yu and explained, This is a treasure crafted by Yin-Yang Taoist priests, called the soul-devouring jade. Its original function is to imprison the souls of the deceased, preventing them from finding peace even after death. It is a rather sinister treasure. However, for your needs of preserving the soul of someone who has lost their physical body, it can indeed be used. Su Yu nodded, looking at the soul-devouring jade in front of him, he felt an infinite attraction. In a daze, he felt like he was being drawn into it. He couldn't help but slowly approach the jade pendant. It wasn't until he was about to touch it that he suddenly snapped back to his senses. When he looked at the soul-devouring jade again, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This thing was indeed not something ordinary, just a few glances and he felt like his soul was almost sucked away. Without the guidance of a Taoist priest, this item cannot devour the souls of the living. However, it is heavily tainted with yin energy, so if ordinary people frequently interact with it, it can have some effects on the body and cause hallucinations, Ying Zhang explained calmly. But precisely because of its strong yin energy, it can nourish yin spirits and prevent the soul from perishing. Su Yu glanced at the soul-devouring jade with lingering fear. Then what did you mean by saying it's not a complete solution? Are there any drawbacks? The drawback is that it cannot preserve the soul for a long time. At most, it can only allow the soul to stay in the mortal realm for half a year. After half a year, the soul will slowly dissipate, Ying Zhang said. Half a year? Su Yu nodded. That's acceptable. He had a transdimensional trading platform, so it wouldn't be strange to encounter trading partners from different worlds in the future. It was possible to encounter a trading partner from a world with even stronger supernatural powers, someone who could revive the dead and turn them into bones. Although the soul-devouring jade couldn't provide a permanent solution, having an extra half-year would open up more possibilities. However, at this moment, he remembered another question. If a soul is absorbed into the soul-devouring jade, can it communicate with the outside world? Or is it like a prison specifically for imprisoning souls, where there is no way to communicate with the outside world? If it was the latter, then Autumn would probably have to sit in jail. If there are no restrictions set by a knowledgeable Taoist priest, it is naturally possible to communicate with the outside world. Whether the soul-devouring jade is a sinister treasure or not depends on who uses it, Ying Zhang patiently explained. In the hands of those with malicious intentions, they will use various restrictions to imprison the soul in the jade pendant and then subject it to tortures like the flames of purgatory, using it as a tool of punishment. But if you only want it to serve as a vessel to preserve the soul of someone who has lost their physical body, then it is the most suitable treasure in the world for nurturing the soul, and there should be no problem with communication with the outside world. That's good. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. And the price? What does your majesty need? Ying Zhang tapped the table and pondered for a moment before saying, Actually, this item is unique. It was accidentally collected by a yin-yang master and was only created through a coincidence using ancient methods. It is difficult to replicate. If we talk about its function, it is actually limited. Besides being used as a tool for punishment in Great Qin, it probably doesn't have any other uses. But if we talk about its value, after all, it is the only one of its kind. You can decide on the price yourself. Decide on the price myself? Su Yu pondered for a moment and then asked, I wonder if your majesty has encountered any difficulties recently? Difficulties. Ing Zhang raised his eyebrows and pondered, speaking of which, there are indeed some difficulties. The northern Xiongnu are raiding our borders. Although Meng Tian leads the troops to fight against them, the Xiongnu are skilled in cavalry archery, swift in their movements, and easy to defeat but difficult to exterminate. I originally wanted to build the Great Wall to defend against them, but after reading those things you gave me these past few days, I realized that this approach is indeed too hasty. Great Qin has just unified the world, and the people's livelihood is in decline. Mobilizing the commoners to build the Great Wall will inevitably lead to public grievances. But if we don't build the Great Wall, if the Xiongnu cavalry raids again, Meng Tian may not be able to stop them. At that time, the northern border will become the land of the Xiongnu. The problem of infantry fighting against cavalry is indeed a historical challenge, Su Yu stroked his chin. Of course, Great Qin cannot be without cavalry. But it's not possible to be on guard against thieves every day, and it's not possible to be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Compared to the long northern border and the lack of information in that era to predict the enemy's direction of attack in advance, if the Great Wall doesn't exist, it would be too easy for the swift Xiongnu to raid. They would loot and run, and by the time your army arrives, the city would already be sacked. Does the first emperor know why cavalry eventually withdrew from the stage of history in our world? Because, guns? Ing Zheng hesitated slightly. Recently, I have watched many documentaries about the so-called World War from your side, and it was mentioned multiple times that cavalry withdrew from the stage of history because of the existence of powerful firearms. Yes, and no, Su Yu shook his head. The popularization of automatic weapons indeed made cavalry unable to show their strength on the front lines. But is cavalry only strong on the front lines? Obviously not. The biggest advantage of cavalry is mobility. We have a saying in our world, the world's martial arts are invincible, but speed is the key. You have guns, and others can have guns too. But they have 4 legs and can always run faster than you. So what really made cavalry withdraw from the stage of history was not guns, but the internal combustion engine. Those cars and tanks? Ing Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. His soldiers of Great Qin are not incapable of defeating the Xiongnu. In the face of the Great Qin crossbow formation, no cavalry is effective. The biggest problem with dealing with the Xiongnu is not that they can't be defeated, but that they can't be caught. Even if you equip the Great Qin soldiers with heavy machine guns, if they don't engage in battle with you, there's nothing you can do. Do you have any good strategies, sir? Ing Zhang couldn't help but ask. It's no wonder Ing Zhang is anxious. Doesn't he know that Great Qin has a lot of work to be done? Obviously, he does. The main reason he has always insisted on building the Great Wall is the northern border issue. In the era he is in, there are almost no other methods to deal with the raids of the nomadic tribes on the grasslands besides building the Great Wall. This is determined by the characteristics of civilization, and he cannot change it. Without fortifications, it would be difficult for an agricultural civilization without horses to deal with nomadic tribes, even if they can win on the battlefield. The reason why the Han dynasty in later generations was able to counterattack the grasslands was because they had prepared for decades and raised countless horses in the central plains. Great Qin does not have these conditions now. It may not be a perfect solution, but I do have a way to help you resolve the northern border issue in the short term. As for the future, once Qin industrializes, these problems will naturally cease to exist. Su Yu smiled and waved his hand. A nearly 2-meter-tall armored monster appeared beside him, heavy exoskeleton. Wearing it allows the Qin soldiers to carry a load of 10 stones and travel 500 li in 1 hour. Moreover, this thing is impervious to blades and spears, and possesses immense strength. With it, even if faced with 10,000 skilled Xiongnu cavalry, one can enter and exit their ranks at will. The unit of measurement, shi, has been changing over time. During the Qin dynasty, 1 shi was roughly equivalent to over 100 kilograms. And during the Qin dynasty, 1 li was approximately over 400 meters, and 1 hour was roughly equivalent to 2 hours now. After learning that his second trading partner was Ying Zhang, Suyu specifically studied this knowledge. Such a divine object exists in the world? Ying Zhang immediately stood up and approached the exoskeleton. His eyes gleamed as he looked at this creation that embodied countless cutting-edge technologies. Naturally, if 100 soldiers wearing this armor are stationed at various passes in the northern region, the safety of the north can be ensured. If you want to take the initiative to attack, it's not difficult either. I can also find a way to provide you with some reconnaissance drones or similar equipment, so you won't have trouble finding the Xiangnu on the vast grasslands. Suyu boasted confidently. Joking aside, once you put on this thing, the Xiangnu will immediately know what it means to be a superhuman of Daqin. He could even imagine the scene of Daqin warriors wearing exoskeletons, entering and exiting the Xiangnu capital city. Can the Xiangnu come and go like the wind? Can they outrun an exoskeleton that can run at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour? Fight, they can't win. Run, they can't escape. Ah, the scene is so beautiful. What? The average Daqin soldier is not skilled in high technology? No worries, he can send a few androids over as instructors. To be honest, androids are really useful. How many of these can Mr. Su provide? Ying Zhang asked eagerly. I can give you 100 sets first, as the price for exchanging that soul-eating jade. What do you think, Your Majesty? Suyu stated his price. Deal. Ying Zhang immediately agreed. Not to mention 100 sets, even a soul-eating jade that is of little use can be exchanged for a set of exoskeletons, which made him laugh. Although there were indeed Taoists in his world with special abilities, they were limited to refining pills and some magical artifacts. Occasionally, there were a few enemies who had mastered the art of refining qi to a profound level. But even these people were just flesh and blood. Under the siege of a large army, facing a rain of arrows and blades everywhere, it was actually difficult to escape once entangled. After all, no matter how strong the flesh and blood is, it will eventually be injured. And human physical strength is also limited. Even if one is an enemy of 10,000, it is impossible to truly kill 10,000 people, it's just a saying. After fighting for a long time, when physical strength is exhausted, one can only wait for death. But the soldiers wearing exoskeletons, according to Suyu's description, clearly surpassed the concept of being an enemy of 10,000. With such terrifying strength and speed, coupled with the impenetrable armor, arrows and blades would be useless against them. Ying Zhang estimated that even 100,000 troops might not be able to capture them, and they could easily escape. Isn't this much better than that useless soul-eating jade? This trade was definitely profitable for him. And for Suyu, this trade was also profitable. After all, the cost of exoskeletons was relatively low. The biggest problem might be the energy supply of the black box, which would be unusable in 5 years without energy. But now he had a peregrine falcon, so when the black box ran out of energy, it wouldn't be difficult to fly to the moon and collect helium-3 from the lunar base. This problem was basically not a difficult one. Saving the autumn with 100 exoskeletons would definitely be profitable for him. After all, a close ant like this in late autumn, a wise helper, can bring him much more help and value than just 100 exoskeletons. It's a win-win situation. After signing the trade contract, Suyu took out 100 sets of exoskeletons from his inventory and gave them to Ying Zhang. He also gave him 2 androids who knew how to operate the exoskeletons. Then he said, the power source of these exoskeletons is a battery. The battery should have enough power to support soldiers wearing it to run more than 20,000 miles. Changing the battery is not difficult, and these 2 androids will teach you how to do it. The 100 exoskeletons are the items traded for the soul-eating jade. As for the subsequent batteries, they need to be traded separately. If Qin Huang wants more exoskeletons, I can provide them. Because of the existence of those popular science videos, he didn't need to spend time explaining to Ying Zhang what a battery was. That's how it should be, Ing Zhang nodded without objection, but then he said, but this thing is too powerful. How can I ensure that the person wearing it won't rebel? Suyu could understand his concerns. After all, even in modern times, there are cases of pilots running away with airplanes. Not to mention the Qin dynasty. Loyalty or disloyalty often depends on the individual's position. When a person possesses unprecedented terrifying power, they may not be as loyal as before. It is normal for Ing Zhang, as a feudal monarch, to have such concerns. Before distributing the exoskeletons, you can bind the ownership of all the exoskeletons in advance. In this way, you will have the highest authority over all the exoskeletons, and the soldiers will only have the right to use them. When they are in front of you, you can stop their exoskeletons with a single thought. The specific operation can be learned from the androids, and it should not be difficult. Suyu explained briefly. Very well. Ing Zhang nodded in satisfaction, looking at the mighty exoskeletons. He liked them more and more as he looked at them. Immediately, he became eager to try them out. And Suyu naturally brought the soul-eating jade back to his home on Blue Star. Because he had been chatting with Ing Zhang in the space for a while, when Suyu came out, it was already dark outside. He looked at the time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. He searched around the house and finally found Mo sitting on the edge of the rooftop, looking up at the stars. So he walked over and sat down beside her. Are you done with your work? Mo glanced at him and asked, what do you want to eat? I have programmed a few androids to cook, and their cooking skills are even better than those of professional chefs. You can order whatever you want. Eating can wait, Suyu said mysteriously. Guess what good thing I got? Mo turned her head and looked at him for a while, then smiled lightly. I guess you found a way to preserve my soul. TSK, how boring. When the computing power reaches a certain level, it is not difficult to calculate a person's logical behavior based on their habits and facial micro-expressions, combined with some knowledge of psychology. At least for Mo, it was not difficult. Of course, the premise is that there is logical behavior to follow, and the biggest uncontrollability of humans is that not all behaviors have logic at all times. Many people suddenly go crazy. So it is not realistic to rely on this to calculate the behavior of all people. But it is enough to calculate Suyu. He considers himself a normal person most of the time. This is also because they haven't spent much time together, but Mo can make Suyu feel happy and even feel a bit dependent on her. Because in late autumn, I can always anticipate what he wants to do in advance and help him solve some problems from his perspective. Shaking her head, Suyu took out the soul-devouring jade and waved it in front of Mo. So, how does it feel? Mo's deep blue pupils contracted, and he instinctively tilted his head back. It feels very dangerous. If you get close, your thoughts are likely to be sucked into it. The soul-devouring jade cannot absorb the souls of living beings without the use of special techniques by a sorcerer. But Mo is different. Strictly speaking, she doesn't have a physical body at all, so she can't be considered a living being. According to the algorithm of their world, she can only be regarded as a wandering soul parasitic in electronic components. That's right. Suyu immediately gave her a brief introduction to the general effects of the soul-devouring jade. Although he had never tried whether this thing would nurture or directly devour a person's soul. But with the reputation of the trading platform as a guarantee, there shouldn't be any problems. With just this little thing, my thoughts can exist for half a year? Mo took the soul-devouring jade and felt the intense fluctuations of thoughts on the circuit board, with a surprised expression on her face. This is a completely unfamiliar field to her, so naturally she couldn't help but be curious. After hearing Suyu say that there shouldn't be any problems, Mo hesitated for a moment and then stuck the jade pendant to the closest position to the storage of thoughts on her forehead. Suyu nervously watched her, but didn't notice any abnormalities. After a while, Mo put down the jade pendant in her hand and looked up at Suyu. The two locked eyes, and Suyu noticed the difference in her. The originally lively and bright blue eyes now appeared somewhat dull and rigid. After a moment of eye contact, Mo suddenly said, "Hello, Master. I am a humanoid artificial intelligence here to serve you. Please give me a name." Sure enough. This is not Cho-mo, but the original artificial intelligence program inside this humanoid. Suyu, who came back to his senses, quickly asked, "Where is Cho-mo?" According to the original program, when I appeared, the thoughts of the future city lord Cho-mo had already dissipated. The humanoid replied, "You can authorize me to use the memory module about Cho-mo, and after using it, I will be Cho-mo. No, Suyu shook his head, "You are not her." Saying that, he glanced at the jade pendant held by the humanoid and was about to take a look at it. Unexpectedly, the humanoid suddenly spoke again, warning, "There is unidentified information attempting to seize control of the central processing unit. Should countermeasures be taken?" Unidentified information. Suyu glanced at the soul-devouring jade and then said, "Authorize the unidentified information." Although it was called unidentified information, upon careful consideration, it could be guessed that it was most likely Cho-mo trying to regain control of the humanoid's mind after entering the soul-devouring jade. After all, if it wasn't for this, her remaining time would be no different from being imprisoned in the jade pendant. As for the possibility of it not being Cho-mo, Suyu wasn't afraid either. After all, he held the highest authority over this humanoid, so even when Cho-mo was still present, he could make the final decision on anything. Not to mention encountering some wandering spirits or other information invasions from hackers or anything else in this world. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be a big deal. Warning, this action may result in storage loss, data leakage, and other irreversible dangers. Should. The humanoid said again. I said, authorize. Authorizing. The humanoid's eyes immediately showed a blank expression, and after a moment, phew! Cho-mo let out a sigh of relief. There really are such magical things in the world. The world is so vast, and there are endless wonders. You're back? Suyu carefully looked into her eyes. They're the same as before. Bright and clear, she must not have run away. But I can't say she's back, Cho-mo thought for a moment. My mind, or rather, my soul, has already transferred to that jade pendant. However, the jade pendant itself has the ability to communicate with the outside world. Being able to communicate means being able to transmit information. Through the transmission of thought waves, with your authorization, I can still control this android. But the range in which the jade pendant can transmit information is limited, so I can't let it get too far away from me. Then it's yours from now on. Wear it as a pendant, no need to keep it too far away, Suyu smiled. Thank you. Cho-mo looked at the black jade pendant in her hand and couldn't help but sigh. After using a large number of prosthetic limbs to transform my body, this is the first time I've felt so relaxed. This can only give you an extra 6 months, it's too early to say thank you now. Suyu sighed and got up, winking at her. Work hard for me, and I'll create a real flesh and blood body for you in the future. You can thank me however you want then. With that, Suyu walked downstairs, and as he walked, he didn't forget to say, I'm hungry, when will dinner be ready? In half an hour, Cho-mo answered lightly, then turned her head to continue looking at the vast starry sky. After a while, she suddenly chuckled and shook her head, you little devil. With that, she got up and went to the kitchen. Nothing much happened in the next few days. On the weekend, Suyu went out to have a meal with Su Qingyin. Of course, it was just a simple meal. It wasn't like last time with Yu Xiaoyu, doing something else. After all, people are different. Although Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin are best friends, their personalities are somewhat different. Although Su Qingyin hinted at something during the meal, it was far less obvious than Yu Xiaoyu's behavior back then. Following the principle of not taking the initiative, Suyu naturally pretended not to see it. As for Monday, Suyu finally waited for the matching trading partner to refresh and eagerly entered the trading space. And then? There was no one then. The trading partner he matched with this time turned out to be a tentacle monster from the abyss world. This guy didn't want anything else, he just wanted Suyu to offer his soul and become its slave. As a condition of the trade, it would grant Suyu powers far beyond ordinary people. After several rounds of unsuccessful communication, Suyu could only curse his bad luck and consider this matching opportunity a waste. To advance from a junior agent to a middle agent, one needs to complete 10 valid trades, and the same trading partner can only add up to 3 points of experience to the progress bar. Currently, the only long-term trading partners he had were Xuanxing and Yingjiang. Suyu had already used up all the experience he could gain from them. The experience bar for becoming a middle agent had been stuck at June 10th. He had originally thought that if he could match with a suitable trading partner again, he could push the experience bar to 9/10, just one step away from becoming a middle agent. But as luck would have it, it didn't favor him again. This made Suyu realize that it's not so easy to match with a suitable trading partner. When matching with people, it's often difficult to communicate and reach an agreement due to various factors. Not to mention matching with non-human creatures like this time. Although the other party is also an intelligent being, their thinking is completely different. He could tell that the tentacle monster on the other side genuinely wanted him to offer his soul. Everything it showed was so natural, without even a hint of malice. It sincerely believed that this was a win-win trade. How the hell do you communicate with that? People from different worlds have different perspectives, let alone different species. After encountering two suitable trading partners, Frost Star and Yingjiang, at the beginning of a smooth start, Suyu finally encountered the first setback on the trading platform. He spent a gloomy Monday that he had been looking forward to. However, there is also good news. After 2 days of coordination, a large amount of construction materials have been sent to the construction site of the Ziwei Yuan project by the official of Jiuzhou. Originally, Suyu's plan was to wait for the official to deliver all the materials within 3 days before starting work. However, it was later discovered that there were major problems with the transportation capacity of the abandoned industrial park by the sea. Large ships cannot enter by sea, and small boats transport materials too slowly. Moreover, the cargo throughput of the small dock is absolutely insufficient to receive so many construction materials in 3 days. If we go by land, that small mountain road is better left unmentioned. Therefore, Suyu simply gave up the plan to wait for all the materials to be delivered before starting work. Instead, he released all the J9000 modules on the weekend. Let them use the limited materials that have already been delivered to expand the port and dredge the waterway. In less than half a day, this small dilapidated port that can only accommodate 1,000-ton cargo ships has been completely renovated. Originally, the small port had a water depth of less than 10 meters, but it was dug down 30 meters, becoming a deep water port with a water depth of nearly 40 meters. It also dredged the route connecting the main waterway of the river, with a depth of more than 20 meters. In this way, a dilapidated small port has transformed into a real deepwater port, except that the coastline is relatively short, only 7 or 8 kilometers away. In terms of water depth and passability, it can almost crush any port. The largest port in the world in terms of cargo throughput, Zhoushan Port, has a water depth of only a dozen meters, and the average water depth of the port is only over 20 meters. Of course, the news of this port transformation cannot be hidden from the official of Jiuzhou. However, with Suyu's early notice, they did not raise any objections. Some people even came specially to witness it. Suyu did not refuse either. And when those people saw that he had turned this dilapidated port into a deepwater port in just half a day, they were all stunned. They couldn't believe that this was something that could be done by human power. But after the silence, many people started to shine with excitement. What is a port? A port is the catalyst of modern trade. But a port is not something that can be built just by wanting to. Especially for excellent deep water ports. They need to be adapted to the local conditions. At least the seawater in this area must be deep enough. It is unheard of for someone like Suyu to dig a port because the water depth is not enough. If you really want to dig a port using modern technology, there is definitely no problem. The key is that such a large project takes too long. Moreover, due to the terrain, the port that is dug out will be silted up again in a short time. It is not worth it to spend a lot of manpower and resources to dig a port that will not be used for long. But Suyu actually dug it out. And it is said that a technique of diverting ocean currents was used to change the flow of the sea near the port and prevent the port from being silted up again. This kind of technology is really tempting. If every coastal city can dig such a deep water port, then the already low cost of maritime trade can be further reduced. Even more boldly, if this thing can dig through the rivers and rivers, hiss. the cost of cargo transportation will really be lowered to a terrifying level. Under such a great temptation, naturally, some people couldn't help but propose cooperation with Suyu. However, Suyu just laughed and did not agree. After all, he only rented this set of J9000 modules from Froststar for 12 days. After completing the Ziwei Yuan project, there will not be many days left. Suyu did not renew the lease and did not plan to sublet it to others to make money. One reason is that the Yen Shojin Dan is precious, and he can't bear to use a large amount of it to rent this thing. The other reason is more complicated. The J9000 module is not only capable of excavating ports and dredging waterways, but it is also extremely strong in engineering construction. Although advanced productivity is good, if it is too advanced and suddenly appears in this world, there will be problems. To put it bluntly, as long as the materials are available, dozens of residential areas can be built in a day using the J9000 module. Not only is it fast, but the cost is also terrifyingly low. Because it does not require many processed semi-finished materials. It only needs basic materials such as steel, cement, lime, etc. to build a building on flat ground. So here's the problem. If the J9000 module is widely used in Kyushu, everyone involved in the entire industrial chain, from raw material processing to transportation of construction materials, to the manufacturing of construction machinery, to the construction workers, designers, interior decorators, and all related people, will all become unemployed. And how many people in Kyushu rely on this industrial chain for their livelihoods? Countless. It is a number that other industries cannot absorb. Therefore, using the J9000 module in Kyushu at this time would be a great disaster. This is also the reason why Suyu only rented it from Froststar for 12 days and had no intention of using it after completing the construction of Ziwei Yuan. In an era where it is impossible to support the entire human population, introducing such advanced technology that can massively replace human labor will only cause unimaginable disasters. Thursday morning, 9 o'clock. Recently, Suyu adjusted his jet lag and got out of bed. He even slept alone last night. After a simple wash, he went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Shioemo sat silently at the dining table in late autumn, supporting her chin with one hand, quietly watching him. After Suyu finished breakfast, she said, the recruitment work is almost complete. This time, a total of more than 12,000 grassroots employees were recruited, all carefully selected. I have already notified them of their start date. Now, only the final round of interviews for some senior executives in the company is left. Do you want to go to the site today? Go to the site? Suyu looked at her in surprise. Didn't you handle it before? You can continue to handle it. He didn't think that the people he selected would be more suitable than those selected by Chiomo's algorithm. After all, in this kind of recruitment, the logic itself is flawed, and Chiomo's algorithm, with unpredictable and uncontrollable factors, was eliminated in the first round. Those who remained were basically normal people. He didn't need to intervene at all. It's not about you picking people. Chiomo shook her head. These people have actually been selected a long time ago. The so-called final round of interviews is just a formality. The construction of Ziwei Yuan is basically completed. You can go to the interview and then directly take these new executives to participate in the completion ceremony of Ziwei Yuan. But the whole process will be recorded and posted online, which can be considered as free advertising for you and the Spacetime Technology Group. Has it been completed? Suyu's eyes lit up. Although he started using the J9000 module on Monday, building while waiting for the official delivery of construction materials, the progress of the project was unexpectedly slow. The 3 days mentioned by the authorities to gather the raw materials actually meant 3 days to deliver these raw materials to the Magic City. After arriving in the Magic City, they still had to be transported to Suyu's construction site at Ziwei Yuan through other means of transportation. Unfortunately, this last leg of the journey turned out to be the most difficult. Even though Suyu developed the port there and rebuilt the dock, allowing hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo ships to come and go for unloading. It takes some time to load the goods onto the ship from the port of Magic City. Without raw materials, the J9000 module cannot operate at full capacity, and the project delivery time has to be postponed. When Suyu went to see it last night, the 1,388-meter main building had just laid its foundation. The 8 residential buildings, each 900 meters high, that make up the aerial city haven't even started construction. He didn't expect that everything would be completed overnight. Well, the authorities delivered the last batch of materials early this morning, Shoemo explained. Okay, what time should I go? Suyu asked. Since it's such a big completion ceremony, he naturally can't continue to be idle. Go to the recruitment site before 10 o'clock, go through the process, and meet the executives to get acquainted, Shoemo replied. I have already rented a bus, so we can take everyone there together. In addition, I have also hired a group of chefs. They should have arrived at Ziwei Yuan by now. After the completion ceremony, we can invite these new employees to have lunch together in the restaurant in the entertainment area. This will help enhance their sense of belonging to the company. In the afternoon, you can take them to visit the office area and living area. The activities will probably last until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There is also a company's opening ceremony, and you may need to go on stage to represent the company and give a speech, as well as accept media interviews. Some media and officials will be involved. I have prepared the speech for you to look at later. If you think it's not good enough, you can improvise and say whatever you want. Well, that's about it, Shoemo casually said, already arranging everything for Suyu. He felt overwhelmed by all this. To be honest, with a completion ceremony for such a large project, combined with the opening ceremony of a big company, the complexity of the matters inside is beyond imagination. Reception of guests, ceremony procedures, how to arrange these people. There are countless details. Just thinking about these troublesome matters made Suyu's head spin. He could only say that it's fortunate to have Cho-mo, otherwise, he would have to borrow a team from the authorities to handle these things, which would probably take at least 3 to 5 days to prepare. After a little preparation and a change of clothes, Suyu set off with Cho-mo. The recruitment location was a stadium near the southern outskirts of Magic City, right next to a subway station, making transportation very convenient for applicants to come. When Suyu arrived, the group of executives recruited by Cho-mo had already arrived early. Hello, Chairman. Hello, everyone. As soon as he entered the temporary meeting room, Suyu saw the group of executives that Cho-mo had brought for him. These people looked to be around their 30s or 40s, both men and women, all dressed in exquisite suits. Suyu had roughly looked through their profiles, and each one of them had previously held executive positions in Fortune 500 companies, possessing rich management experience. They were all top-notch professionals in the workplace. After all, these people were recruited by Cho-mo, and she was probably the person who knew Suyu the best in this world. She was well aware of Suyu's laissez-faire attitude as a boss. Therefore, the executives she recruited were not mediocre. Once they got into the groove, they would definitely be able to fully support a top-notch company. Suyu's job was to make final decisions on important matters, and he didn't need to get involved in trivial matters. As for the loyalty of these recruited executives to the company, that was not Shomo's concern. The information age holds no secrets for her. Anyone who dares to engage in secret activities that harm the company's interests cannot escape her watchful eyes. After a simple greeting, she followed the prepared process and had these executives come before Suyu for the final round of interviews. Although it was called an interview, it was mainly to familiarize themselves with the big boss. Suyu didn't need to know the lower-level employees, but it was necessary to get to know these executives. Next, as a capable woman in a lady's suit left, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the interview room. As soon as he entered, Suyu couldn't help but be stunned. General Sun? The middle-aged man was also stunned upon hearing this, then quickly said, No, just call me Xiao Sun, as the chairman. Instructed. However, Suyu quickly regained her composure and, with a smile that wasn't really a smile, said, General Sun, don't you remember me? Shanghai Group, Shanghai Trading Company, Business Department, 6th Business Group. The middle-aged man who called himself Xiao Sun looked up at Suyu in confusion and took a while to remember who this boss in front of him was. Then he couldn't help but turn pale and thought to himself, oh no. Sun Qingyun, one of the deputy general managers of Shanghai Group. He was definitely a pillar of Shanghai Group, with real power as a high-ranking executive. His every word and action often influenced the decisions of the entire board of directors. Having worked at Shanghai Group for more than 10 years, he had done things including but not limited to expanding business scope, laying out emerging industries, optimizing management models, and eliminating group problems. It could be said that Sun Qingyun played an indispensable role in Shanghai Group's ranking among the top 500 domestic enterprises. However, last year, he offended many shareholders in the board of directors by proposing a motion. Fortunately, he was prepared for this and, after facing opposition from these shareholders, argued with reason. Finally, he managed to convince the board of directors to let him try out his proposed motion in a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. The motion was not complicated, summed up in just 2 words: layoffs. Shanghai Group had been in existence for decades, with complex shareholder composition. Many senior managers were also long-serving employees deeply rooted in the company. In this situation, many top-level executives liked to insert some incapable family members or relatives and friends who could only wait for their retirement in the company. This led to Shanghai Group's obvious bloatedness and overcrowding, with surprisingly low efficiency. Seeing through this, Sun Qingyun submitted the proposal for layoffs. After that, he was passed around like a hot potato by the board of directors and ended up in Shanghai Trading, a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. He knew that carrying out this task would not be so smooth, and if he went straight for it, there would definitely be people who would go against him in secret, ultimately causing harm despite good intentions. For this reason, he specifically served as the general manager of Shanghai Trading for 3 months, just to understand the true situation of Shanghai Trading, distinguish between those who actually worked and those who didn't, and then make the necessary cuts. It wasn't until last month that Sun Qingyun, who believed he had a good understanding of Shanghai Trading, finally made up his mind and started the layoffs. At the same time, he set limits on the number and scope of layoffs, ensuring that enough employees were cut within this range. And in order not to offend other high-level executives too much, his list of layoffs this time was not large, and only involved those relationship-based employees who were completely useless and even too lazy to clock in for work. He turned a blind eye to those slackers who didn't do much on a regular basis, preparing to lay them off next time. The result? It turned out to be useless. A layoff of this scale definitely had to be approved by the headquarters board of directors first. On the second day after he submitted the proposal, the executives of Shanghai Trading learned the news. Taking advantage of Sun Qingyun's absence from the company on weekends, they actively persuaded some employees who had no connections but could get things done to resign. Those who were unwilling to leave were randomly dismissed with any excuse. Although it is a taboo for executives to dismiss so many people without the approval of the board of directors, these executives were basically acting under the instructions of the shareholders. Sun Qingyun couldn't do anything about them. And there weren't many people in the company who could get things done, and with the executives' actions, there were even fewer. Even if the board of directors approved his proposal for layoffs after a few days of delay, he couldn't carry it out. If he continued to lay off employees, the entire Shanghai Trading Company would have to shut down. By then, the losses would probably be in the billions. Even though he had some influence in Shanghai Group, he would still be held responsible at that time. After this incident, Sun Qingyun, who still had some expectations for Shanghai Group, was greatly disappointed. He also felt that Shanghai Group had no future. Coincidentally, at this time, he saw a recruitment advertisement from Timespace Technology. When he first saw this recruitment advertisement, he actually didn't believe it. After all, the benefits were too high and did not match the average salary level in the current city. But after all, he had long been in a high position and was well informed in the city. After inquiring through various channels, he finally confirmed that Timespace Technology was not only real, but also involved much bigger things than anyone could imagine. It was said that even the top officials were paying close attention to it. So Sun Qingyun didn't hesitate to submit his resume. And in secret, he sold all his Shanghai Group stocks to cash out, preparing to escape from this sinking mud pit. At the same time, during these few days, he obtained more information about Timespace Technology through various channels. He became more convinced that his decision to switch jobs was correct. And the direction of the development of things was also very close to what he had initially envisioned. With his qualifications and abilities, he quickly passed several rounds of interviews. As long as he met the big boss of time-space technology today, it would be considered a successful job entry. And because time-space technology was in its early stages, there were many vacant positions. Once he entered, he could directly take on an executive position without having to start from scratch and compete with others for power and profit. But just as he was looking forward to entering a vibrant new company and showcasing his talents, he was caught off guard by this sudden surprise. The mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of time-space technology turned out to be one of the employees who were dismissed by those executives when he was the general manager of Shanghai Trading. Because he had deliberately investigated which employees were actually capable and which ones were not. So he had some impression of Suyu, who had always performed well. He didn't recognize him at first because Suyu's appearance had changed significantly since then, and his status and position were completely different from that of the big boss. Normal people couldn't connect the two. But now, hearing Suyu's words and carefully looking at Suyu's appearance, Sun Xingyun had to admit, even if he didn't want to believe it, that the mysterious boss behind time-space technology, Suyu, was indeed one of the employees who were dismissed by Shanghai Trading. What a coincidence! Although those executives dismissed Suyu and the other capable employees to spite him, if it weren't for his insistence on layoffs, this wouldn't have happened. Moreover, the dismissed employees had no idea about the many internal affairs of a simple layoff. They only knew that they were doing their job well and got laid off, while those who were just idling around were not laid off. This company was definitely a bunch of idiots, and the executives must have something wrong with their brains. If it were in normal times, he would just curse and it wouldn't cost him anything, but now the laid-off employees had become the big boss of time-space technology. That's a different story. Sun Xingyun felt his eyes go dark and his heart sank. However, to his surprise, Suyu didn't give him a hard time when he remembered who he was. Instead, he warmly extended his hand and said, "Welcome to time-space technology." Sun Xingyun had heard of him during his years at Shanghai Trading. There was no doubt about his abilities. Although the layoff seemed complicated, Suyu's perspective was different now that he was no longer an employee. Naturally, his approach to the problem had changed. He had already guessed that there were some hidden secrets behind the layoffs. Without knowing the whole story, he wouldn't jump to conclusions and dismiss the carefully selected people that Autumn had brought in. Sun Xingyun was overjoyed and quickly shook Suyu's hand, excitedly saying, "Chairman, rest assured, I will do my best to handle my responsibilities." After exchanging a few more casual pleasantries, Suyu asked him to wait outside for a moment while he continued the interviews. There weren't many executives that he needed to personally interview, and besides Sun Xingyun, Suyu only spent a few minutes with each of them on average. Before 11 o'clock in the morning, he had finished the interviews and announced that all the executives had passed. Then, they boarded the rented bus and headed to the completed Ziwei Yuan. Accompanying them were some influential official media and local media from the Magic City. A miracle in architectural history was about to be unveiled before everyone's eyes. "Can I have a small gift or a 5-star review? Are we going to the suburbs? It seems to be getting more remote. Isn't that normal?" The recruitment information clearly stated that we need to be willing to work in the suburbs, so the location is bound to be remote. I know that, but judging from the scale of the recruitment, the company must be quite large, right? Has there been such a big project in the southern suburbs of the Magic City in the past 2 years? I haven't heard of it. From what I've heard, it seems that Time-Space Technologies headquarters is newly built, and it's said to be quite large. Such a large-scale project, and we haven't heard any news about it. I heard before that Time-Space Technology has an extraordinary background, and now it seems to be true. What Time-Space Technology? It's our company now. That's true, I'm getting more and more curious about what the headquarters of our company looks like. On the way to Ziwei Yuan, the group of executives were particularly curious about the mysterious headquarters they were about to arrive at. After all, they all had some status and sources of information in the Magic City. However, they were completely unaware of any major projects in the southern suburbs of the Magic City in the past 2 years. It's impossible for people not to be curious, even for these high-ranking executives who have been in positions of power for a long time. As the buses slowly made their way to Ziwei-Yuan, the excitement among the people gradually grew. Until a certain moment, a sharp-eyed woman on the leading bus suddenly pointed to the sky in the distance and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Hearing this, everyone looked up through the windshield of the bus. The weather in the Magic City today was not good, with overcast skies and rain. The sky was filled with clouds and mist, and the visibility was only a few hundred meters. In addition, the convoy had entered the mountain road, and the view of the towering buildings of Ziwei-Yuan should have been blocked by the hills. However, at this moment, amidst the rolling clouds and mist, one could faintly see the main building hidden in the clouds, which was 1,388 meters tall, as well as the aerial city composed of 8 900-meter tall buildings. The magnificent buildings, reaching into the sky, appeared and disappeared among the clouds. In an instant, it gave people a sense of facing a world-destroying behemoth in the clouds. Many people suddenly felt a fear of giant objects and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. As the convoy approached, the colossal structure hidden behind the clouds finally revealed its true appearance. Looking at the terrifying skyscraper that pierced the sky, as well as the aerial city composed of 8 high-rise buildings, everyone on the bus couldn't help but gasp in awe. Many quick-witted individuals quickly took out their phones to take pictures, while accompanying journalists had already taken out their cameras and started filming frantically. Just then, a gentle voice echoed through all the buses, "Welcome to the headquarters of the Spacetime Technology Group, the milestone in the history of Blue Star's architecture, and the greatest architectural cluster of this century. Ziwei-Yuan." In the Ziwei-Yuan project, the coastal plain of nearly 10 square kilometers is divided into 4 parts: the work area, the factory area, the residential area, and the entertainment area. Among them, the main building in the work area is a super-tall skyscraper that stands at 1,388 meters high. The building covers an area of 160,000 square meters, with 209 floors above ground and 16 floors below ground, providing a usable area of 3.59 million square meters. This building will be the main office space for the future Spacetime Technology Group. As Autumn's gentle introduction continued, the confusion in everyone's eyes not only did not diminish, but gradually transformed into astonishment and shock. A 1,388-meter tall building is the company's headquarters, 8 900-meter buildings as employee dormitories, for super factories, 10 super warehouses, a deep-water harbor with a depth of tens of meters, high-tech artificial beaches. When all these things were added together, they were only the headquarters of one company? Don't some fourth-tier cities have a smaller scale than this? After the initial shock, the executives began to doubt their own abilities. These career elites, who were extremely confident in themselves, were now questioning whether they were capable of the upcoming work. In contrast, the accompanying media journalists, after a brief moment of confusion, were ecstatic. What a big news! Explosive news! Those with fast reflexes had already recorded Autumn's introduction and combined it with the video of the towering skyscraper taken from a distance, which they then posted on various video platforms. Once the video was released, it attracted countless onlookers, who all exclaimed that it was impossible. However, when they saw that many media outlets had edited similar videos, including authoritative official media, everyone fell silent. Before long, the convoy entered the interior of Ziwei-Yuan along the mountain road. The towering building that couldn't be seen at its peak, the super factories lying horizontally on the ground like ancient behemoths, and the meticulously carved classical garden designs on the ground. The combination of classical and technological elements gave a surreal sense of detachment. Yet, everything looked so harmonious and natural, as if it were naturally perfect. This dreamlike scene made all the guests who entered unable to help but stop and admire. It seemed like they could never get enough of it. The greatest architectural cluster of this century. Ziwei-Yuan truly deserves its reputation. Sun Qingyun took a deep breath as he looked at his surroundings, feeling fortunate for his decision to switch jobs and grateful for Su Yu's generosity. Yes, working in an environment like this, I estimate I could live 10 years longer. A charming and plump woman smiled and exclaimed, "I heard that the houses in the aerial city over there are actually available for purchase. Each person is limited to buying only one. Looks like I'll have to sell my house in the metropolis and get a new place to live. Yes, I wonder how the housing prices are." If they're not too high, I also want to buy one, another executive chimed in. It is said that executives who have worked for the group for more than 6 months can purchase a set of houses in the aerial city at cost price, and if they have worked for more than 2 years and have not bought a house, the group will give them one. I don't know the specific process. As the executives got off the bus, they couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of Jiwei Yuan. After expressing their admiration, the topic gradually shifted to the houses. With their vision, it is easy to see that the future of spacetime technology is limitless. And those houses in the aerial city will definitely become priceless. It is only at this moment that they understand the value of the phrase "work for XX years and get a house" in the recruitment advertisement of spacetime technology. Even the lowest level employees only need to work for 3 years to receive a house. This benefit is simply unimaginable. To be honest, the salary of an employee working for 3 years is probably not worth the value of this house. Spacetime technology is truly extravagant. Seeing the executives discussing enthusiastically over there, Suyu had no intention of interrupting. Letting them know the extent of employee benefits was also part of the plan for the autumn. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men under great rewards. It is useless to entice employees with empty promises, real rewards must be offered. Suyu has already laid out his chips, and now it depends on the performance of these employees. The employee benefits mentioned in the recruitment information are all real, but the only one that is not simple to obtain is the house. Autumn has established a complete assessment system. Regardless of the level of the employee, they need to pass the assessment and meet the required length of service to receive a house. There is no situation where someone can slack off for a few years and still receive a house. Suyu is not a fool. Suyu has also seen this assessment standard, and it is not difficult to achieve. Compared to the intense work culture of those internet giants with 996 schedules, it is much simpler. Therefore, although some wordplay was used in the recruitment advertisement without mentioning the assessment, Suyu did not feel like he was deceiving anyone. Rather than calling it an assessment, it is more like a standard to distinguish between normal employees and those who slack off. As long as they work normally and complete their tasks honestly, they can pass the assessment and receive a house provided by the company. After all, Suyu is not really doing charity. He cannot give high benefits to those who slack off and don't work. Not only will they not receive benefits, but if they fail the assessment for more than 3 consecutive months, they will be directly kicked out of spacetime technology. This is not a secure job. Those who work hard will be rewarded, while those who slack off will get nothing. With such high benefits, how can they still slack off? Are they even human? Of course, Suyu believes that as long as he can fulfill his promises and deliver each benefit on time, the majority of people will work diligently. The people of Jojo are not afraid of hardship or fatigue, they are afraid of working hard and getting nothing in return. And in Suyu's company, this situation will not happen. After marveling for a while, the executives followed the guidance of the humanoid robots scattered throughout Jiwei Yuan and arrived at the site of the completion ceremony. The completion ceremony was not complicated. After the MC team finished their speech, Suyu briefly spoke a few words from the speech prepared by Autumn. Then, he personally filled a handful of soil into a stone monument in the center of Jiwei Yuan, which had the 3 characters Jiwei Yuan written on it. Then, the official representative of the city, the executive team, and others took turns to fill the soil. After these high-level individuals each filled a handful of soil, the completion ceremony was considered finished. The time happened to be just past noon. The group of people then went to a hotel in the entertainment area and enjoyed an impeccable meal. The afternoon activity was to let the bionic people in Ziwei Yuan take these newcomers around Ziwei Yuan. It is worth mentioning that the 2,000 bionic people previously purchased from Frost Star were not enough, so Suyu bought another 6,000 from her. However, this time the price was cheaper, and the traded item was no longer the longevity golden pill. It was water. 600,000 tons of seawater. However, there was a problem with this transaction. Frost Star originally requested 50,000 tons of low-pollution, non-radioactive seawater. Blue Star's water reserves amounted to 138 trillion cubic meters, and 50,000 tons was nothing, not even a drop in the bucket. Suyu naturally had no reason to refuse. But when Suyu poured the water into the sea, Frost Star actually detected a trace of radiation in the seawater. And then Suyu was reported by Frost Star. So he had to compensate with an additional 100,000 tons. It was then that he remembered that there was a group of idiots dumping nuclear waste into the sea next door. Damn it! They caused him to lose 100,000 tons of seawater. He made a note of these idiots. In short, he once again found a large number of bionic people through Frost Star. These bionic people would be arranged to enter the factories and various service facilities in Ziwei Yuan, completely replacing human employees. They were not only cheap and capable, but also would never expose the secrets of the factory. The Blue Star employees recruited by Suyu mainly engaged in tasks that were not easily replaceable by other bionic people. Of course, if controlled by Autumn, the company's operations could be completed without any employees, relying solely on bionic people. However, Autumn's computing power, although extraordinary, was not infinite. If she were to control all the bionic people to perform all the work of the company's operations, she would not need to do anything else in the future, as her computing power would be exhausted just by controlling the bionic people. After all, controlling bionic people to do simple tasks did not consume much computing power, just giving orders was enough. But controlling bionic people to negotiate business, litigate, or conduct research, which required adaptability, consumed a lot of computing power. That's why Suyu recruited employees and entrusted them with tasks that did not involve the core secrets of spacetime technology. In addition to the bionic people, Suyu also purchased a complete lightweight exoskeleton production line and 5 million different models of metal hydrogen batteries from Frost Star. With Autumn's help, he already had a clear understanding of the situation in Future City. He had the upper hand in the negotiations of this transaction. First of all, the previous plan to purchase batteries once a week for a period of 5 years, which was formulated with Autumn, had been abolished through mutual consultation. Easily extractable crude oil on the mother star was almost depleted before the prosperous era. The remaining oil is not only difficult to extract, but there are also countless terrifying mutants influenced by genetic weapons and biological weapons on the wasteland. It is simply a pipe dream for Future City to try to extract oil from the wasteland underground. However, if Future City wants to monetize its massive technological reserves, oil is an unavoidable obstacle, so it is inevitable for them to seek to purchase from Suyu. With the current price of oil, a barrel of oil is about 550 yuan, and a ton is about 4,000. 10,000 tons would be over 40 million. According to Autumn's estimation, selling the 5 million different types of metallic hydrogen batteries would bring Suyu at least over 40 billion in profits. This is still due to the fact that there are many low-value small batteries included. In short, in this transaction, under the guidance of Autumn, the leader of the Future City rebels, Suyu truly made a fortune. And he made it in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Just thinking about Frost Star's bewildered expression when they discover that the longevity pill is only effective for the first one, so you can't help but laugh. It can also be considered as revenge for Frost Star not giving him batteries after he sold them the G60 exoskeleton black box. The lightweight exoskeleton and metallic hydrogen batteries that were introduced are probably the representative temporal technology, and they don't even bother asking what these materials are used for. Things like oil and food that seem completely unrelated to temporal technology's business, as long as they ask, they will help arrange it and sell it to temporal technology at the lowest price. It can save Suyu a lot of time and money. In short, with the two main products of lightweight exoskeletons and metal hydrogen batteries, Suyu will not worry about having nothing to say at tonight's opening ceremony. Sitting in the top floor office of a 1,388-meter-high skyscraper, Suyu was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery of the clouds, but was looking at the speech prepared for him by Mo in his hand with a headache. The entire speech had tens of thousands of words. Even though he had undergone genetic drug modification and his brain development far exceeded that of an ordinary person, memorizing tens of thousands of words in a few hours was still a great challenge. Mo was sitting on the edge of the desk, swinging her legs, quietly gazing at the dreamlike skyline above the sea of clouds. Until a certain moment, Mo suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "TSK, it seems like you don't need to force yourself to memorize these speeches." Suyu looked up in surprise, about to ask, when the phone placed aside suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was General Zhou Qing, whom he had met at that military base last time. Glancing at Xiao Mo, who had already anticipated it, Suyu answered the call. Mr. Su, I heard that you are preparing for the opening of your company and product promotion recently? As soon as the call connected, Zhou Qing's voice came through at a rapid pace, sounding somewhat urgent. Yes, what's the matter? We have an opportunity here to provide equipment for a live demonstration. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested. Zhou Qing tested the waters. A live demonstration? Suyu was taken aback, completely unexpected that he would mention a live demonstration right from the start. After thinking for a moment, he continued, what kind of live demonstration? Is it an exercise or a real battle with real guns and knives? By the end of his sentence, there was even a hint of excitement in his tone. Wow, he hasn't had a chance to try out his powered armor yet. He has been wanting to find a few idiots to try it out. Unfortunately, the domestic environment is relatively stable. It was an opportunity that was hard to come by, like the time he encountered Chuyu and was assassinated. So far, his powered armor has had almost no use other than showing off. Now, hearing Zhou Qing's words, it seems like there might be a real chance for a battle? Sure enough, after hearing Suyu's question, Zhou Qing on the other end decisively said, go abroad, with real guns and knives, onto the battlefield. Go abroad, with real guns and knives, onto the battlefield. Hearing Zhou Qing's voice on the phone, even though Suyu was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But what followed was confusion. Really go to the battlefield? Where is the battlefield? What is the situation like? He threw out a series of questions, and Zhou Qing on the other end answered without hesitation, it is indeed true. The battlefield is in a small country in the north of Heizhou. The situation is that there is a civil war going on there. The rebel army captured the capital of the country 3 hours ago and has since been indiscriminately slaughtering and looting foreign personnel and foreign-owned enterprises. There are dozens of important mines and factories owned by Jiuzhou in that country, with over 10,000 Jiuzhou people working and living there. Currently, they are all in extreme danger, and because the incident happened suddenly, we didn't have time to evacuate in advance. It will take at least 2 days to mobilize nearby warships to rush over. Currently, these compatriots have gathered in a large factory for shelter under the guidance of the local embassy. However, the rebel army has already discovered them and is currently launching a strong attack on the factory. The armed forces in the factory won't hold out for long. It will be breached in at most 2 hours. At that time, these lunatics will have a large number of Jiuzhou hostages, putting us in a very passive position. And based on their past actions, it is likely to cause significant casualties. Hearing him say this, Suyu roughly understood Zhou Qing's purpose and blurted out, are you asking me to use the Falcon to help you transport people there? The lives and property of a large number of Jiuzhou people stationed abroad are under threat, and the nearest Jiuzhou military forces cannot arrive quickly. So Zhou Qing's purpose for calling him was naturally self-evident. After all, the Falcon can exceed the second cosmic speed, and the equatorial circumference of Blue Star is just over 40,000 kilometers. Under full speed, the Falcon can circumnavigate Blue Star along the equator in 1 hour. It can reach almost any place in the world in half an hour. If Suyu agrees to help, the soldiers and equipment of the military can be transported to the distant small country in just over 10 minutes. That is indeed our intention, Zhou Qing said frankly. As for the price, we don't know exactly what Mr. Su needs. You can ask for anything within the capabilities of the Jiuzhou authorities, and we will try our best to fulfill it. Try our best. Suyu considered the conditions he offered for a moment and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said, so, what you mean by a live demonstration is that I can film the entire battle process on site and upload it to the internet? Yes. Zhou Qing said without hesitation. And if necessary, some official media can also disclose some details of this operation to prove its authenticity. Yes. After pondering for a moment and seeing Qiao Mo nod in agreement, Suyu agreed. It wasn't that he didn't have his own opinion, but he had to listen to Qiao Mo in everything. It was because compared to himself, Qiao Mo, who was invincible on the internet, could make more accurate judgments when faced with such situations. Information asymmetry was always the biggest obstacle to fair transactions. Shiomo's existence could completely eliminate the information gap between Suyu and others on Blue Star, allowing him to always make the right choices. Hearing Suyu's words, Zhou Qing on the phone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then quickly told Suyu the preliminary plan for this operation. In simple terms, Suyu didn't need to exert much effort throughout the process. He just needed to directly fly the Falcon to the military base he had visited that day. Then take 100 warriors equipped with heavy exoskeletons straight to that small kingdom in the Black Province. Once we arrive, we'll drop off the people and consider it done. As for whether we need to use Falcons to provide more firepower support, Zhou Qing didn't even mention it. Obviously, their only requirement is for Suyu to deliver the people. They believe that the elite warriors equipped with heavy exoskeletons can handle the rest. As for the benefits for Suyu, it's simple: satisfy all his needs as much as possible. Whether these needs are reasonable or not, as long as they can do it, they will fulfill them. Don't think of this as an empty promise. In reality, when the level reaches a certain height, the contractual agreement may be more effective than verbal promises. After all, if Suyu doesn't want to cooperate, the law can't touch him. Not to mention the authorities, they are the ones who established this. What truly maintains the relationship between the two sides is, in fact, more about interests, and at most, a little bit of patriotism. After Suyu and his time-space technology displayed countless advanced technologies, the authorities now treat him as if they're afraid of losing him, and they're willing to fulfill any request. Naturally, it's impossible to go back on this now and destroy the trust between the two sides. Of course, Suyu also needs to be able to distinguish how much he can ask for. He can't just help someone and then demand to be made king or something like that. The authorities obviously won't agree to such requests. Some people might think that given Suyu's current situation, the 9 provinces' authorities already have to fulfill his requests, so there's no need for satisfying all his needs. But if they think that way, it's purely a narrow perspective. The support the authorities provide him now is actually the maximum support they can give within their principles. And within this capability range, it's obviously much broader. It's almost equivalent to any request. The significance is completely different from before. And besides that, there's an additional benefit. The authorities will help promote time-space technology products and even allow him to use these precious frontline battlefield video materials. And for some well-known reasons, the authorities cannot directly dispatch their own military into other countries. So when these 100 warriors enter the battlefield, they won't do so under the name of the military. They will be given the identity of security personnel from a certain company. If Suyu agrees, this company can be time-space technology. Once it's exposed, no matter how exciting the promotion and speeches are, they won't be as shocking as the headline Time-Space Technology Group's security personnel wearing exoskeletons produced by the group confront enemies 100 times their strength and emerge victorious. Even the most exquisite exhibition booth can't prove the advanced technology of time-space technology as effectively as warriors wearing exoskeletons on the battlefield.